Chapter 2539. Seeing Lu Susu again. Lin Ling, big sister Susu has already left. I don't know where she went. Qin Xiaolan leaned against Lin Ling's arm. The big sister Susu she was talking about was Lu Susu. Lu Susu had helped Lin Ling many times in the past. Anyone could see that she liked Lin Ling. However, after Lin Ling broke through, he immediately entered the martial god realm and did not give her any promise or reply. This made her heart die. She could not compare to Yumun Yun and the others, because Yumun Yun and the others were Lin Ling's wives and had status, while she was nothing. Therefore, as long as she was a woman with dignity, she would not dare to force herself to stay here. She has waited for you for a long time. Yumun Yun also said, we don't mind her fighting for you. The most important thing is that she has indeed done a lot for you. Hearing this, Lin Ling thought of that intelligent and charming woman, and he could not help but sigh softly. In reality, how could he not know about Lu Susu's feelings? However, at that time, he had started to restrain himself, so he had not replied to Lu Susu. After the incident with the white fox, he knew that some things would still be broken. She has already left. Perhaps she has also gotten over it. Lin Ling said indifferently. No, she might have left to look for you. Yumun Yun said in Lin Ling's ear, causing Lin Ling to let out a long sigh. His gaze seemed to pass through a world, searching for Lu Susu in the three profound realms of the human realm. Tomorrow I will look for her. After a while, Lin Ling muttered to himself. It was already late at night. Lin Ling watched his two beautiful wives fall asleep, and he also slowly began to cultivate. Over the years, he had already formed a habit. As long as he was free, he would seize the time to cultivate. And the goal of this cultivation was to cultivate the evil god transformation. However, even though Lin Ling was very familiar with this fire-type cultivation technique, when he wanted to cultivate to the third stage, an invisible door blocked Lin Ling. The level of the awakened godly body is too low. Lin Ling instantly knew the reason, and could not help but feel depressed. It seemed that before the awakened godly body leveled up, the evil flame transformation would be very difficult to improve. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Ling left. He had the speed of a world, which allowed him to travel through this world quickly. At this moment, in the former divine realm, a slender figure was striding forward. She wore a purple robe and her face was covered with a veil. Every move she made was filled with the charm of a woman. Wherever she went, many martial artists would secretly lick their lips. However, they could not wait. They was still very much looking was a woman's beauty was a 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 beauty? Unfortunately, the woman's pace was not fast, but with a mysterious rhythm, she quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Susu, your cultivation has already reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. Perhaps you can find a way to create a boundary origin seed, but you've already walked for a long time. How about I take you on the path of a martial god? When the woman appeared on a mountain peak, a young man wearing neat armor appeared there with a smile, looking at the woman with longing in his eyes. This woman was someone he met by chance when he was passing by the North Territory. At that time, he was attracted by her beauty. This woman was intelligent, charming, and elegant, and he wanted nothing more than to hold her hand and grow old together. However, this woman seemed easy to talk to, but when he wanted to take the next step, this woman rejected him. And when he wanted to move her with sincerity, he realized that this woman already had someone in her heart. This was the reason why this woman rejected him. He thought that after time, everything would be diluted, but he realized that it was very difficult. At that moment, he was very jealous of that man, and he was not willing to accept it. He was a genius from the martial god realm. How could he not be compared to that man? Zhang Yu, you should leave. The woman looked into the distance and said indifferently, I won't leave. I believe that one day, you will understand my heart. The young man called Zhang Yu said sincerely. However, the woman sighed and shook her head. So what if she understood? Her heart had long belonged to that man. Long time no see, female profiteer. However, at that moment, a laugh suddenly sounded, causing the woman to tremble. It was a very familiar voice. She could not help but turn her head, and she saw that a handsome young man had appeared on the mountain peak. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and he was wearing a blue and white robe. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, and he was as carefree and confident as before. Lin Ling! Lu Susu cried out in surprise, and her heart started to beat violently. She thought that she would never see this young man again in her life, and she thought that she would forget about him. However, when everything appeared in front of her eyes, she still couldn't control her emotions. Bits and pieces of the past came rushing back like the tide. "How have you been?" Lin Ling sighed inwardly as he looked at Lu Susu's beautiful face. His gaze fell on the man beside Lu Susu, and he suddenly had a guess. Perhaps Lu Susu had already found her other half. Lin Ling felt that it was a pity, but he did not think much of it. After all, feelings could not be forced. Lu Susu had waited for Lin Ling for so long, and he, Lin Ling, had not made any promises because he was busy. Therefore, Lin Ling had no right to care so much. "I'm fine." Lu Susu looked at Lin Ling and replied with a smile. For a moment, the two of them were silent. They both had their own thoughts. Zhang Yu's expression became uglier and uglier. Just as Lin Ling was about to leave, he stepped forward and said, "You are the man that Susu has been thinking about day and night? Kneel down." At this moment, Zhang Yu was furious. He had finally seen the man in Lu Susu's heart. He was jealous, and he was even more indignant. Therefore, he instantly attacked Lin Ling. "Zhang Yu, no." When Lu Susu saw Zhang Yu attack, she could not help but cry out anxiously. Zhang Yu came from the martial god realm. It was said that he was a genius from a certain school. If he attacked, how could Lin Ling stop him? However, it would have been better if she did not shout. The more she shouted, the angrier Zhang Yu became. At this moment, Lin Ling was stunned. He had thought that Lu Susu already had her other half, but that man had said that he, Lin Ling, was the man that Lu Susu had been thinking about day and night. This meant that Lu Susu still had not let go of him. If Lu Susu no longer had him in her heart, then Lin Ling would definitely leave. However, Lu Susu still cared about him. How could Lin Ling let her down? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. He did not even look at Zhang Yu and walked forward step by step. Bang! At the same time, Zhang Yu's attack landed on Lin Ling's body. However, a powerful aura rebounded and domineeringly sent Zhang Yu flying. He smashed into the ground and spat out blood. His face was full of shock. After all, he was the second generation of Heavenly Saint Academy. How could he not injure an unfamiliar young man? Chapter 2540. Return to Qingzhou. "Who exactly are you?" Zhang Yu roared. Suddenly, he muttered to himself, "Lin Ling, the man that Lu Susu likes is called Lin Ling. Could he be the second-generation prodigy of the Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling?" His heart was pounding. He had heard of the name Lin Ling before, but he did not expect him to be the same person as the man in Lu Susu's heart. At this moment, his heart was dead. If the man in Lu Susu's heart was trash, then he must get Lu Susu. However, that man was Lin Ling, the rising prodigy of the three academies, Lin Ling. He could not compare. He watched as Lin Ling walked toward Lu Susu. He finally got up, sighed, and turned to leave. At this moment, he had completely given up on Lu Susu. He knew that he would never be able to get Lu Susu. "Zhang Yu!" Lu Susu could not help but shout as she watched Zhang Yu leave. Although she did not like Zhang Yu, she was still grateful that he had been secretly protecting her. "Susu, if he is the man in your heart, I can't compare." Zhang Yu's face dimmed, then he sighed and disappeared into the sky. Lu Susu looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. She did not expect Zhang Yu to know Lin Ling and be so afraid of Lin Ling. What kind of terrifying thing had Lin Ling done in the martial god realm? At this moment, Lin Ling did not care about Zhang Yu at all. He smiled at Lu Susu and said, "Female profiteer, I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long. If possible, I hope you can be my woman." This time, Lin Ling did not beat around the bush. Instead, he asked openly. He and Lu Susu had known each other for so long, so it was better to go straight to the point. However, his words were sincere. Lu Susu's body trembled when she heard this. Her long eyelashes twitched as she looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. In fact, she had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. She liked Lin Ling. Moreover, she felt that Lin Ling also had a good impression of her, but Lin Ling had never confirmed their relationship. This put her in a dilemma. After all, no matter what, she was still a woman with dignity. It was impossible for her to send herself to him. And now Lin Ling finally spoke. That sentence made her feel that everything was worth it. I agree. Lu Susu hurriedly took a step forward and looked at Lin Ling with a blushing face. In the past, she had been the hall master of the Heavenly Palace and had long been accustomed to grand scenes. However, at this moment, her heart was pounding wildly. She was indeed a complete blank when it came to relationships between men and women. Lin Ling took the initiative this time. He took a step forward and hugged Lu Susu. Feeling the warmth of Lu Susu's body, he relaxed as if he had solved a knot in his heart. After the incident with the white fox, he knew that he had to give an explanation to all the women. Now that Lu Susu's problem was solved, he had nothing to worry about anymore. The only one left was Yue. You have reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. It seems that you have been working hard during this period. Hugging Lu Susu and feeling her voluptuous body, Lin Ling could not help but feel restless. He quickly spoke. Yes, because I also want to go to the martial god realm. Lu Susu's face was flushed red. At this moment, she lifted her head and looked at Lin Ling as she spoke. All right, I will give you the path to the martial god realm to comprehend the boundary seed. What do you think? Great, if I can produce the boundary seed, won't I be able to go to the martial god realm like Princess Huoling? Of course. While Lu Susu was pleasantly surprised, Lin Ling waved his right hand. Immediately, there was a roar and the path to the martial god realm appeared in the sky. It was mysterious and ancient. You are so powerful. Lu Susu did not expect Lin Ling to open the path to the martial god realm with a wave of his hand. This filled her with admiration. Her man did not disappoint her. Go, find your own path to the martial god realm. I will wait for you in the martial god realm's Qing prefecture. Lin Ling patted Lu Susu's perky buttocks and said with a smile. Bad guy. Yes. Lu Susu rolled her eyes at Lin Ling and walked towards the path to the martial god realm. When she was about to enter, she looked at Lin Ling reluctantly and said, Lin Ling, are you going to wait for me? Yes. I will wait for you. Even if the world ends, I will wait for you to come back. Yes. Lin Ling thought of White Fox and immediately promised that he would not let the woman beside him wait for him for endless years. Absolutely not. If anyone dared to stop him, he would kill them all. Yes, I believe in you. Yes. Lu Susu's eyes also became moist. She knew that Lin Ling rarely made promises, but he was a man of his word. If he said he would definitely do it. At this moment, her uneasy heart also calmed down. Like duckweed in the sea, she found a stable harbor. And that harbor was Lin Ling. Looking at Lu Susu, who was almost moved to tears, Lin Ling felt even more guilty. He quickly took out a ring and threw it to Lu Susu. There was a large amount of divine crystals in the ring, enough for Lu Susu to use for her cultivation. I know you are greedy. Are these divine crystals enough? You are the greedy one. Wow, so many divine crystals. Are these betrothal gifts? All right then, I'll marry you. Lu Susu put the ring on her jade finger and finally walked on the path to the martial god realm. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lin Ling could not help but smile warmly. Then he thought of Lu Chen of the Creator Alliance. That lord was very powerful and was also someone who could destroy the world for his lover. That was a true warrior of my generation. If Lin Ling's strength was monstrous, then he would also protect everything domineeringly. Then, Lin Ling disappeared and appeared in the rainforest's sacred land. He left behind a large amount of cultivation techniques and divine crystals. After giving Lin Yi and the others some guidance, he left the rainforest's sacred land. Now, it was time for him to return to Qing province. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. He was now strong enough to dominate the second generation. His goal was to become one of the first generation. For example, the 9 heavens of Qing Province. Qing Province was still bustling with noise and excitement. During this period of time, all kinds of geniuses had risen in the 3 great academies like bamboo shoots after a rain. Other than being surprised by the strength of those geniuses, people were not surprised by the sudden emergence of geniuses in the 3 great academies. Because every genius that appeared in the 3 great academies was an existence that could create miracles. Qing Province was also the birthplace of miracles. When Lin Ling appeared in the rainforest market, Gong Yangjiang and the others were delighted. Yu Yu, Xian Yuanga, and the others were also there. They all cried out in surprise as they looked at Lin Ling. Not bad. Yu Yu has already reached the peak of the World King Realm and Gu has reached the 7th stage of the World King Realm. Very good. Lin Ling swept his eyes over everyone and nodded with satisfaction. Besides Yu Yu and the others, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword strength had also greatly increased. Lord Lin Ling, you've returned. As for Tang Yue, as soon as she learned that Lin Ling had returned, she immediately rushed over. Seeing this, Lin Ling also greeted Tang Yue. My lord, you've broken through 2 levels. I wonder just how strong you are? The chess boy curiously asked as he looked at Lin Ling. Every time Lin Ling left, his boundary would rise by a great deal after he returned. This caused the chess boy to worship him greatly. My strength is just SOSO. Chapter 2541. Zhuang Baifen, however, she didn't say it out loud. After all, the 4 commanderies had been investigating what had happened in the 9-dragon realm. Except for the Square Commandery, no one knew that those cultivators had died because of Lin Ling. Therefore, some things were better kept hidden, unless Lin Ling wanted to say it himself. In fact, Lin Ling didn't plan on hiding anything. The fact that he was able to dominate the 2nd generation would be known by everyone sooner or later. After all, he had too many enemies. Other than those in the Heavenly Court, there were also the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, Tating Commandery, and other powerful forces. Once the enemy came knocking on his door, it would be impossible for Lin Ling to hide his strength. Let's go back to Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling said. It had been a long time since he had returned to the Resplendent Academy. In addition, his demonic flame transformation was currently stuck at a bottleneck. Therefore, he wanted to go to the Resplendent Academy to see if it would be of any help. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Resplendent Academy was still bustling with noise as geniuses were born one after another, shocking the entire academy. After Lin Ling and the others arrived, the gazes of the geniuses along the way swept over. After all, there were as many geniuses as there were clouds here, but no one was like Lin Ling and the rest, entering the academy so casually. The hunter shoots the bird that sticks out. This principle was applicable everywhere. Moreover, geniuses were proud and arrogant. The more they saw an opponent with a sharp spirit, the more they wanted to suppress them. Perhaps this would give them a sense of accomplishment. Who are those people? The Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, one of the strongest among the 3 generations, and DBMO. That beautiful girl is the scariest. Her name is Yu Yu. She's an existence that cannot be underestimated among the new talents of the 2nd generation. Yu Yu? Could the handsome young man beside her be Lin Ling? Many geniuses cried out in surprise. Lin Ling's name was known by quite a few people in the Resplendent Academy. It was said that he had the fastest cultivation speed in history, going from the last generation to the 2nd generation in just 10 years. Isn't he dead? Where did you hear this rumor? He just hasn't come to Resplendent Academy for a long time. It said that he defeated Senior Sister Si Xuanmei and made Senior Dandelion, Senior Ancestor Dragon Granny, and even the Vice Dean think highly of him. It looks like he's very ordinary. He's just an 8th-level realm king. Many people secretly said. Some doubted Lin Ling's strength, and some worshipped Lin Ling. Among the 3 generations, several figures also appeared under a large tree. At this moment, they were clearly extremely dim and could only look up at the distant figures. They were none other than Sword Tyrant, Young Master Long Lin, and the others from the Dandelion Palace. These people were all top existences in the 3rd generation. But facing Lin Ling, They didn't even have the qualifications to raise their heads and look up. His strength has increased again. I'm afraid he's above average among the second generation. That's not necessarily true. He has become a rising star of the second generation. It can only be said that he can't be underestimated among the second generation. However, there are many second-generation geniuses, and there are many who are stronger than him. That's right. He's showing off his ability but doesn't know how to restrain himself. He'll definitely suffer. Sword Tyrant and the others coldly snorted. They dared to be arrogant among the third generation, but in the entire Resplendent Academy, they didn't have the qualifications to raise their heads and speak. Their strength was inferior to Lin Ling's, so they hoped that others would suppress Lin Ling's spirit. I didn't expect your reputation to rise so quickly after the battle on the drill ground. At this moment, Queen Qianji's voice resounded in Lin Ling's mind. She had returned to the rainforest's sacred ground with Lin Ling and witnessed everything that Lin Ling had sacrificed for his homeland. This had changed her view of Lin Ling, especially when she saw Lin Ling personally go to Lu Susu. At that time, she was somewhat envious of Lu Susu. After all, to Lin Ling, although Lu Susu was beautiful and charming, she was actually very ordinary. In fact, if Lin Ling was weak, there would be more powerful girls pursuing Lin Ling in the Resplendent Academy. However, Lin Ling didn't forget the old. He took the initiative to go to Lu Susu and confess his feelings. Such a loyal and affectionate man was the dream partner of every girl. Compared to the Sovereign Marquis, my reputation is nothing. Lin Ling smiled casually, which made Queen Qianji fall silent. Lin Ling was indeed famous in the Resplendent Academy. However, compared to the ancient martial artists of the Great Azure Dynasty, Lin Ling was still too young. When the Sovereign Marquis was mentioned, Queen Qianji's murderous intent rose to the sky. This made Lin Ling feel that the hatred between Queen Qianji and the Sovereign Marquis was not small. Senior Lin Ling, right? I'm a rising star of the second generation. I'm here to learn from you. At this moment, a smile was heard. Although it was said that the hunter would shoot the bird that stood out, there were always people who didn't believe in heresy, especially the rising stars of the second generation. They preferred to challenge the difficulties. Therefore, someone stepped forward. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. Someone dared to challenge Lin Ling at this moment? It's Zhuang Baifeng. However, when the crowd's eyes fell on the young man, they felt that everything was normal. It's him. Shen Yuan murmured beside Lin Ling. Then, she immediately explained, Lin Ling, 1 year after you became a rising star of the second generation, there was a battle between the third generation and the second generation in the Resplendent Academy. The young man who won first place is also a rising star of the second generation. The difference is that you are a rising star of the second generation in the 3 academies, while Zhuang Baifeng is a rising star of the second generation in the Resplendent Academy. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded in understanding. But he was also a bit depressed. They were both rising stars of the second generation, so what was the point of challenging each other? Zhuang Baifeng challenged Lin Ling. Both of them are rising stars of the second generation. But Lin Ling's talent is clearly higher. Zhuang Baifeng shouldn't be his match. That's not necessarily true. Geniuses like to do things that exceed the norm. For instance, Lin Ling defeated Si Xuanmei and won with his status as a junior. Why can't Zhuang Baifeng do the same? That's true. The crowd began to discuss. At this moment, they didn't think that Zhuang Baifeng was overestimating himself. Zhuang Baifeng, am at the 10th stage of the World King realm. I have a 2nd grade awakened divine body and I also have a high 3rd grade martial skill. I would like to ask senior apprentice brother Lin Ling for guidance. The youth walked forward step by step, playing with 2 steel beads in his hands. His expression was extremely calm. He had already heard of Lin Ling's great name, but seeing him today left him a bit disappointed. After all, Lin Ling was only at the 8th stage of the World King realm. Although Lin Ling had the ability to jump realms to fight, so did he. I'm sorry, I'm not free. However, Lin Ling shook his head and led the crowd forward once more. You don't dare? Hearing this, Zhuang Baifeng was stunned. He didn't think this would be the result. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ling, you are currently ranked 42nd out of the 70,000 second-generation juniors of the Resplendent Academy. As for me, I am ranked 56th. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Moreover, you can rest assured that in the Resplendent Academy, you won't die. If this were outside, you would have been killed by me. So, this is a battle that should come. Yes. Chapter 2542. A second-grade awakened godly body. The Resplendent Academy had 70,000 second-generation students, and Lin Ling was ranked 42nd. This was also the reason why Lin Ling's name could shake the Resplendent Academy. Being ranked 42nd out of 70,000 wasn't a simple matter. Zhuang Baifan, right? Although I admit that you have some skills, it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you'll only embarrass yourself. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and frowned as he looked at his opponent. Zhuang Baifan actually said that he would have to face this battle sooner or later. Lin Ling wouldn't die in this battle, but in the future battle outside Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling might die. This was a threat. A rising star dared to threaten Lin Ling? Of course, Lin Ling had to admit that Zhuang Baifan did have some skills. At the very least, his strength wasn't much weaker than Yu Yu's. In terms of cultivation time, Zhuang Baifan's cultivation time was shorter than Yu Yu's. In this aspect, he was much more powerful than Yu Yu. It seemed that there were many geniuses in Qin province and Lin Ling wasn't the only one who could create miracles. Low profile? Senior brother Lin Ling, we must have heard wrongly. The rise of a genius must surpass countless seniors. How can a low profile achieve all this? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Zhuang Baifan couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. His words made many people nod. Resplendent Academy was a place to nurture martial gods. Who would keep a low profile here? If one had the strength, who wouldn't keep a high profile? Only by keeping a high profile would one be valued by the Academy. Moreover, being high profile was a kind of aura, an aura of bravery. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. His so-called low profile wasn't low profile towards himself, but towards his opponent. Because if his opponent could make a name for himself, then he must have some ability. Unless he had absolute confidence, it was better to treat him seriously. Lin Ling was obviously more mysterious and famous than Zhuang Baifan. The latter should keep a low profile. The so-called low profile is actually a coward who is afraid of trouble. At that moment, a voice came from behind Zhuang Baifan. Lin Ling looked over and saw a familiar face. Ho Xiaoyan. Especially Xian Yuange, she was even more familiar with that person. It was because in the past, when she became the last generation, Ho Xiaoyan also became the last generation. Moreover, because of jealousy, she had a conflict with her. Later on, Lin Ling came and ruthlessly humiliated her. And now, she had stood out to speak. It was obvious that she had a close relationship with Zhuang Baifan. At this moment, Ho Xiaoyan also saw Xian Yuange. Her eyes were filled with pride. Finally, she looked at Lin Ling and said, "This Lin Ling can't even protect his own woman. If he isn't a coward, then what is he?" There was a hidden meaning behind her words. Is she talking about an Yue? Hearing this, many people immediately guessed. In the previous battle at the drill ground, Lin Ling fought for an Yue, so they knew about this matter. His woman is dead, but he doesn't even dare to kill Si Xuanmei. Poor an Yue, she actually entrusted herself to such a person. I'm afraid her bones are not even cold yet. Ho Xiaoyan laughed again. Her words were vicious. Is he still a man? Xiaoyan, if someone bullies you like this, I will kill my way to the 9 heavens. Zhuang Baifan immediately replied. His words were filled with boundless arrogance, as if he was saying that Lin Ling was a coward. At this moment, Xian Yuange and the others were furious. Sister Yu was not dead yet, but they actually said that Sister Yu was dead. How despicable. You want to fight, right? I'll accompany you. Yu Yu's eyes were wet. She gritted her teeth and walked forward step by step. However, just as she moved, a cold voice came from beside her. Let me. Lin Ling had already walked forward. Compared to Yu Yu and Xian Yuange's anger, Lin Ling's anger was boiling. He did not want to fight before because it was meaningless. Everyone's strength was about the same. If he wanted to fight, he would challenge someone stronger. Who knew that Zhuang Baifan would be so aggressive and force him to fight? He even cursed in Yuer. This obviously angered Lin Ling. Let me tell you first. You will lose very, very miserably. I hate your mouth. I want to break all your teeth, Lin Ling said as he walked. His voice was extremely cold. Anyone could hear that he was angry. You say it nicely. If you can't do it, it will be even more embarrassing, Senior Lin Ling. Zhuang Baifan was not afraid. In fact, he emphasized the words, senior brother. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. Boom! The space-time fire, like the flame of his anger, exploded. The fire fist descended and destroyed everything in its path. Everyone in the area felt the heat. The fire seemed to come from the chaos of the universe. A second-grade awakened godly body. Many people cried out in surprise. This proved that Lin Ling's strength was indeed not weak. I have one too. However, Zhuang Baifan was not weak either. The 9 Directions universe mirror appeared above his head and illuminated the sky. On the ground, a huge illusion of the 8 trigrams appeared. It was sacred and majestic. 1,000 opportunities Big Dipper physique. A second-grade awakened godly body. With this talent, Zhuang Baifan could distinguish the ordinary geniuses. Boom! Lin Ling's fist seemed to be blocked by something. It could not go any further. Senior Lin Ling, do you know how powerful I am? Seeing this, Zhuang Baifan sneered. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not waste any time. He raised his fist and attacked again like a god of war. However, the 8 trigrams in the sky flowed and formed a complicated pattern. It blocked Lin Ling's attack again. The 1,000 Trickeries North Dipper body forms the 8 trigrams mirror array. Its defense is extremely strong. Last time, during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers, Zhuang Baifan used this talent to defeat all his opponents. Then Zhuang Baifan is undefeatable? The crowd discussed animatedly. Zhuang Baifan was ranked around 50 out of the 2nd generation. His strength was not to be underestimated. It's impossible to be undefeatable. I think the only way to defeat Zhuang Baifan is by remaining unchanged. Someone said, this person was one of the 2nd generation geniuses. He was quite famous. However, right now, his face was serious, because even he could not find a way to defeat it. Just then, Lin Ling's aggressive attack arrived again and caused a commotion. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was still attacking crazily as if he would not give up until he reached the Yellow River. However, the result was that it was useless. The 8 trigrams light protection was 10 times more powerful than the 8 trigrams light protection. In the chaotic world, every talent had its own heaven-defying power. Some were good at offense, some were good at defense, some were good at speed, and some were good at the 5 elements. Zhuang Baifan was obviously good at defense. His defense was much stronger than other geniuses of the same level. Even Lin Ling's godly demon body was not as good as Zhuang Baifan's. Zhuang Baifan's ranking was lower than Lin Ling's. If Lin Ling could not defeat him, then Lin Ling would lose. What a mysterious awakened godly body. Although Lin Ling was furious, he did not lose his cool. He knew that this guy named Zhuang Baifan was not to be underestimated. But so what? Lin Ling wanted to see how long this powerful defense could last. Previously, he had only activated the evil flame change. Now, the power of his 2 Danshians began to merge. Boom boom boom. Chapter 2543. Goodbye, Si Xuanmei. Zhuang Baifan's face was calm and his heart was excited. If Lin Ling couldn't beat him, then that meant he was equal to Lin Ling. What 2nd generation rookie of the 3 great academies? If he hadn't risen late, then Lin Ling wouldn't have had the chance to show off his might. Bang. But at this moment, the 8 trigrams mirror began to shake, causing his face to change dramatically. What? Look at the 8 trigrams light, it's starting to shake. And it's even dimmer than before. Could Lin Ling's method be to break it with brute force? Everyone stared ahead and cried out in alarm. Lin Ling's fists were like 2 dragons rising out of the sea, directly hitting the 8 trigrams mirror and causing it to explode. It was as if he wanted to forcefully break the 8 trigrams light. That simple and violent aura caused many second-generation juniors to suck in a breath of cold air. This was also possible? They thought that Lin Ling would use complicated martial arts to break the 8 trigrams light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Lin Ling's strength continued to fuse, his fists became even more powerful. Finally, under countless horrified gazes, Lin Ling's fist broke the 8 trigrams light, like a violent god of war. With Lin Ling's current cultivation realm, that was the fusion of the 8th and 7th stage of the World King realm, so he didn't need any tricks, he only needed to break it with brute force. And just as the 8 trigrams light dissipated, a fist came from the front, causing Zhuang Baifan's face to change. He immediately recognized the steel beads in his hand. Heavenly pattern Dao beads. Bang! Voila! As soon as the 2 steel beads appeared, they became larger and a terrifying power of chaos filled the air. This was actually a first-grade immortal treasure that increased the power of chaos by half a stage. To have an immortal treasure on him, one could see that his origin was extraordinary. Not long ago, Lin Ling had defeated Tang Che in the 9 Dragons realm. The latter was also a well-known figure among the second-generation juniors, and the latter had relied on an immortal treasure to dominate the second generation. From this, one could see the importance of an immortal treasure. Staring at the powerful treasure, many people's expressions became serious. They never thought that Zhuang Baifan would have such methods. No wonder he was so confident. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, it seemed impossible for Lin Ling to defeat the immortal treasure. However, that recognition came from the battle on the drill ground. The current Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. Rumble. Lin Ling's fist still punched out. Flames erupted, as if it was the fist of ancestor fire. Crackle. Under that punch, the 2 steel balls also exploded due to the stress and were violently destroyed. The fists didn't stop there. They landed heavily on Zhuang Baifan's body, causing him to spit out blood and fly hundreds of meters away. I lost. Seeing this, many people's expressions became even more solemn. They never would have thought that Lin Ling would use such a method to defeat Zhuang Baifan. There was no technique, just a crude fist. At this moment, Lin Ling also appeared. Ignoring Zhuang Baifan, who was sent flying, he walked towards Ho Xiaoyan. Looking at Lin Ling, who was like the god of death, Ho Xiaoyan felt uneasy. Not long ago, Ho Xiaoyan's man was defeated by Lin Ling. Then, she climbed up to Zhuang Baifan. She thought that she could wash away the humiliation, but who knew that Zhuang Baifan would also be defeated? After a moment, Lin Ling stopped and looked down at Ho Xiaoyan. A cold, murderous intent filled the air. It was very terrifying. This is the Resplendent Academy. You can't kill me. Kill. Seeing this, Ho Xiaoyan immediately panicked. Lin Ling, don't be rash. Yu also hurriedly shouted from afar. She knew that Lin Ling was very angry at this moment. However, if Lin Ling killed Ho Xiaoyan, the consequences would be very serious. I won't destroy my future for a bitch. Kill. Although Lin Ling was angry, he didn't lose his calm. He slapped out fiercely. Slap. That slap caused Ho Xiaoyan's teeth to fly out. Her jaw was dislocated and she became ugly in an instant. Yuer didn't offend you, but you cursed her to die. Your mouth stinks. Shut up. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Then he turned around and left. He didn't kill Ho Xiaoyan because he didn't want to dirty his hands. Almost at the same time, Zhuang Baifan walked back with his heavily injured body. You said that if someone bullied your woman, you would have already done it. Now, I've hit her in front of everyone. What are you going to do? Shut up. Seeing this, Lin Ling stared at Zhuang Baifan and said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuang Baifan's eyes narrowed. He had said that Yuer was dead, but Lin Ling didn't dare to do anything. He wasn't a man, he was a coward. Now, Lin Ling had hit his woman. What would he do? Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do anything. Coward. Seeing that Zhuang Baifan didn't say a word, Lin Ling shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder, causing Zhuang Baifan's body to tremble. He almost wanted to fight back, but in the end he lowered his head. Lin Ling's strength had exceeded his expectations. It felt like he was a half-step true immortal realm expert. Therefore, he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. Ironically, he thought that Lin Ling was a second-generation rookie and that he was a second-generation rookie. Their strength should be about the same. Lin Ling stepped forward and walked towards Zhuang Baifan. Zhuang Baifan's eyes were filled with anxiety. "I said that I would break all your teeth." Slap. Just as Zhuang Baifan was about to say something, Lin Ling's slap had already landed on his face. Slap. A miserable sound rang out, followed by the sound of teeth breaking. Zhuang Baifan's face instantly swelled up, and there was a clear palm print on it. He glared at Lin Ling, his eyes full of resentment. Lin Ling had actually slapped his face in front of so many people, and even broke his teeth. "I said that it's better to keep a low profile. Maybe you think that you're stronger than others, but before you have 70% confidence, you should treat it seriously. Otherwise, you'll just be asking for humiliation. Now you should feel lucky. This is Resplendent Academy. If it was outside, I would have already killed you with your cheap mouth." Looking at Zhuang Baifan indifferently, Lin Ling turned around and left. He muttered to himself, "Zhuang Baifan? No wonder your name gave me such a strange feeling. So you're a pretentious prick. You want to show off in front of me? You're still lacking." The last sentence was extremely domineering. Everyone stared at the blue and white robe, and their faces became more and more serious. In Resplendent Academy, there was no lack of geniuses. Every now and then, a large number of monstrous geniuses would be born. They would break the records of their predecessors and create miracles. Zhuang Baifan was obviously one of them. However, when such a miraculous genius met a genius like Lin Ling, he was obviously weaker. Lin Ling was also a genius who created miracles, but his pace was very steady, and he was not easily surpassed by the latecomers. It could only be said that Zhuang Baifan was too confident. Perhaps he would be able to catch up to Lin Ling after a period of time, but now he was clearly not strong enough. Zhuang Baifan touched his cheek and lowered his head. At this moment he no longer had the arrogance from before. His strength was inferior, and he could only swallow his broken teeth into his stomach. Senior brother Lin Ling is indeed powerful. In the square, many people exclaimed in low voices, and many of the second generation were no exception. However, at this moment, several figures walked over. They stood out like cranes among chickens, and the moment they appeared, they attracted countless gazes. However, these people's eyes were all looking at Lin Ling, and there was a meaningful light in their eyes. These people were the top geniuses of the second generation in Resplendent Academy. They were the 10 strongest people of the second generation. One of the girls was also among them, but when she looked at Lin Ling, there was a trace of resentment. Chapter 2544. Are you afraid of me? After these geniuses appeared, the surroundings became deathly silent. However, Lin Ling also saw Si Xuanmei, and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. Si Xuanmei was an Yuer's senior sister. However, when she encountered danger, Si Xuanmei pushed an Yuer out and used an Yuer as bait to escape. Such a shameless person made Lin Ling angry every time he saw her. He didn't speak and walked towards Si Xuanmei step by step. The surrounding air was filled with an oppressive chill, and his killing intent was getting thicker and thicker. What is Lin Ling doing? Don't you know the hatred between him and Si Xuanmei? If it weren't for the Grand Secretary and other experts, Lin Ling would have killed Si Xuanmei in the previous battle. Yes, Lin Ling didn't give face to anyone at that time. Now that he sees Si Xuanmei again, how can Lin Ling suppress his anger? Many of the second generations whispered, surprised by Lin Ling's courage. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Seeing Lin Ling walking towards her, Si Xuanmei couldn't help but snort coldly. She still remembered the humiliation of being defeated in the past. She hated Lin Ling to death and wanted to kill Lin Ling with her own hands. However, that was just a thought. At least, she didn't have the strength to do so now. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to her and continued walking forward. The surroundings became even more silent, and countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. The atmosphere was very oppressive. This is Resplendent Academy, What are you trying to do? Si Xuanmei snarled again. Lin Ling was walking towards her, and she didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do. Could it be that he wanted to kill her? She was very clear that if it weren't for the fact that there were too many important figures, Lin Ling would have killed her. Now, it was no exception. Senior Sister Xuanmei is afraid. Seeing Si Xuanmei's appearance, many people secretly exclaimed. Si Xuanmei used to be the #1 rookie of the second generation. If there were no accidents, she would have become the strongest second generation. Unfortunately, she met Lin Ling. Now, she was afraid of Lin Ling. This showed that Lin Ling had left an indelible seed in Si Xuanmei's heart. He was a mountain that she must surpass. My master is one of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure province, and this is the Resplendent Academy. Do you dare to act recklessly here? Si Xuanmei felt more and more stressed. So what? Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His words were so shocking that it caused the hearts of many people in the surroundings to tremble. Naturally, those words gave Si Xuanmei even more pressure. She roared, "If you dare to kill me, my master will definitely not let you off. Although you have some strength, you are not my master's opponent. Moreover, this is the Resplendent Academy. Killing is not allowed here. You dare to violate the rules?" She hated and feared Lin Ling at the same time. She hated the fact that Lin Ling had stolen all of her limelight and was humiliating her now. She was afraid that Lin Ling was a person who dared to take responsibility for his actions and did whatever he wanted. Therefore, she had no choice but to threaten him with words. So what? However, Lin Ling still said the same sentence. It was cold as if he was emotionless. Moreover, as he walked, the terrifying aura around him became denser. His killing intent surged as if it was going to freeze the world. At this moment, not only Si Xuanmei, but even the faces of the second-generation disciples turned pale. Lin Ling, the Resplendent Academy is one of the 3 great academies. It is not your home. I am sure that when you make your move, someone will interrupt you. You must not kill your fellow disciples. Si Xuanmei took a step back and spoke rapidly. It was as if she was afraid that Lin Ling would kill her if she was too slow. Many people even trembled violently when they saw this fairy-like genius. However, at this moment, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and said indifferently, "Are you afraid of me?" It was a calm sentence, but it was like a thunderclap that left Si Xuanmei speechless. In the past, she was a goddess that countless geniuses looked up to. She was the object of countless men's yearning. However, she was now afraid of a rising star. Moreover, even if she wanted to refute Lin Ling, her body had already betrayed her. No one would believe her. You said that the Resplendent Academy does not allow murder and killing fellow disciples? Lin Ling asked again. Si Xuanmei forced herself to focus and replied. So what if you kill fellow disciples? Lin Ling asked again. Killing fellow disciples is an ugly and despicable act. It is a disgrace to the academy. Si Xuanmei thought that Lin Ling was afraid of the academy's rules, so she made the rules sound even more serious. Then let me ask you, how did Yuer go missing? However, Lin Ling's next sentence stunned Si Xuanmei. Yuer was framed by her. Now that her life and death were unknown, she was also considered killing fellow disciples. And when she said that killing fellow disciples was an ugly and despicable act, she was also talking about herself. At this moment, she wanted to say something but stopped. Her face was green and red, and she was extremely ashamed. Originally, Yuer's disappearance would not be known as long as she did not say anything. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had forced her to say it last time. This made it clear to everyone. At this moment, many people were looking at Si Xuanmei with strange gazes. Ugly and despicable act. This was referring to Si Xuanmei, right? She seemed to be scolding herself. You! At this moment, Si Xuanmei was too ashamed to face anyone. However, at this moment, Lin Ling said again, "You should also want to kill me." Yes. Yes. Si Xuanmei did not hide her thoughts. Her eyes were red as she replied. Lin Ling made her lose face, and even her master lost face. How could she not want to kill Lin Ling? It's normal. I made you lose your reputation, making you more like a witch. You definitely want to kill me. Since you want to kill me, why should I be so afraid? Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, many people nodded. Si Xuanmei wanted Lin Ling dead, and Lin Ling naturally wanted her dead. Since they were sworn enemies, why would Lin Ling be afraid of Si Xuanmei's master? Perhaps, Lin Ling did not even fear the rules of Resplendent Academy. You might not be able to kill her. Calm. However, at this moment, one of the 10 second-generation geniuses behind Si Xuanmei spoke indifferently. This person was not tall, but he was very muscular. He had a square face, but it gave people a feeling that his square face was like steel, and there was an unapproachable expression. Genji. Everyone stared at the short and muscular youth and could not help but exclaim. Because this was the strongest genius of the second generation. No one would have thought that the number 1 genius of the second generation, Genji, would personally speak to Lin Ling. In fact, the reason why the 10 second-generation geniuses were silent was because they wanted to see how strong the rising star Lin Ling was. However, the result did not disappoint them. This Lin Ling was like a dragon soaring into the sky. After entering the second generation, he was extremely fearless. Even if they were here, Lin Ling would directly ignore them. This kind of disregard made them very unhappy. I know you will quibble, but don't forget, Si Xuanmei has a 5th grade awakened godly body. It's just that her cultivation time is too short, that's why she lost to you. If given more time, you will definitely lose. This also means that if you dare to challenge Si Xuanmei again, you will definitely die. Chapter 2545. A 5th grade talent that sealed everything. Many people pondered for a moment before nodding. A 5th grade awakened godly body? It could be said that within the second generation, there were no more than 5 people with such a talent. Hence, Si Xuanmei was destined to enter the first generation. If given enough time, Si Xuanmei could indeed become very strong. It's better to know one's limits, or else you won't even know what happened when you die. Genji said again. Thanks for the reminder, I know that many people are unhappy with me, Lin Ling. But if you want to kill me, then come. Why bother with all this nonsense? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Within the second generation, geniuses were as common as clouds. Some even came from Grand Courtyard Prefecture. Hence, many wanted him dead. Perhaps even the strongest second-generation geniuses had the same thought. Unfortunately, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. If they wanted Lin Ling dead, if they wanted Lin Ling to make a fool of himself, then come. You said before that Si Xuanmei's talent is very strong, but her training time is too short. That's why I was able to defeat her? Lin Ling spoke. Isn't that the case? Genji nodded. From his point of view, Si Xuanmei was considered a genius, while Lin Ling was still lacking. Then let me ask you, is it her who has been in Resplendent Academy longer, or is it me? Let me ask you again, what is her cultivation level, and what is mine? Lin Ling smiled faintly. His words caused Genji's pupils to dilate. It was undeniable that Si Xuanmei's talent was very strong. If her cultivation level increased by a bit, even Genji would have to be wary. However, Lin Ling's cultivation level was even lower, yet he was able to defeat Si Xuanmei. Then why not give Lin Ling some time? The answer was simple. No matter how strong Si Xuanmei became, she still wasn't Lin Ling's opponent. Lin Ling was a genius who came later. He started from the last generation of candidates and finally became a second-generation genius. At that time, Si Xuanmei was already a second-generation genius. This means that Lin Ling entered Resplendent Academy later than Si Xuanmei. Some of the geniuses said solemnly, causing Genji to frown. He had missed this point. Don't you feel that what you said before was like slapping your own face? Seeing this, Lin Ling gave tit for tat, and his words were mixed with sarcasm. Hearing this, Genji's face darkened. It was obvious that he had lost face. I can't deny that you have a sharp tongue. However, the price you have to pay to humiliate the number 1 genius of the second generation is very heavy. I admit that you are a genius. Let me ask you for some advice. Genji took a step forward, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Words could make him lose face, but he could counterattack with strength and make Lin Ling return in a sorry state. It can't be, senior brother Genji made a move. Lin Ling is too arrogant. He didn't even give senior brother Genji any face. How could senior brother Genji just swallow it? Could it be that Genji Shixiang killed Lin Ling? No one thought that Genji would suddenly make a move. This caused many of the second generation to be filled with anticipation. Genji was the #1 genius of the second generation, and Lin Ling was the most dazzling genius of the second generation. The two were about to clash. However, no one thought highly of Lin Ling. After all, the #1 genius of the second generation was famous in the 3 academies. He was much stronger than Lin Ling. You can't win, so you use force? However, everyone thought that Lin Ling would be afraid. Who knew that Lin Ling only laughed as though he wasn't surprised by this outcome. Your mouth is too smelly, I'm just teaching you to have some temper. Genji laughed coldly. If he didn't suppress Lin Ling, this Lin Ling wouldn't know what a senior brother was. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you aren't enough for me to break Resplendent Academy's rules. However, I will humiliate you. Along with his voice, a turbulent black fog shot out from his body. Like circles of clouds, it sealed off the entire area. These clouds had a domineering aura, suppressing the second generations in the surroundings to the point that they couldn't even move a single step. The #1 genius of the second generation, his strength was indeed terrifying. Genji is facing a junior brother and he actually used his innate talent. See Xuanmei, don't worry. This junior brother will be humiliated today. The other second generation juniors said. They had fought with Genji for many years and knew how difficult and terrifying the latter was. Peak of the World King Realm? A 5th grade awakened godly body. At the same time, Lin Ling let out a dignified voice. A 5th grade awakened godly body, the same as Si Xuanmei. However, Si Xuanmei's innate talent wasn't good enough while Genji's was. You have a good eye. From the rolling black clouds, a faint laughter floated out and enveloped Lin Ling. In that instant, the world seemed to disappear. At the same time, a huge black coffin appeared in the sky. Rolling black gas poured out from the coffin. 5th grade awakened godly body, evil light mystic body. This wasn't a ghost attribute talent but a dark attribute talent. It could absorb all energy and control a martial artist's life and death. Without a 5th grade awakened godly body, he can't resist. Among the second generation juniors, one of them shook his head and said, talent was the foundation for a genius to fight above their level. If one's talent was higher, then they would win without a doubt. Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't as high as Genji's and his talent wasn't as good. How could he resist? Now that he's in the black world, he's isolated from the martial god world and the other worlds. He's trapped in a prison. If he doesn't slap himself 3 times, Genji won't let him out. He might even be scared to tears. The others also sneered one after another. Hearing this, the surrounding people stared at the black fog, guessing in their hearts. Could the black fog trap any strong martial artist? This was too heaven-defying. Even a world has been trapped before. As if sensing everyone's shock, another second-generation junior explained. Using the black fog to trap a world, this ability was too heaven-defying. At this moment, Yu and the rest were extremely worried. Especially Yu. She had heard of Genji before. It was said that once his talent was used, any martial artist trapped in the black fog would have their strength sucked away. They could only be defeated in the end. Hence, she didn't know how Lin Ling would deal with this talent. Among them, only Tang Yue wasn't worried about Lin Ling, because she knew Lin Ling's strength too well. A half-step true immortal realm martial artist lost to Lin Ling. Genji wasn't even a half-step true immortal yet. What a mysterious talent! At this moment, in the rolling black fog, Lin Ling found himself in the darkness as if he was in another world. Fire. Lin Ling activated the time fire. However, the fire couldn't break through the darkness. Obviously, the time fire's level was too low and couldn't suppress Genji's talent. This reminded Lin Ling of a memory. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had also come into contact with such a mystical ability. That powerhouse was also of the dark attribute, but his darkness could cover the 1,000 realms whirling. He had once covered countless realms in the Western realm in darkness, and once enveloped by the darkness, even the table in front of him would disappear. This talent was indeed terrifying. Interesting. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. The martial god world was filled with geniuses. There were bound to be monstrous geniuses that surprised Lin Ling. In the outside world, you can easily open the martial god path and enter. However, in my world, any attack is useless. If you don't believe me, you can try. Chapter 2546. Follow up the victory. Lin Ling had already tried this before. Don't think that you will be fine if you don't move because your Jie Yuan will be continuously absorbed. After 3 incense sticks of time, you will be crying and begging for mercy. That voice laughed coldly before disappearing. Genji did not even need to do anything and Lin Ling would be exhausted. Once he released Lin Ling, 1 finger would be enough to defeat Lin Ling. My Jie Yuan is indeed continuously disappearing. Lin Ling was another method to discover the darkness. His talent was truly heaven-defying. Think about it, if you could not find an opponent and could not escape, then your Jie Yuan would continuously disappear. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they would not be able to do anything. After that, Lin Ling took out god crystals and continuously refined them to recover his Jie Yuan. However, he was shocked to find that the recovery speed of his Jie Yuan could not compare to the absorption speed. Truly a talent that cannot be underestimated. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. With this talent, Genji did not have many opponents in the half-step true god realm. However, Genji had clearly underestimated Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling had 2 danshians, his Jie Yuan was endless. If he wanted to absorb, then let him absorb. It was just a waste of time. Lin Ling could afford to play. At this moment, outside, the sounds of shock were still like waves. The crowd looked at the huge coffin and finally knew how terrifying Genji was. Senior brother Genji is still the strongest. Thank you for standing up for junior sister Xuanmei. See, Xuanmei bowed to Genji. She thought that Lin Ling must be very embarrassed right now. No worries, the number 1 second-generation rookie, although he has some ability, but to me, it's just SOSO. Genji waved his hand indifferently, enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. Genji, what are you doing? Come. At this moment, several figures walked over from afar. They were the seniors from Resplendent Academy. One of them was Ancestor Long Po. He just giving some pointers to junior brother. Ha! Genji knew, the matter of teaching Lin Ling a lesson had to be temporarily put aside. However, this was enough to make Lin Ling restrain himself. This Lin Ling doesn't have much ability, but he knows quite a lot of people. Every time, he has to rely on some seniors to help him. I see that he became a new talent of the 2nd generation. Looks like it was done in secret by a senior. The other geniuses of the 2nd generation said sarcastically. Ah, that's all he's got. He can only rely on you, senior. But since you're here, I'll let him go. Hearing that, Genji laughed heartily, waving his right hand. The black fog surged back into the coffin. Since Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others are here, Genji doesn't dare to be too arrogant. Therefore, he didn't teach Lin Ling a lesson. Ah! Seeing Genji's carefree and domineering actions, many of the 2nd generation geniuses laughed out loud. One of them asked, "How's Lin Ling now?" His realm essence has been sucked dry. Right now, he probably doesn't even have the strength to stand up. It is very likely that he is kneeling. Genji immediately said. He was very confident. Only an 8th layer realm king. 3 incense sticks of time was enough to suck his realm essence dry. Perhaps Lin Ling might be unconscious right now. That would be interesting to watch. Even Si Xuanmei was looking forward to it. These guys. After Ancestor Dragon Granny arrived, her expression was extremely ugly. These strongest 2nd generation geniuses were clearly bullying Lin Ling, wanting to make Lin Ling lose face. But Genji and the others didn't violate the rules of the academy and didn't kill anyone. Therefore, she couldn't do anything. At this time, the black fog finally dispersed, revealing a slender figure. It was Lin Ling. "Brother Ling." Yu was the first to shout, her voice filled with worry. "No need for Brother Ling to be in front, Brother Ling to be behind. He's very weak now. Your voice can make him faint." A genius lightly said, his face full of ridicule. "I'll test it out a little." And at this time, Genji stepped forwards. Beneath Ancestor Dragon Granny's surprise, he actually attacked Lin Ling. "Don't worry, I won't harm him. I will suppress my cultivation to the 5th layer of the World King realm and see if he can block it." Genji's fists billowed, his realm essence roaring. However, Lin Ling's realm essence had been sucked dry. Not to mention a 5th layer World King, even a 1st layer World King would be enough to make Lin Ling retreat in distress. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others wanted to stop him, but it was clearly too late. Si Xuanmei was excited. She looked forward to Lin Ling being smashed to the ground by this fist and losing all face. Of course, many people also had this thought. Only Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and Sword were so angry that they clenched their teeth. This was going too far. And the fist was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. But Lin Ling still didn't move, as if he hadn't noticed at all. "He's so weak he can't react." Someone laughed sarcastically, thinking that Lin Ling was already in a semi-conscious state. However, just as his words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Ling's body, as if a sleeping lion had awoken. How was this still the weak Lin Ling? This was simply the vigor of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. "You want to exchange fists with me?" At this moment, Lin Ling's narrowed eyes shone with a cold light. Like a sword being unsheathed, his aura soared to the heavens. His fist also punched out. Bang! The fists collided. Terrifying realm essence erupted, causing some 3rd-generation juniors to lose their footing. But their faces were filled with fear. Lin Ling, shouldn't his realm essence have been sucked dry? How could he be so fierce now? Of course, the most surprised person was Genji. He maintained his punching posture, but the youth in front of his fist was calm and unmoving, making it difficult for him to take another step forward. At this moment, he was a bit confused. His 5th-grade awakened godhead should have sucked Lin Ling's realm essence dry. Where did Lin Ling's strength come from? This is the number 1 2nd generation? Although he has some skills, but to me, that's all there is to it. Lin Ling maintained his punching posture. Suddenly, the power of his 2nd dantian erupted. He had 2 dantians. Previously, one was sucked dry, but there was still another one. Genji did not think of this point, so his punch did not explode with his full strength. This caused him to be sent flying by Lin Ling's punch. Bang bang bang. With every step Genji took back, the ground beneath his feet would explode, causing cracks to appear. What a terrifying punch. Everyone was shocked by the power of Lin Ling's punch. Genji finally managed to stop his momentum. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling furiously. However, Lin Ling moved, chasing after the victory. His fist punched out once again. This time, it was even more ferocious than before, like a violent storm. Bang! Genji's body had just stabilized, his breathing was unstable. Facing Lin Ling's punch, he could only forcefully use his realm essence to resist. But obviously, the forceful use of his realm essence was not enough. Boom! Lin Ling's 2nd punch was a direct hit to the heart of the matter. His fist caused the void to crackle. Genji let out a pitiful cry. His body was sent flying once again. This time, he was smashed out and not sent flying. Rumble! He directly smashed through a building far away, causing dust to fly everywhere. Countless people's mouths were wide open. The number 1 2nd-generation Genji was actually sent flying by Lin Ling. God! Chapter 2547. The 3 Academies Pride Tournament. One must know that no one thought highly of Lin Ling from the start because no matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, he would never be able to challenge the number 1 of the 2nd generation. However, reality proved that Lin Ling was Resplendent Academy's number 1 monstrous genius. There was nothing he couldn't do. How could this be? Si Xuanmei's face was extremely pale. The more she knew Lin Ling, the more she realized that Lin Ling's strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, Lin Ling was only a second-grade talent. How could he block a fifth-grade talent? This guy was too monstrous. In truth, even Ancestor Long Po was in disbelief. Could it be that a fifth-grade awakened godly body was ineffective against Lin Ling? She was overthinking. Lin Ling definitely couldn't block a fifth-grade awakened godly body, but Lin Ling's strength wasn't just limited to his cultivation realm. At that moment, the geniuses were shocked beyond words, exclaiming at the reality in front of them. As for the strongest second generation, their faces changed from shock to shock and finally to solemnity. Could it be that Lin Ling already had the qualifications to compete for the title of the strongest second generation? Only Lin Ling's face was calm, because he could already defeat a half-step true god. A mere Genji was nothing in his eyes. What made him fearful was only Genji's talent. Punk, 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 punk. Almost at the same time, a series of explosions sounded. Genji walked back with a gloomy face. If it wasn't for Ancestor Long Po, I would have defeated you today. I'll return the same words to you. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He even wanted to try. Genji didn't expect Lin Ling to embarrass him. Not only was he not lucky, he even looked like he wanted to fight again. This was a huge humiliation to him. I underestimated you just now. I didn't even use my full strength, otherwise how could I have been defeated by you? Genji's voice was very low. The number one of the second generation actually lost. If the other two academies' opponents knew, they would laugh at him. Not repelled but sent flying. Lin Ling smiled and corrected his words. Also, are you the only one who hasn't used your full strength? You! Genji shouted again, you! He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Lin Ling is so arrogant, he's not afraid of Genji at all. That's right, I thought he would lower his voice in front of Genji, who knew he wasn't afraid at all. Could it be that he's still hiding his strength? Seeing Lin Ling and Genji going head-to-head, many of the geniuses looked at Lin Ling in a new light. Today's Lin Ling was clearly a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. As for Si Xuanmei, her face was gloomy. Lin Ling was getting further and further away from her. If she did not increase her strength, she would definitely be killed by Lin Ling. She suddenly felt an enormous pressure in her heart. Ah, Lin Ling, not bad at all. At this time, Ancestor Long Granny's laughter could be heard. Lin Ling had gone missing previously. Who would have thought that after his return, his strength would increase so much that he would be able to fight against the number one second generation? This guy surpassed those powerful geniuses as if it was as simple as drinking water. I knew that you guys would fight sooner or later, but the Pride Tournament of the 3 academies is coming. The fight for the number one second generation can start during the Pride Tournament. Ancestor Long Granny said. That's right, I almost forgot about that. The Pride Tournament of the 3 academies, that's the battle of pride between the 3 academies. Speaking of it, I'm actually excited. I'm afraid that Lin Ling and Genji's battle will be left for that time. Hearing Ancestor Long Granny's words, many of the geniuses started to discuss, and many of them were in high spirits. The Pride Tournament of the 3 academies, that was a battle between the second generation of the 3 academies. Genji was the number one second generation of the Resplendent Academy, but he was obviously not the number one second generation of the 3 academies. Therefore, even Genji was looking forward to such a competition. Lin Ling, see you in the Pride Tournament, let's see who's more arrogant. Genji looked at Lin Ling and said. He no longer dared to treat Lin Ling as an ant. I'm sorry, but you don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. I'm curious about the number one second generation of the other academies. Unfortunately, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Through the previous battle, he had a rough understanding of the second generation of the Resplendent Academy. Therefore, his goal was to be the number one second generation of the other academies. Since he would become the number one first generation sooner or later, he could use the Pride Tournament to see his own flaws and see how powerful the geniuses of the 3 academies were. This was the 3rd time Genji had shouted, today. He never thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant that he would not treat him as an opponent. Previously, he had only underestimated his opponent. If he were to use his full strength, Lin Ling would not be his opponent. Unfortunately, a win was a win, and a loss was a loss. No matter what excuses he came up with, he could not erase the humiliation from before. Everyone, disperse. Ancestor Longpa looked deeply at Genji and said lightly. She then smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, follow me." Lin Ling nodded and looked coldly at Si Xuanmei before leaving with Yu Yu and the rest. That look was a threat, telling Si Xuanmei that her good days were numbered. That look made Si Xuanmei's heart tremble. She hated Lin Ling even more. Lin Ling was forcing her into a dead end, not giving her a way out. She and Lin Ling only had a small conflict. Who knew that Lin Ling would bully her like this? At this moment, she treated Lin Ling as a life and death enemy. She had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. When she was thinking about this, she didn't realize that when she harmed An Yu, she had also given An Yu a way to live. As for Genji, he stood there coldly. He still did not understand how Lin Ling had sent him flying. Why was his talent ineffective against Lin Ling? At this moment, Lin Ling was walking with Ancestor Longpa. Beside him was Senior Dandelion. The two of them looked at Lin Ling in shock. "Your strength has increased again?" "Yes." Ancestor Longpa finally could not help but ask. A true genius was not as simple as increasing one's realm. Increasing one's strength was the most important. "Moreover, I can sense the aura of Sword Heart from you." Senior Dandelion was a powerful swordsman, so she said thoughtfully. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. In front of these seniors, he could not hide anything. He immediately said, "Yes, I have indeed comprehended Sword Heart." "Yes." "You." "Yes." Dandelion and Ancestor Longpa stopped in their tracks at the same time and looked at Lin Ling in horror. One must know that the Academy had been paying attention to Lin Ling because Lin Ling's cultivation speed was too fast. However, some opponents believed that Lin Ling was just a flash in the pan. He was strong in the beginning but not strong enough in the end. But who knew that Lin Ling's momentum did not decrease at all? His realm increased quickly, and even his strength was the same. "What? You have comprehended Sword Heart?" Beside him, Falling Flowers Flowing Water also exclaimed. He looked at Lin Ling from head to toe as if he was looking at a monster. His master was one of the top 10 sword immortals in Qingzhou, so he knew what Sword Heart represented. His master had once said that only with Sword Heart could one be considered a true ultimate sword Dao. And his master had comprehended Sword Heart 8,000 years later. Chapter 2548. Flame World Fragment. I was just lucky. Seeing Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword's terrified expression, Lin Ling smiled and said casually, "Lin Ling, I won't call you Lord in the future, okay? Can I call you Master? I'll kneel to you, please enlighten me on my Sword Heart." Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword smiled bitterly and almost knelt to Lin Ling. With the Sword Heart, his battle strength had doubled. Because the Sword Heart was also primal chaos energy, it had probably reached the first level. "Your talent is too weak. I don't want to recruit such a mediocre disciple." Hearing this, Lin Ling looked at Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword seriously and said indifferently, "Oh Lord, don't joke around." Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword was speechless. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others laughed and then led the group forward. Ancestor Dragon Granny suddenly said seriously, "The Pride Tournament is not only a tournament for personal glory, but also a tournament for the school. Lin Ling, you will represent the second generation and win glory for the Resplendent Academy. Don't lose face for the Resplendent Academy." Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. "However, don't look down on the second generation. The first generation of the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy and Song Ling Academy are all extremely strong. They can fight against a half-step true god. Moreover, their talent is not weak. Your talent is currently your weakness, and so is your cultivation realm. The Pride Tournament will be held in about a year. Use this 1 year to stabilize your realm." Ancestor Dragon Granny and Senior Dandelion continued. A year was very short, and it was difficult to increase one's cultivation. However, if one stabilized their realm, their strength would increase by about 10%. In order to increase the strength of the second generation, the Academy has decided to let all the second generation enter the myriad worlds. Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Enter the myriad worlds to comprehend? What was that? In the infinite worlds, the Resplendent Academy has its own independent void. It has a place to raise the strength of the Sword Tao, 5 elements, Buddha, wind, and so on. You only need to choose one of them. Ancestor Dragon Granny continued, it's very difficult to open these independent voids. It costs a lot, so it's an extremely rare opportunity. You have to grasp it well. That's great. It's actually an independent void. That chess boy immediately said in ecstasy. That kind of place was something that could only be encountered by chance. This was also the reason why so many geniuses wanted to join the 3 great academies. You're not the second generation yet, so you don't have a chance this time. Only Lin Ling and Yu can enter. However, Senior Dandelion glanced at Chess Boy and immediately attacked him. This made Chess Boy gloomy. He wished he was the second generation. However, he didn't have Lin Ling's monstrous talent. He could only cultivate one step at a time and slowly become stronger. Lin Ling and Yu looked at each other. Yu immediately said, I'll go to the 5 Elements Department. The 5 Elements Department is all-encompassing. It's the most difficult to comprehend. Are you sure? Senior Dandelion asked with a frown. One had to know that there were many types of martial arts department in the academy. For example, the fire element, earth element, and so on. However, the 5 Elements Department included these independent voids. It was even more complicated. It was possible to return empty-handed. Yu nodded with determination in her eyes. There's only one chance. If you miss it, there won't be another. I hope you can choose the best independent void. Of course, if you're sure, we won't stop you. Ancestor Dragon Granny didn't persuade anymore. She looked at Lin Ling and asked, What about you? Lin Ling was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. There were many places he could go, but he could only choose one. What about the refinement department? Or the sword Tao department? Moreover, there were also the soul department that could increase one's soul power. Soon, Lin Ling made a decision and said, I'll go to the fire department. That's a good choice. Your current fire element talent is too low. If you go to the fire department, it's very likely that you'll be greatly improved in this field. Ancestor Dragon Granny nodded with satisfaction. She never had to worry about Lin Ling's cultivation. Lin Ling seemed to know his shortcomings and strengths better than anyone else. It felt as if Lin Ling was a powerful warrior. Then the 2 of you should prepare. We'll set off in 3 days. Ancestor Dragon Granny said. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others gave their blessings to Lin Ling and Yu. After all, this year's cultivation was related to the upcoming Pride Tournament. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Ling could rule the world among the second generation of the 3 great academies. The crowd quickly separated. Lin Ling held Yu's hand and walked around the Resplendent Academy. He also told her about his return to the rainforest's sacred land. How are Grandpa and the others? Speaking of this, Yu's mood clearly became excited. Very good. By the way, has reached the Martial Emperor realm. It won't be long before he can comprehend the boundary seed and come to us. Lin Ling said in a good mood. That little guy is very hard-working. I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him. I forgot to mention this. Has also found a partner. Her name is Huang Ying. She seems to have a good personality and she likes her very much. Really? Or has grown up. Hee, maybe in a few years, or will have a child and you will be a grandmother. You're so annoying. You're going to be a grandfather too. The 2 of them talked as they walked. It was like their childhood dream, to hold hands and travel around the universe. All of this was obviously not easy to come by. One must know that in this chaotic universe, many people who loved each other could not be together. In the end, they were separated by yin and yang. And all of this was due to Lin Ling's contribution. He also knew that all of this was brought about by strength. Only with great strength could one protect everything. At this moment, his heart was incomparably tranquil. He came from another world and did not expect that he would come to this day. Even his son was about to marry a wife. Although his life had been filled with blood and tears, it was also extremely perfect. Of course, the battle was not over. Lin Ling still had to avenge Li Xiaoyao's great hatred. 3 days later, Lin Ling and Yu Yu were led by ancestor Long Pe to the independent void. This independent void was in the chaotic universe. When Lin Ling and the rest appeared there were a large number of whirlpools floating in the starry sky, revealing a mysterious aura. According to legend, the independent void was born from a mutated world. There were countless treasures in it. At this moment, a large number of figures were shuttling back and forth in the starry sky. They were all the second generation of the Resplendent Academy. They were pacing back and forth in front of the whirlpools, as if they were hesitating about which system to cultivate. And from time to time, there were people walking out of the whirlpools with regretful expressions. Obviously, they had reached their limits. In the 10,000 worlds, one could not cultivate for as long as they wanted. It also depended on one's own limits. Once one reached their limits, the consequences would be unimaginable if they forced themselves to stay. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. He's also here. It seems like he wants to work hard for the Pride Tournament. I heard that Genji has also entered the independent void. He's going for the dark system. I'm looking forward to their confrontation. Many people also saw Lin Ling and whispered among themselves. Among the second generation of the Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling was now a celebrity. Ordinary second generation did not dare to provoke him. They only respected and worshipped him. Let's go. Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling smiled at Yu Yu. Yu Yu nodded and the two walked side by side. Yu Yu had chosen the independent void of the 5 elements. Chapter 2549. World of Strange Flames. After entering, an indescribable feeling arose spontaneously, making Lin Ling feel as if he had returned to his hometown. Flame's home. Flame World. This was a fragment of Flame World. In the past, the Flame World was extremely famous in the primal chaos. The martial artists there were only slightly weaker than the martial god world. Unfortunately, in the primordial era, there was an earth-shaking war. The water god and fire god clashed, causing the flame world to shatter. Countless fragments formed a new world, and some fragments entered an independent void. I hope that my fire talent can increase here. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He found that the time steel was restless. It was as though he had returned to his mother's embrace. The time steel was one of the first flames in the universe. He was naturally excited to come to Flame World. Crackle. What entered his eyes was the lava continent. These flames were scarier than he had imagined. There were many types. Lin Ling even saw the yellow spring flame. Lin Ling had comprehended the path of fire since he was young and had refined many flames. However, there were more strange flames here than Lin Ling had imagined. It was even Lin Ling's first time seeing many strange flames. The continent was vast and boundless, and its colors varied from light to dark. In fact, even the flames in the distant lands were blood red. The deeper he went, the more extraordinary the flames were. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, purple flames shot into the sky from the ground ahead. These were purple flames. Ling Xiao flames. Lin Ling recognized these flames. They were strange flames of a grade 1 Xian body. Swallow them. Lin Ling rushed forward and appeared in the middle of the purple flames. His second dantian started to crazily absorb the flames. Lin Ling's time fire was of a higher level. The purple flames did not dare to resist as though they had seen the ancestor of fire. They were absorbed by Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling's time fire was also increasing in level. His second dantian was also increasing in level. Using the power of the purple flames, my first dantian also increased in level. Lin Ling was undoubtedly very excited. The Flame World fragment was really a treasure ground. No wonder so many people wanted to enter here. Pa pa pa. With the help of the purple flames, Lin Ling's spacetime flame was actually getting closer and closer to the third-grade awakened divine body. But gradually, the purple flames didn't have much effect. There are more heavenly flames in the depths. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he rushed forward. He only had 1 year to cultivate in the Fire Dao system, so he definitely had to race against time to cultivate. Rumble! Tongues of fire gushed out from the ground in front of him. Dragon-shaped flames soared into the sky and interweaved continuously. It was a ghastly sight. Reverse dragon fire. This was a second-grade Xian body. If it was placed in the rainforest's sacred ground, it would be enough to make countless martial artists of the fire martial Dao fight for it. Swallow. However, when these dragon-shaped flames met Lin Ling, they immediately submitted and were crazily absorbed by Lin Ling. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's first dantian increased in strength, reaching the 9th stage of the World King realm. As for the reverse dragon fire, it gradually lost its effect. But Lin Ling was very satisfied because his second dantian seemed about to rise in boundary. Thus, he continued onward. But the further he went, the more martial artists began to appear in the flames. They were the second generation of Radiant Academy. Below a mountain range, black flames roared into the sky. Several figures were bathed in the flames, slowly increasing their strength. These black flames were called sun-eclipsing heaven absolute flames. It was a specialty of the southern border and also a talent that fused darkness and fire together. These flames were clearly more precious, but they were also more helpful to fire attribute martial artists. Newcomer, get out of my way. At this time, a cold shout sounded out. It was clear that these fire attribute geniuses were unhappy with newcomers because they were also fighting over their fire attribute cultivation resources. Gene Faming is cultivating and someone actually dares to join him. They are simply seeking death. Gene Faming is the third-ranked genius of the fire attribute second generation. When it comes to playing with fire, who dares to provoke him? Aren't there several people beside Gene Faming? How come they can cultivate together with Gene Faming? Many geniuses were watching from a distance. Although they also wanted to enter the black flames to cultivate, they had to wait for Gene Faming and the others to leave first. This was an unwritten rule. If a powerhouse was cultivating and they didn't want to be disturbed, then they had to get out, unless they were stronger than them. Those people have quite the background. One of them is a member of the Heavenly Court, and the other is from the Flying Dragon organization. In addition, they have curried favor with Gene Faming, so Gene Faming will definitely not chase them away. Someone immediately said. Many geniuses nodded in agreement. Heavenly Court and the Flying Dragon organization both had illustrious reputations. If there wasn't anything important, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. It looks like we can only wait for Gene Faming to finish cultivating before we can swallow the sun-eclipsing heaven absolute flames. Some other geniuses shook their heads and sighed. Then, they looked at the newcomer, thinking that he would come to their side. However, they were surprised. The newcomer didn't seem to hear Gene Faming's words and directly flew into the sun-eclipsing heaven absolute flames. At this moment, Gene Faming and the other flame geniuses frowned. Sir, don't you understand human language? A flame appeared in the hand of one of the handsome young men. He played with the flame and said indifferently. This person was an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization. Unlike other assassins, he didn't like to hide his identity. He directly announced his identity as an assassin, which made many people in the second generation wary of him. The newcomer was Lin Ling. He stared at the sun-eclipsing heaven absolute flames and couldn't help but laugh. He had a feeling that if he swallowed these flames, his second dantian would also be upgraded. Laughing, the flame in the handsome young man's hand roared and soared into the sky. It actually turned into a flame storm. Because Lin Ling was actually ignoring him? Don't do the same thing 3 times. I don't want to say the same thing 3 times. His voice was as hot as the flames, domineering and magnificent. At this moment, Lin Ling finally looked over and shook his head. He didn't say anything and punched out. Crackle crackle. After reaching the 9th level of the World King realm, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. His fist seemed to burn through the void. Bang! The handsome young man didn't think that Lin Ling would attack so suddenly. He was sent flying backwards by the powerful strength, rushing out of the sun, eclipsing heaven absolute flames. In fact, even if Lin Ling had warned him, he still might not have been able to block Lin Ling's attack. Pung ping pung! The handsome young man rolled on the ground like a sandbag, finally smashing into the distance. He stared at Lin Ling with horror. He discovered that Lin Ling was extremely strong. Who was this person? He could be considered a famous person amongst the second generation, but he had never seen Lin Ling before. In fact, Lin Ling had repelled Genji not too long ago. Only those present at the time knew about this. There weren't many of these flame system geniuses that knew about this. You drove him away. Chapter 2550. The Tao of Fire was rising crazily. He wanted to chase me away, so I chased him away. Lin Ling turned his head and smiled. Ah! The young man was stunned, and so was the genius named Jin Feiming. Just because of such a simple reason? We were here first, and you chased him away as soon as you arrived. Don't you think you're too arrogant? Jin Feiming walked out of the flames with his head lowered, as if a flame god had arrived. Seeing this, the faces of the crowd in the distance turned solemn. Jin Feiming, who was ranked third in the Tao of Fire, seemed to be angry. Of course, this was normal. If one wanted to cultivate in the eclipse sky extinction flames, they would need Jin Feiming's permission. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Is this your home? However, Lin Ling sneered. Although it's not my home, there are unwritten rules everywhere. Jin Feiming's eyes turned even colder, causing Lin Ling to smile and shake his head. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. You two get lost. He took a step forward, and the flames of time burst out. Within the flames, rolling fire fists descended. You're courting death. Jin Feiming's eyes narrowed, and he also burst out his own Tao of Fire. It turned into the Pride of Flames and collided with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, no matter if he was ranked third or first in the Tao of Fire, he was still not enough to face the top genius of the second generation. Lin Ling did not intend to provoke anyone when he came here to cultivate because he was going to continue moving forward. However, who knew that Jin Feiming would chase him away? Therefore, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. Let's see who will chase who away. Boom! The collision of the two types of flames caused a violent explosion. In the next moment, Jin Feiming was sent flying backward with colorful flames and smashed into a distant place. Jin Feiming was also chased away? The hearts of the geniuses in the distance trembled. As for the remaining person in the eclipse sky extinction flames, he was from the heavenly court. He looked at Lin Ling in horror. I'm Fu Gaohan from the heavenly court. Brother, can you give me some face? Heavenly court? Lin Ling smiled. If Jin Feiming didn't provoke him, he wouldn't have bothered with him. But people from the heavenly court? Even if the other party did not provoke him, Lin Ling did not intend to let him go. Scram. Taking a step forward, the surging aura caused the sun obliterating heavenly flames to turn into a tornado. Within the flames, a fist struck towards Fu Gaohan. This guy. The geniuses who were watching from afar were all in disbelief. Who was that person? He was actually so tyrannical, daring to provoke every single one of the powerful fire attribute geniuses. Bang bang bang. Within the flaming tornadoes, Fu Gaohan of the heavenly court was blasted away and smashed into a distant place. Come in and try again before I finish devouring. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's domineering voice drifted out, causing Jin Feiming and the other two to be enraged. However, there was nothing they could do. In the short clash before, they immediately knew that Lin Ling's strength was simply unfathomable. Most importantly, they had never heard of such a character before. There weren't many famous geniuses in the fire attribute. They knew each other, but they had never seen such a character before. Crackle crackle. At this moment, Lin Ling was devouring the sun, obliterating heavenly flames. His cultivation realm was also rising. His second Dantian had entered the 8th stage of the World King realm. His Chaos Divine formula was extremely heaven-defying. As long as he used precious cultivation resources, He could refine any treasure. Let's go further. Then Lin Ling excitedly smiled. He grasped the time and shot forward. This guy finished devouring so quickly? Seeing Lin Ling disappear, many fire attribute geniuses exclaimed. Because the refining speed was fast, this meant that Lin Ling's fire attribute talent was very high. And their guess was correct. Although Lin Ling's spacetime flame was only second grade, his spacetime divine steel could be said to be the first flame ancestor's existence. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Could he be a new rising second generation? That's the only explanation. But in these past few years, there have been many rising second generation geniuses. I just don't know who he is. We'll know who he is sooner or later. Jean Faming and the others stared into the distance. At the beginning, they were very resentful towards Lin Ling, but now, that resentment had gradually diminished. The reason was that Lin Ling was too strong. So strong that they didn't dare to easily resent or provoke him. Lin Ling was like a dragon crossing a river. He crazily rushed forward. Along the way, he devoured several types of strange flames, causing his awakened divine body to get closer and closer to the third grade. Gradually, the level of the flames in front of him became even higher. They had actually reached the 8th grade of the mystic body. There were many people around, but there weren't many people devouring flames. This was because they had reached their limit. So, they were slowly refining on the side and watching the only person devouring. As expected of the second-ranked genius of the fire attribute. Not only is he ranked second in the fire attribute, his overall strength is ranked 18th among the second-generation geniuses. Other than the number 1 in the fire attribute, no one can stop his pride. Wow! So handsome! Wow! The young geniuses all around were talking. Among them, there was no lack of women. At this moment, they were looking at the figure in the flames with admiration. That figure stood there quietly, looking up at the sky. He stretched out his hand, as if he was enjoying something, and there was a deep look in his eyes. What was even more frightening was that white snow was falling from the sky. It fluttered down, adding a touch to the artistic conception. It was snowing in the flames. This young man's ability was not simple. Of course, his aloofness and loneliness were fatal to some women. The flames around him were beast flames. At this moment, they all transformed and roared at the young man, but the young man was indifferent. These beast flames were called void-piercing morning soul beasts. According to legend, they were strange flames that were born in the body of the realm-swallowing beast. Everything related to the realm-swallowing beast was extremely mysterious and powerful. However, at this moment, a figure quickly shot down from the sky and appeared in the void-piercing morning soul beast flames. Who is that? Chi! At this moment, many geniuses' eyes lit up. However, they did not care too much. After all, devouring beast flames was something that everyone had a chance to do. That Yi was not a very domineering person. He would not chase people away. The person who came was Lin Ling. He glanced at the young man who controlled the snow flames. He was a little surprised, but he did not pay much attention to him. He also began to devour the beast flames. If he was not mistaken, that young man had a 4th-grade awakened godly body, snow floating in flames. It was extremely powerful. A 2nd-grade awakened godly body? At the same time, the young man finally looked at Lin Ling, but he shook his head. A 2nd-grade awakened godly body was indeed not bad. Unfortunately, in front of the strongest genius in the fire attribute, its brilliance dimmed a lot. He guessed that in about 3 incense sticks worth of time, the young man would definitely leave this place. The crowd in the distance also had the same thought. After all, there was no lack of 3rd-grade awakened godly bodies, but they could only last for 1 day in the beast flames. Chapter 2551. Devouring Beast Fire. Flames are alive. They have their own souls. If you want to refine these beast flames, you must at least find their souls and listen to their lives. At this time, Ji, who was not far away, suddenly spoke, which made Lin Ling frown slightly. He glanced around and found that Ji was talking to him. Because there were only the 2 of them inside the beast flame. You don't agree? Noticing Lin Ling's frown, Scorch indifferently said. He spread open his arms, and snowy flames still drifted down from the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Agreed. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. That's good. Try your best to listen to their lives. Perhaps you'll be able to benefit greatly from it. Of course, before you can no longer hold on, if you haven't succeeded, you should leave this place. This doesn't mean that your talent and willpower are insufficient. It just means that you and Yan's good fortune has yet to reach its peak. The smile on the young man's face was breathtaking. Lin Ling nodded and continued to cultivate. That guy is so lucky. He actually got Ji to instruct him. Yeah, when we were cultivating in the beast fire, Scorch didn't remind us. What a lucky guy, but Scorch is so handsome and approachable. Compared to Scorch, that guy is like the light of a firefly. Looking at the two people in the beast fire, the geniuses in the distance discussed. They were a little jealous of Lin Ling because Lin Ling had received guidance from Ji. Boom. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out, causing the beast flame to boil and roar continuously. What happened? Many people's expressions changed drastically. Only now did they realize that the ordinary-looking young man seemed to have changed. His aura was growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling almost roared at the sky. His space-time flame had finally reached the level of a third-grade awakened godly body. In fact, he even discovered that his ultimate flame Tao had reached the true realm of Tao. You actually improved your talent? Perceiving Lin Ling's change, Scorch let out a cry of surprise. Lin Ling's second-grade awakened godly body was considered very ordinary in the flame system, but such a talent could also be promoted in the beast fire, and even faster than Scorch. This made Scorch surprised. Furthermore, the aura that was born from Lin Ling's body actually affected the snow flame in his hand, causing the drifting snow to quietly melt. He felt as if he had encountered the ultimate fire Tao. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. You left? Could it be that you've completely swallowed the beast fire? Ji exclaimed again. To be able to leave this place, one must have reached his limit. Secondly, after devouring the beast fire, he would be able to go even deeper. And Lin Ling was walking forward. This meant that Lin Ling had completely swallowed the beast fire. Yeah. Facing Scorch's surprise, Lin Ling did not hide anything. How is that possible? I've been swallowing the beast fire for 6 months, and you've just arrived. Scorch was even more surprised. The arrogance on his face disappeared, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. It's just a beast fire. If I waste too much time here, then this fragment of the flame world would be wasted. Moreover, I've swallowed more than 3,000 types of strange flames along the way. This beast fire is the one that consumes the most time. Lin Ling waved his hand with Scorch behind his back and said casually, Not even 3 incense sticks worth of time? This is the one that consumes the most time? Hearing the ordinary youth's words, the flame system geniuses in the distance narrowed their eyes. He said that he's swallowed more than 3,000 types of strange flames. Could it be that he's swallowed all the strange flames he encountered along the way? Heavens, this is a collection of strange flames from 10,000 realms. How did he do it? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Because the time to cultivate in the fragment of the flame world was only 1 year, most of them chose the best strange flames to swallow. Swallowing all the strange flames was too much of a waste of time, so no one did it. However, Lin Ling had killed all of them. This was simply unbelievable. Scorch was also dumbfounded. Then, shame appeared on his face. Previously, when he was giving pointers to Lin Ling, his tone was like that of a senior. However, this youth who was only a second-grade talent in his eyes had actually succeeded faster than him. This was very ironic. How was he qualified to give pointers? Of course, he could also see that Lin Ling was not a narrow-minded person. After all, if it was someone else, he would have been slapped in the face. Wait, how did you succeed? Scorch's voice became serious. In the flame system, there was only one person that he needed to look up to. It was the number 1 of the flame system, Red Enchantress. Now, there was one more. At this moment, Lin Ling wanted to quickly leave this place. However, thinking of Scorch's reminder, he still explained, in fact, some people's talents are not as simple as they appear. Although Ji's reminder was of no use at all, at least he had good intentions in reminding her. Therefore Lin Ling said a word of nonsense to him. Then, Lin Ling disappeared in front. Some people's talents are not as simple as they appear? Scorch muttered to himself. Previously, Lin Ling's talent was second grade, so he did not think that Lin Ling could be more powerful than him. However, Lin Ling's words seemed to be telling him that second grade talent was only on the surface. What a strange guy. Scorch shook his head continuously. He could not see through Lin Ling at all. Most importantly, he did not know Lin Ling and had never heard of him. At this moment, he could not help but be curious about Lin Ling. So powerful, I thought Scorch was the handsome man in the flame system. That youth doesn't seem weak either. Yes, the feeling he gives me is as mysterious as the blue sky. Those women who worshipped Scorch now recalled everything that had happened to Lin Ling, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts beating wildly. Because in their eyes, Lin Ling was too calm. After doing such a miraculous thing, he actually had a calm expression. That kind of calmness was undoubtedly very attractive. Unfortunately, they did not know who Lin Ling was. Without a doubt, today's Fire Dao department was in a great uproar because of Lin Ling. Many people knew that the Fire Dao department had given birth to a mysterious genius. Wherever the Flame World fragment went, it was as if no one was there. And Lin Ling did not know all of this. Even if he knew, he would not care. Previously, he could devour the beast fire faster than Scorch because Lin Ling's Fire Dao talent was the space-time divine steel. And after cultivating until now, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. Not only did his two Dantian realms increase, even his awakened divine body and ultimate Fire Dao had increased. My current strength is probably invincible in half-step True God realm. In the past, Lin Ling could defeat half-step True God realm experts. Now, he was already invincible. And if his strength increased a little more, Lin Ling would have the confidence to defeat a first-level True God. The flames are getting hotter and hotter. Chapter 25:52. The Awakening of the Flame Soul. Lin Ling spent a month to cultivate a 9th grade Shen body. Lin Ling spent 3 months to obtain a 10th grade Shen body. Of course, Lin Ling killed all of them. He devoured all of the strange flames that he encountered. In the end, his spacetime fire reached the 4th grade. After breaking through 2 grades, the ancient flame's smell became even stronger. As for the ultimate flame Dao, his true realm of the Dao was becoming more and more stable. However, Lin Ling still hadn't comprehended the blazing heart. After all, Li Xiaoyao was an expert in the Dao of lightning and had no experience in the Dao of fire. He could not even compare to Lin Ling. After the 10th level Shen body, the area in front of him became silent. However, the sky and the earth were blood red. This kind of red seemed to be floating in the air. This was a first-grade awakened divine flame. It could be said that if an ordinary martial artist could swallow these invisible flames, then they would be able to obtain a divine light to protect their body. There was no one else here except for one person. It was a woman dressed in a red robe. Her appearance was also very good. Most importantly, she gave Lin Ling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. At the same time, the woman sitting cross-legged on the ground looked at Lin Ling with surprise in her eyes. She was the #1 cultivator of the Fire Dao faculty and possessed a 5th stage awakened divine body. She was the first one to arrive here. And now, another person had arrived? Moreover, it was a person he had never seen before. Red Enchantress. The woman's lips were also blood red. She moved slightly and introduced herself. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Who is Blue Enchantress to you? No wonder he felt that she looked familiar before. It turned out that this woman looked exactly the same as Blue Enchantress. It was just that her clothes and lips were different. You know Sister Lan? The woman was clearly surprised. She's very familiar with Tang Yue, and Tang Yue is under me, so we've met a few times. Lin Ling said with a smile. So that's how it is. You should be the most monstrous existence in the history of Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling, right? I'm the big sister of Blue Enchantress. The woman nodded in realization. She now knew Lin Ling's background. She continued, "Of course, your monstrous talent is that your cultivation speed is very fast. That's all." Within the Resplendent Academy, there were countless monstrous geniuses. Each of them had their own unique points. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Even some of the younger generations had heard of Lin Ling's name. It's just a false reputation. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently and sat down cross-legged. This is the benevolent wind immortal fire. Legend has it that in the ancient era, before the flame world was destroyed, the benevolent wind immortal died here and left behind this strange fire. It is not easy to swallow these flames. The woman looked at Lin Ling and said, "I have been swallowing for half a year. Thank you for your reminder. I think these mystical fires won't be able to stop me." Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Then let's wait and see." Hearing this, the woman closed her eyes and took the opportunity to swallow the mystical fires. Lin Ling did the same as well. It was getting closer and closer to a year's time. "Lin Ling, you have the time and space divine steel. You can go anywhere in the flame world fragment. I am so envious of you." At this time, Queen Qianji's voice came from Lin Ling's body. She saw Lin Ling creating miracles along the way and naturally knew what Lin Ling's trump card was. "The time and space divine steel wasn't given to me by others. I paid a heavy price to get it." Facing Queen Qianji's envious gaze, Lin Ling replied lazily. Others thought that he had a heaven-defying trump card, but who knew how dangerous it was to get it? Li Xiaoyao almost died when he got the time and space divine steel. Even Lin Ling had to go through many difficulties to get the time and space divine steel. "Alright, you're right," Queen Qianji agreed. Time passed quietly in the midst of boredom. It was indeed difficult to swallow a first-grade awakened godly body, but to Lin Ling, it was only a matter of time. Instead, he used this opportunity to cultivate the evil flame change. Previously, he could have cultivated the evil flame change to the third change, wind and cloud change. Unfortunately, the awakened godly body's rank was too low, which delayed him for a while. At the same time, Lin Ling's demon eyes of 10,000 things changed. Countless mysterious talismans appeared. At this moment, a terrifying perception was born. Everything about the evil flame transformation also began to become clear. However, at this time, the invisible immortal fire around Lin Ling began to appear. It was like stars in the sky, and it was ethereal. What? At the side, the woman opened her eyes. She was surprised. She had been cultivating here for half a year, but the immortal fire had always been invisible. Why did it appear now? She looked at Lin Ling. Could it be Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling was not famous in the flame department. How could he be so powerful? "Evil flame god, it's you." At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded. What was terrifying was that there was no one around. Moreover, the voice did not come from the wind. It came from Lin Ling and Red Enchantress's hearts. The two of them immediately had the same thought. It was the ancient era's immortal Ren Feng. Infernal spirit. Red Enchantress sensed the angry voice. According to legends, when some experts died, their souls would scatter into their own flames. It was the flame spirit, And now Lin Ling did something that made the infernal spirit awaken. This was an ancient soul from the ancient era. Even Lin Ling's pupils constricted. How could an old man's soul come out? "Lin Ling, what's the matter with your cultivation technique? Is it the cultivation technique that made the old man's soul come out?" Queen Qianji exclaimed. Her voice was filled with anxiety. Even she'd heard of the name of such an expert, Immortal Ren Feng. In the past, he'd stirred up a storm of blood in Crimson Prefecture. Of course, not to mention anything else, just the fact that he was from the ancient times was sufficient to display how terrifying Immortal Ren Feng was. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. "How would I know? Could it be that you're too demonic and attracted the old man out? You're still joking at a time like this?" Queen Qianji was speechless. Let's leave this place quickly. No one knows what kind of power this ancient soul has. If we're not careful, we'll both die here. You want to leave now? It's too late. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Rumble. In the nearby area, the immortal fire was faintly discernible. It sealed the area with a powerful aura. Not to mention a mere world king, even the true immortal realm queen Qianji would not be able to escape. Red Enchantress's face turned pale. She looked at Lin Ling with resentment. Although she did not know what happened, she guessed that it was related to Lin Ling. This guy couldn't have done something that angered the heavens and the people, right? The three of you will die. Chapter 25:53. Flaming Coffin. Looking at the ancient soul, Qianji Queen and Red Enchantress's hearts sank. They could feel the terrifying pressure. Xie Yenshin is your enemy, right? But he's probably dead now. What's the point of taking revenge on us? Lin Ling stood up at this moment and said calmly. He guessed that Xie Yenshin was awakened because he practiced the evil flame transformation. His soul was furious, so he must have a grudge against Xie Yenshin. However, he Lin Ling did not offend immortal Renfeng. He was innocent. I don't care. You dare to practice his skill, so you're his successor. You'll take responsibility for what he did. The old man shouted angrily. His voice was like a volcano erupting. Even the fragment of the flame world was shaking. Hearing that, Lin Ling's temper flared up. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. If immortal Renfeng wanted revenge, then go find evil flame god. What did that have to do with Lin Ling? Lin Ling did not know Xie Yenshin. He was not even half a disciple of Xie Yenshin. I'm practicing his skill, but it doesn't mean that I'm his successor. His skill is just barely good enough for me. When I'm strong enough, I don't care about this skill anymore. Lin Ling said indifferently. Red Enchantress's eyes narrowed. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Moreover, he was not afraid of the infernal soul. Where did this guy get his confidence from? No matter what you say, it's just an excuse. Today, you'll die. Unfortunately, that elder didn't give him any face at all, glaring like a Vajra. Why don't we mind our own business? If you push me too hard, you might not even leave your soul behind. Since the old man wanted to kill him, Lin Ling did not give him any face. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. However, as soon as he said that, the infernal soul couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Red Enchantress thought that Lin Ling was so arrogant that he couldn't see through himself. This was because Lin Ling actually dared to threaten the ancient infernal soul? Hearing you say that, I have to force you even more. The old man let out a roar. His hands seemed to be pushing against the sea as he ruthlessly pushed towards Lin Ling. Countless immortal flames appeared in the sky. The immortal flames were so powerful that even Qianji Queen would not be able to withstand them. Space-time divine steel. Lin Ling had also thrown caution to the wind. He had been so fearless because he had the space-time divine steel. Although the other party was very strong, and the space-time divine steel might not be able to do anything to him, he had a weakness, and that was his fire element. Fire element? How could it be arrogant in the face of the first flame in the world, the space-time divine steel? What? The first flame in the world? Yanzu? Sure enough, the old man let out a cry of surprise. He never thought that this junior would have such terrifying methods. No wonder the other party was not afraid of him at all. It's too late to realize that now. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His expression was cold as he controlled the space-time divine steel to descend from the sky. The space-time divine steel was more powerful than the space-time flame. It represented time and space. Therefore, it appeared without warning. Moreover, it came crashing down violently. It was going to seal immortals and suppress gods. The terrifying pressure came crashing down on the old man, causing him to panic. If he did not have a fire element soul, he would not be afraid of the space-time divine steel. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation was not high enough to unleash the full power of the space-time divine steel. However, he happened to be a fire element martial artist. I won't let you go even if my soul is destroyed. Great immortal world flame. Seeing that he was in a dilemma, the old man let out a roar. Layers of white immortal flames appeared around him. It was as if countless lions were roaring and charging towards him. If the flames engulfed Lin Ling and the others, they would not even have a corpse left. At the same time, the giant space-time divine steel in the sky was also descending. This meant that Lin Ling was in a race against time. Let's see who will die first. Come on. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. At this point, he had no other choice. He could only fight to the death. The two dantians in his body burned furiously, increasing the speed of the space-time divine steel's descent. At this moment, his ultimate flame Dao's true realm of Dao had finally reached perfection. It was even more powerful than his ultimate sword Dao. He did not know that when he activated the space-time divine steel, in addition to the crisis of life and death, his understanding of the explosive nature of flames had deepened. Flames were unyielding and had the will to perish together. You have a great hatred for the evil infernal god. However, today, you are pushing your hatred onto us. You cannot tell right from wrong. Therefore, I will use the evil flame transformation to fight against you. Lin Ling's body floated up. He was like the evil infernal god. His long hair danced wildly like flames. He directly used the evil flame transformation. Moreover, before he knew it, the third transformation was born, the wind and cloud transformation. His speed immediately increased crazily, reaching the speed of 2 realms. Moreover, his body was covered in colorful flames. It was extremely dazzling. These flames also gave Lin Ling an absolute defense against wind, lightning, and water. So fast. The red enchantress stared at the sky. Lin Ling had been beside her a moment ago. Now, he had appeared in front of the old man. Moreover, she could sense that the flame Dao exuding from Lin Ling's body was extremely terrifying. Who was the #1 cultivator of the flame Dao system? You! At this moment, the old man let out a furious roar. The junior in front of him gave him a strong sense of pressure. Now you know regret. However, it's too late. Lin Ling felt an endless amount of power surge out of his body. He only wanted to roar at the sky and burn the universe with his flames. Die! As his speed increased greatly, the space-time divine steel also sped up significantly. In the end, it descended from the sky like a tombstone. The merciless pressure caused the old man's soul to tremble as he stared at the sky. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that this junior would suddenly explode with such power and suppress him in the end. Boom! The soul that had slumbered for countless years was finally suppressed by the gigantic space-time divine steel and scattered. At the side of the space-time divine steel, Lin Ling stood there indifferently. He was like a flame god looking at the earth. On the earth, the white flames that were like lions had all disappeared. Everything returned to normal. This caused Lin Ling to secretly feel lucky. If he hadn't exploded with his full power at the crucial moment, he would have been burned alive by the flames. Then he glanced at the red enchantress. He didn't plan to stay here any longer because his evil flame change and ultimate flame Dao had both improved as he wished. Therefore, he wanted to go deeper and see what the ancient flame world was like. Goodbye! After saying this, Lin Ling walked into the distance. Looking at Lin Ling's back, the red enchantress was stunned. In her eyes, there was a coffin behind Lin Ling. Moreover, that coffin was following behind Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was carrying a huge coffin. Most importantly, that coffin was filled with flames like a flame coffin. She had seen ice coffins, wooden coffins, and even earth coffins. However, this was the first time she had seen a flame coffin. The person that Sister Lan knows is so mysterious. In the end, the red enchantress muttered to herself. Her heart was like thunder. She knew that the #1 cultivator of the Flame Dao system of the Resplendent Academy had become Lin Ling. Chapter 2554. The Proud World Tournament begins. At this time, Lin Ling was moving deeper in. He saw 2nd grade awakened divine bodies, 3rd grade, 4th grade, and even 5th grade ones. He had the time and space divine steel, which was of a higher grade than these strange fires. Thus, he was able to safely observe everything. Unfortunately, he had reached his limit. If he wanted to swallow more, he would have to raise his cultivation. Your speed has reached the speed of 2 worlds. Also, what's with that flame coffin behind you? Ah. At this time, Thousand Chance Queen cried out in alarm. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Only after everything was over did she realize that everything was like a dream. Wind and Cloud Flame Coffin, the 3rd transformation of the evil flame change, Wind and Cloud Change. By burning the flame coffin with my time and space fire, it provides me with a tremendous amount of energy. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a smile. He waved his left hand and the burning coffin behind him was lifted up, like an overlord lifting a cauldron. The 3rd transformation of the evil flame change, Wind and Cloud Change. When the wind and clouds changed, not only did Lin Ling have a defense against wind, thunder, and water, but it also increased the speed of 2 worlds and the strength of 3 great world kings. It could be said that by combining his first Dantian with the evil flame change, Lin Ling's world essence was comparable to a half-step true immortal. What a shocking cultivation method. Ah! Thousand Chance Queen looked at Lin Ling holding the coffin and helplessly shook her head. It had to be said that Lin Ling, who was holding the flame coffin, was extremely wise and heroic at this time. Moreover, Lin Ling's cultivation method was very mysterious. It increased one's world essence by a great deal. It was clearly not something a world king realm martial artist could cultivate. She really didn't know how Lin Ling comprehended it. She didn't know that Lin Ling's myriad demon eyes were terrifying. His comprehension was monstrous. Let's not talk about this anymore. The time until the flame world fragment ends is getting shorter and shorter. Let's take a look at this fragment and then leave. The Proud World Tournament is about to begin. Ah! Lin Ling shrugged. With a step, he disappeared from where he stood. Then, he walked through the ancient flame world fragment, looking at everything left behind by the ancient martial artists. The deeper he went, the more he saw all sorts of strange fires burning. They were all from the awakened divine bodies. These fires even formed ancient scenes. It was a battle between giants. The clash between the water god and the fire god. With this collision, not only the flame world, even the primal chaos of the universe exploded. Are all the experts of the ancient era so powerful? Lin Ling looked ahead with a solemn expression. Perhaps even Li Xiaoyao had never seen such an earth-shattering battle before. Moreover, even though it was an image left behind by flames, it still made Lin Ling feel hot and cold at the same time. In the ancient era, martial arts reached its peak. The martial artists of that time were much more powerful than they are now. However, I don't know what kind of calamity they went through. Heaven and earth were reshuffled, and the ancient experts fell. Only then did Huan Yu have a short period of peace. It was the first time for Queen Qianji to witness such a battle. Lin Ling shook his head and said with an expectant smile, "Hee, that's too far away for me. For now, I'd better prepare for the Pride Tournament. I wonder what kind of rewards there will be." He hadn't received any rewards in the previous battle on the drill ground. But this time's Pride Tournament wouldn't be the same. Moving forward, Lin Ling didn't find any heavenly flames that were more powerful than the time and space steel. He began to leave. At this moment, in Tating Commandery, the current emperor was sitting on the dragon throne. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. All the civil and military officials were as silent as cicadas in winter. The 9 Dragons' realm was annihilated? Finally, the emperor spoke in a cold voice, causing some of the civil and military officials to tremble. "Your Majesty, not only our Tating Commandery, but also our commandery and all the other commanderies in the world were annihilated." Someone braced himself and replied, "Then, who can tell me what happened there?" The emperor's voice became colder. The annihilation of the 9 Dragons' realm was a great loss to the Tating Commandery. Moreover, they didn't get any divine gems. How could he not be furious? His words made many people shake their heads. No one knew what had happened in the 9 Dragons' realm. Our commandery and all the other commanderies don't know what happened either. But the people of Square Commandery are safe and sound. A marquis cupped his hands and said, Everyone's eyes lit up. This matter must have something to do with Square Commandery. However, The people sent by Square Commandery weren't enough to wipe out all the other forces. This was very strange. Our men in Square Commandery reported that Lin Ling was also among the people of Square Commandery. The Marquis said again, Lin Ling. Once this name came out, the whole court was shocked. If this news spread out, it might even cause a sensation in the commandery. Lin Ling was the archenemy of Tating Commandery. Lin Ling looked ordinary, but he had created miracles time and time again. At this moment, the emperor's eyes lit up. This matter must have something to do with him. Your Majesty, this shouldn't be possible. The Nine Dragons realm has gathered all the forces, and each of them is 100 times stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling can't make any big waves, right? Someone said doubtfully. Although I don't have any evidence, I have a feeling that Lin Ling can't escape. Moreover, this Lin Ling is so mysterious. Who can see through him? The emperor said lightly. Everyone nodded. They really couldn't see through Lin Ling. He was obviously a weak king of Kai realm, but he had caused huge waves time and time again. The Pride Tournament is coming. Lin Ling will definitely participate. This is the best time to kill him. The emperor said coldly. Lin Ling had become a big problem. He had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But, except for the 10 heavenly sun bones of Qingzhou, we don't have any other geniuses who can crush Lin Ling. Give out the reward. Generous rewards will attract brave men. Your Majesty is wise. The same thing happened in Taito Commandery and all the other commanderies. Without a doubt, Lin Ling alone caused a sensation in the 4 commanderies. As time passed, the second generation of the Bright Academy came out one after another, because the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Pride Tournament was about to begin. The venue of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Pride Tournament was Three Ring City. This was the place that was about to enter the core of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It was also the place that every martial artist dreamed of. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't enter Three Ring City unless they had a high status. Early in the morning, the sun was charming. A large number of ancient powerhouses had gathered in Three Ring City. These powerhouses had extraordinary auras and were extremely noble. As for the martial artists from 10,000 worlds, they couldn't enter. They could only watch the geniuses of the 3 academies fight in the Second Ring City. Even so, they were in high spirits and looking forward to it. It's so big. This is Three Ring City? What's the matter with the sea? Chapter 25:55. The first test. That's the spiritual ocean. Wow! Didn't you notice that the spirit chi here is even denser? Said a young man who had been to San Juan City. Let me tell you, if you cultivate here, the effect will increase by 1/5. Wow! No wonder so many people want to come here. Wow! Many people came to a sudden realization. Then, they became proud because they were also qualified to enter this place. If they returned to their hometown and bragged about it, it would be enough to make people admire them. Of course, compared to the second generations who were about to take the stage, they were obviously much dimmer. Many geniuses were looking forward to the day when they would be able to shine on the largest martial stage in Qingzhou like those second generations. So many people. At this moment, the geniuses of Resplendent Academy had also arrived. Among the crowd, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. There was already a sea of people here. That kind of bustling noise made their blood boil. Of course, it said that there are 70,000 second generations from Resplendent Academy, not to mention the other 2 academies. Xian Yuange laughed. She also didn't expect that she would have the chance to step on such a stage in her life. 70,000 people? TSK, the competition is fierce. Falling Flower Flowing Water sighed. If he was the one participating, he would be drowned out before he could even shine. Only true geniuses were qualified to step on such a martial stage. Where's Lin Ling? Yu, on the other hand, looked around, causing Xian Yuange and the others to become suspicious. Sorry, I'm late. At this moment, Ancestor Long Granny had already arrived with Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at everyone with a smile, making them feel relieved. How's your cultivation? Falling flower flowing water sensed that Lin Ling had changed, but the strange thing was that he couldn't feel what the change was. It had to be known that when other geniuses increased in strength, they would more or less be able to feel it. But Lin Ling gave them a very vague feeling. It seemed as if his strength had greatly increased, but it also didn't feel as if it had increased by much. This feeling of being neither up nor down was very strange. They didn't know that Lin Ling had two dantians. They only sensed the changes in Lin Ling's first dantian. Naturally, they couldn't see through Lin Ling. The 9th stage of the World King realm, what a fast cultivation speed. Di Biamo looked at Lin Ling and said. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, when they were in the martial god barracks, his realm was higher than Lin Ling's, and Lin Ling's strength was stronger than his. However, after coming to the Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling's realm suddenly surpassed his. As for strength, there was no need to mention it. It's already considered slow. Facing everyone's curiosity, Lin Ling smiled. Then, he looked at Yu Yu and discovered that Yu Yu's realm had also risen. She had reached the peak of the World King realm. Of course, in this Pride tournament, geniuses were as common as clouds. Lin Ling couldn't guarantee that Yu Yu would be able to obtain a good ranking. Good, now that the 3 great academies have gathered, the Pride tournament will soon begin. First, I must say that the core of this Pride tournament is held to train geniuses. If your performance is good, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty will surely attach great importance to you. You will be able to meet the powerhouses of the 9 provinces and walk out of the Azure province. In the distance, on a high platform formed from a giant lotus flower, a middle-aged man lightly said, Imperial Censor. He was a character that could shake the heavens and earth with a single step of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. And there weren't many people beside him. There was the Grand Council Minister from last time as well as the deans of the 3 great academies. Even powerhouses like the 8th Baron and the Sovereign Marquis didn't have the qualifications to appear here. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Many people stared at the middle-aged man. They discovered that he was like a mortal, without any martial strength at all. But the more he was like this, the more it proved how strong he was. The first-place winner of this Pride tournament will be rewarded with a divine pill, Disaster Dispelling Pill. The top 10 winners will be rewarded with 3,000 Mortal Ring pills. The middle-aged man's style of doing things was simple and direct. He directly announced the rewards. The Pride tournament really did have rewards. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but laugh. What is a disaster dispelling pill? Xian Yuang curiously asked. A divine pill that increases the chances of breaking into the World King realm by 50%. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had also refined this kind of elixir, but it required a total of 1 billion kinds of materials. In order to refine this kind of elixir, Li Xiaoyao had prepared for 3 years. And now, this pill was readily available. Lin Ling definitely wouldn't miss it. As for the Mortal Ring pill, that is the best pill for restoring world essence. It can restore 80% of one's strength in 3 breaths of time. Lin Ling said, It's that fierce? Xian Yuan couldn't help but lick his lips. To restore 80% of one's strength in 3 breaths of time, it could be said that with this pill, even if one's talent was inferior to others, they would still be able to fight with a powerhouse. Moreover, the reward was 3,000 pills? This reward was truly rich. Hearing this, even I am moved. What a pity, I am only a 3rd generation. Falling flowers flowing water also felt his blood boil, but he still had a look of regret on his face. Now, he could only depend on Lin Ling and Yu Yu. Bang! At almost the same time, dazzling fireworks bloomed in the skies. Moreover, they soared into the skies, piercing into the chaos, causing the chaos to shine with a brilliant light. This fireworks display was extremely amazing. It was able to be seen by the entire 9 provinces. It had to be known that the blue provinces were vast and boundless. For a genius like Lin Ling, their attacks weren't able to affect the 9 provinces. But this mysterious fireworks display was able to. It was definitely extraordinary. The reason why the fireworks display was released was to tell the other 9 provinces that a grand event had begun in the Blue Provinces. The 9 provinces of the Martial God Realm. I wonder when I will be able to go to the other provinces. This is really exciting, but you'd better not think about it. You won't have the chance to leave the Blue Provinces in your lifetime. Gazing at the dazzling fireworks, the geniuses of the various major academies all started to discuss spiritedly. They were extremely excited. Next was the start of the preliminary round. Because the number of people had reached more than 200,000, many of the weak had to be eliminated. The second generations who have cultivated for more than 1,500 years have lost this opportunity. A resounding voice that was like the might of the heavens rang out. This was very normal, because this was a competition to find true geniuses, not geniuses who had accumulated over time. Therefore, the first elimination made more than 60,000 people return with resentment, obediently becoming spectators. Next is the first round, the battle round. The second generations who don't meet the requirements will also be eliminated. A large number of iron pillars rained down from the sky. They were all chained together, and they heavily smashed onto the ground. All the second generations who were about to participate in the competition were arranged to be tested in front of an iron pillar. A jade tablet appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was 15,329, belonging to the 30th iron pillar. He and Yu Yu were separated from each other to be tested. As for Lin Ling, he could see that this iron pillar was extremely ancient. It emitted a black light, similar to the stone tablet that was used to test one's combat strength. However, the stone tablet in the Dandelion Hall was used to test one's sword strength, but this iron pillar could test any attribute. Yo, the 9th stage of the World King Realm? I'm nearing the edge of elimination. Boy from Resplendent Academy, slowly watch as I bloom with dazzling light. Chapter 2556. Pass with flying colors. One had to know that in the Pride Tournament, the 3 academies were considered competitors. Therefore, when they saw the second generation of the other academies, no one would show mercy. Furthermore, what made Lin Ling speechless was that the 30th test was filled with the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. In response, Lin Ling shook his head and didn't bother to say anything more. You don't dare to speak? Just obediently watch this brother's strength from the side. That young man was insatiable. The other second generations laughed heartily. They did not recognize Lin Ling. After all, there were over 200,000 second generations. It was impossible for all of them to recognize Lin Ling. Moreover, even if they knew each other, many of the second generations wouldn't care about them. Bang! At this moment, the first person walked out to take the test. He punched the iron pillar, and the iron pillar swayed and emitted light. 8,000 combat power, disqualified. A voice immediately rang out, causing the young man to be dumbstruck. Then he actually knelt down and began to cry. He had waited for this moment with great difficulty. He originally wanted to appear on the most dazzling martial stage, but in the end, he was eliminated before he even became famous. Crying? Seeing this, Lin Ling was stunned. How could it be like this? If you keep crying, I'll chase you out of San Juan City. The old man in charge of the test smiled bitterly. He was actually crying after failing? This mentality was too unstable. Then, it was the turn of the next person. It was a woman. She looked ordinary, but she was not weak. With a single punch, her combat power reached 11,000. Seeing this, many people's eyes turned red. However, as if a precedent had been set, many people began to pass as well. Some people used all their strength and barely managed to reach 10,000, while others were as relaxed as clouds and wind. Wait, don't tell me you're going to cry too. Beside Lin Ling, the young man from the Celestial Saint Institute spoke arrogantly, as if he was trying to show off his existence. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He really didn't have time to care about such a minor character. That young man laughed mockingly. Not long after, it was finally his turn. He walked out proudly and heavily punched the iron pillar. Boom! The iron pillar swayed and emitted light. 15,000. Pa pa pa. Applause immediately rang out from all around. 15,000, this result was nothing compared to all the other pillars. After all, not long ago, the 12th pillar had a combat power of 50,000. However, this was the best result for the 30th pillar. Hee, I passed easily. The young man puffed out his chest proudly and walked back. You are the only second generation of the Resplendent Academy among the 30. You will definitely be eliminated. My results must have surprised you, right? Look up to me, worship me. The young man looked at Lin Ling and said, making the other second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy feel proud. Amazing! Lin Ling finally gave an evaluation. Of course. However, the young man proudly accepted the evaluation. Then he saw that Lin Ling had fallen silent. He did not continue to humiliate Lin Ling, because there was no sense of accomplishment in bullying the weak. 15,329. At this moment, it was Lin Ling's turn. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then walked out with a smile. What a long and smelly number. Then he walked up to the iron pillar and muttered to himself, Senior, will I be eliminated if I destroy the iron pillar? The second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy was stunned. Destroy the iron pillar? What was this guy thinking? The old man was also surprised by Lin Ling's words. He then laughed. If you destroy it, you will not be eliminated. Instead, you will be rewarded and valued. Can you destroy the iron pillar? These iron pillars were extraordinary. They were made of flowing stones from the chaos of the universe. Ordinary people could not destroy them. At least, he did not think that anyone among the second generation could. Hearing this, Lin Ling thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's not go too far. All right. After saying that, he took a step forward and lightly landed his palm on the iron pillar. Boom! A strong light bloomed, and the mysterious iron pillar seemed to be about to break. Then, a shocking number appeared. 70,000 combat power. Swoosh! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was the highest combat power in iron pillar number 30. The old man was shocked. Then he let Lin Ling pass. Lin Ling turned and left. He looked at the proud young man and laughed. You're still the best. Yes. Plop. The young man's face turned pale and he fell to the ground. 70,000? It was 7 times more than him. He looked at Lin Ling's back and suddenly wanted to know who this guy was. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already left. The old man was also curious. Of course, the results of the other tests were even more shocking. For example, in iron pillar number 82, someone actually destroyed it. He knows someone who can destroy the iron pillar? After the old man heard the news, he was even more surprised. Previously, when Lin Ling wanted to destroy the iron pillar, he thought that no one among the second generation could do it. But now, someone had succeeded. This made him feel incredulous. Could it be that the young man could also destroy the iron pillar? But did he hold back at the crucial moment? Unfortunately, there were too many second-generation participants. By the time he wanted to find Lin Ling, it was already like looking for a needle in a haystack. Brother Ling, I passed. When Lin Ling returned to Resplendent Academy, Yu Yu was already waiting there. Lin Ling scratched Yu Yu's little nose. You didn't pass. That's not normal. Brother Ling, how much combat power did you get in the test? 70,000. That's amazing. I only got 50,000. 50,000 is not bad. But there were people who got 100,000 before. Someone even destroyed the iron pillar. The two of them kept talking. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were shocked. Destroying the iron pillar? That was too demonic. More than 200,000 combat power can destroy the iron pillar. Lin Ling explained. This made falling flowers, flowing water, and flowing water curious. Why was Lin Ling so familiar with the iron pillar? Could it be that he could also destroy the iron pillar? In truth, Lin Ling had only suppressed his strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to destroy the iron pillar. 8 hours later, the first test ended. There were only 150,000 people left. Unfortunately, there were still many people left. They had to continue to be eliminated. Although the elimination process was simple, the spectators were still in high spirits. To them, This sort of elimination was also very interesting. The second elimination was to test the martial god giants. Moreover, they had to fight 100 martial god giants. After the second elimination, there were only 80,000 second-generation participants left. Lin Ling and Yu Yu also smoothly passed, causing Ancestor Dragon Granny to laugh happily. Of course, to Lin Ling, this sort of elimination was too boring. And just as he was about to fall asleep, the third elimination arrived. The Burning Moon Garden was to collect the Burning Moon fruits. This elimination was to test one's comprehensive ability. To pass, one had to collect 100 Burning Moon fruits. The time limit was only 2 hours. And the difficult part was that the Burning Moon Garden had the Moon Twist Divine Beast. If one wanted to collect the fruits, they had to obtain their permission. These divine beasts were all at the peak of the World King realm. An ordinary second generation wouldn't be able to win. They might even die. Chapter 2557. Snatching the Harvest. The ancient Burning Moon Garden was said to be the back garden of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. After entering, the second generations realized that it was like a moon palace. A cold light shone down from the sky, giving people a feeling of loneliness and indifference. Vines could be vaguely seen on the ancient earth. Above the vines, a burning moon floated, appearing extremely sacred. Many of the vines also had moon-like fruits. Those were the burning moon fruits. 80,000 second generations began to fight in the orchard. On the ground below, countless people looked up at the sky. Everything about the Burning Moon Garden was revealed. "Who is that guy? He's so strong!" Someone exclaimed in shock. A young man wearing the Heavenly Saint Institute's long robe was floating half a meter above the ground. He then floated forward like a ghost, killing all the moon-twisted divine beasts he encountered on the way. Moreover, those divine beasts died strangely, as if they were sleeping. Soul extraction. Anyone who gets close to him will have their soul extracted. What a mysterious talent! That's the strongest second generation of the Sky Saint Academy, Meng Lu. Many people said solemnly, that second generation could easily kill a half-step true immortal realm expert. Moreover, when others entered the Burning Moon Garden, they avoided the moon's strangling divine beasts, but that guy slaughtered them. That guy over there is also heaven-defying. His speed is so fast. With one claw, the moon's strangling divine beasts were killed. Someone looked at the other side and saw a figure moving like a leopard in the mist. His domineering aura quietly spread out. Moreover, that figure would occasionally roar as if it was a beast king. It actually made people tremble in fear. Song Ling Academy's Tian Kuang, his talent is Berserk. He was the one who destroyed the Iron Pillar. It is said that after Berserk, his speed can reach the speed of 3 realms. Moreover, the power of his realm energy is doubled. What a heaven-defying guy! Some of the powerful ancient martial artists exclaimed in shock. As for the Tsang Ning Academy, they were cheering as if they had already won the first place. Darkness, that's Genji. Someone stared at the strongest second generation of the Resplendent Academy and exclaimed. As long as he was shrouded in darkness, Genji was like a god. It made people suspect that ever since his talent erupted, he had never failed before. This time, the students of Resplendent Academy began to cheer. Without a doubt, the 3 strongest second generations were the most eye-catching. Of course, the reason why these 3 second generations attracted so much attention was because they had been famous for a long time. Some of the second generations who came after them were not weak either. They actually gave off the feeling that they were not weaker than the 3 strongest second generations. For example, there was a second generation who carried an ice coffin on his back. Wherever he went, the world froze. Another example would be the second generation with the mountain in his hand. When he encountered the moon-twisted divine beast, he would use the mountain to suppress it. The mountain seemed to be able to suppress everything and was extremely powerful. All in all, this third elimination test had given everyone a rough idea of who the strongest second-generation heirs were. It could be said that each of them had their own unique abilities. On the other side, Lin Ling was extremely low-key. He was walking with Yu Yu. He looked ahead and said indifferently, "Yu Yu, in this pride tournament, If I meet Si Xuanmei, I will definitely kill her. Si Xuanmei had made a move on Yuer, which was equivalent to killing Yuer. With Lin Ling's personality, he would definitely seek revenge. Last time, because there were too many strong ancient warriors, Lin Ling spared her life. This time, Lin Ling would not be lenient. Most importantly, because all the second-generation heirs were on the stage, Si Xuanmei could not be compared to those ancient second-generation heirs. Therefore, if she wanted to kill her, those strong ancient warriors would not appear for her. I heard that she had asked her master to teach her a sword technique. Her strength has greatly increased. She will definitely kill you. Brother Ling, if you meet her, you should end it all. Yu said with a frown. Si Xuanmei used to be her senior sister, so at first, she could not bear to kill her. However, she knew that Si Xuanmei also wanted to kill Lin Ling, so she would definitely side with Lin Ling. Okay. Lin Ling nodded immediately. The two of them chatted as they walked. It was as if they were strolling through a garden. Along the way, they killed all the moon-twisted divine beasts they encountered and collected the flaming moon fruits. Gradually, they were getting closer and closer to 200 flaming moon fruits. Along the way, Lin Ling also encountered people who tried to snatch the flaming moon fruits. Of course, they failed in the end, so Lin Ling did not show any mercy. As long as he saw a flaming moon fruit, he would immediately snatch it. Although he did not care about this test, he still prioritized safety. After all, time was of the essence. This flaming moon fruit is mine. After walking for an unknown period of time, a huge flaming moon fruit appeared in front of them. The second generation of the two academies were competing for it because there were hundreds of flaming moon fruits on the tree. If they could get it, at least they would be able to pass smoothly. What a joke, we saw it first. The second generation of the Tsang Ning Academy formed a small team and sneered. On the other side were the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy. For a moment, the two sides were tit for tat. Sunlei, you are only ranked 35th among the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy, and I am ranked 29th among the second generation of the Tsang Ning Academy. Shouldn't you get lost when you meet me? One of the leaders said indifferently. What a joke, that's your academy's ranking. You may not be my opponent. Fight. The leader of the Heavenly Saint Academy said tit for tat, causing the other second generation's fighting spirit to rise. The two leaders were not weak among the second generation. As long as they made a move, the battle would start. Unless there was a second generation ranked in the top 10, the flaming moon fruit would be born in one of their teams. You guys fight slowly, I still lack 50 flaming moon fruits, so this vine I want it. Sigh. Just as the two sides were about to draw their swords, a lazy voice suddenly sounded, causing the crowd to go silent. A handsome man and a beautiful woman slowly walked over from the lonely land in the distance. Under the bright moonlight, they were undoubtedly extremely attractive. The man was handsome and was tall, wearing a blue and white robe, with an ancient sword on his back. He looked like a proud swordsman. The woman was wearing a gorgeous purple dress, elegant and refined. Between her eyebrows, there was a charm that could cause the downfall of a country. So beautiful. Sigh. Someone subconsciously said, Beautiful my ass, what's the use of being beautiful, they are here to snatch our harvest. Someone immediately shouted angrily, causing everyone to react. Then they all stared blankly. The two people from before seemed to have said that this vine belonged to them, and they said it in front of two powerful teams. Crazy enough. Kid, do you know what you are saying? The leader of one of the teams frowned. He suspected that the youth was stupid. Two people dared to snatch their harvest? If they were not idiots, then what were they? I don't want to say the words I said a second time. Yes. However, the youth who walked over smiled as if he was saying something very normal. Chapter 25:58. The third round was over. Let me remind you, if you attack me, both your teams will regret it. Yes. But before that person could make a move, the youth in front of them smiled and spoke. But the feeling he gave them was that his smile was cold. Of course, this coldness didn't affect the powerful second generations of the two teams. The two leaders laughed. What will we regret? Yes. You will all be eliminated. Yes. The youth enunciated each word. His voice was calm, but it contained the domineering aura of an emperor. Once they attacked, they would all be eliminated. How domineering! I only need 50 fruits. As long as I take enough, the rest will be yours. So, you should discuss this properly. Don't do anything you will regret. Yes. While everyone was still in shock, the youth spoke again. It was as if he was treating this group of people as lambs. In truth, ever since the opening of the Burning Moon Garden, snatching the fruits had been a common occurrence. But to do so, one needed to have the corresponding strength. And this youth wasn't famous at all. He wasn't even at the peak of the World King realm, so what qualifications did he have to speak so arrogantly? But just as they were about to attack, a dignified voice sounded from the distance. Following that, a large number of figures arrived. Sunlei, if you don't want to be eliminated, you'd best stand there obediently. If it weren't for my good relationship with your brother, I wouldn't have sold you this favor today. Yes. The voice reminded the two leaders, causing their hearts to tremble. They subconsciously turned to see that the speaker was the number 2 of Radiant Academy's Flame Dao department, Jin Feiming. This person wasn't weak at all. He was ranked in the top 10 of Radiant Academy and was clearly stronger than the two leaders. You're saying that we should let him collect the fruits first? Sunlei couldn't help but ask. Jin Feiming slowly walked over with a large number of Flame Dao department's second generations, but his eyes were fixed on the indifferent youth in front of him, a dignified look in his eyes. Yes. He nodded. Is he your friend? Or does he have a great background? Sunlei was even more confused. Neither. In truth, this is only the second time I've seen him. Jin Feiming lightly said. Bang. Everyone was even more confused. They couldn't understand why Jin Feiming would give face to this indifferent youth. I didn't think we'd meet again. Ignoring the confusion around him, Jin Feiming looked at the youth. His eyes focused because the youth was the mysterious youth who had defeated him in the Flame World fragment. You look familiar? Oh, so it's you. But, are you planning to stop me? Don't think that I'll go easy on you just because we're both from the Resplendent Academy. Those who provoke me will be eliminated immediately. The young man looked at Jin Feiming indifferently. The calmness in his eyes was not an act. I wouldn't dare. Jin Feiming nodded directly, causing the pupils of the two leaders to dilate even more. This young man was really arrogant. That's good. The young man didn't pay attention to everyone's surprise. He held the woman's hand, collected the fruit, and turned to leave. Throughout the entire process, he was fearless. The second generations of the 3 great academies were all staring at him, but no one dared to move. It was as if they were waiting for the arrival of the Son of Heaven. As for the two leaders, they looked at Jin Feiming with puzzlement. However, Jin Feiming smiled bitterly and ignored them. He continued looking at the young man. Now, can I know your name? What? The two leaders exclaimed. After such a long time, Jin Feiming actually didn't know the young man's name. What the hell was he doing? Linling. A calm voice drifted out from the young man's mouth. He walked further and further away with the beautiful woman. So it's him. Hearing this, Jin Feiming's heart rumbled. In the Flame World fragment, he was defeated by Linling in a single move. However, at that time, he didn't know who Linling was. And now, he finally knew. So, he was one of the most monstrous second generations of the Resplendent Academy. Jin Feiming, what the hell are you doing? Why did you let him go? As Linling walked further and further away, the two leaders spoke with unwillingness. He defeated me in a single move. Jin Feiming didn't explain anything and led the people behind him to collect the fruit. However, his words caused the two leaders to feel as if they were struck by lightning. One had to know that Jin Feiming was ranked in the top 10 among the second generation of the Resplendent Academy. Yet, that young man defeated him in a single move? That was too terrifying. Could it be that the young man was ranked in the top 10 of the second generation of the Resplendent Academy? Thank you for the reminder. The two leaders immediately bowed. If it wasn't for Jin Feiming's reminder, they would have already made a move and would have been eliminated immediately. And now, although their fruits had been snatched, the time wasn't over yet. As long as they worked a little harder, they still had a chance. So domineering. The two groups immediately left to collect the fruits. However, when they thought of the young man who had appeared before them, they couldn't help but admire him. This is what a cultivator of our generation should be like. Whatever I like belongs to me. Just one word, and gods and demons will make way. Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and walked forward. He had also successfully passed this round. However, along the way, he was also looking for stronger second generations. It was a pity that the majority of them disappointed him. Unknowingly, the test was completely over. There were only 10,000 people left. No, I can't accept this. I only lacked 10 fruits. This time is too fast. What is this? I only lacked 1 fruit. Heavens, who gave me a fruit? I didn't even obtain a single fruit. I was fighting with the Moon Twist Divine Beast for 2 hours. How did these guys pass? Resentful voices rang out one after another. These people were obviously eliminated. The previous 3 rounds were just warm-up rounds. If they didn't even pass the warm-up round, they would be eliminated immediately in the next round. This also allowed others to see that even though they were all second generations and were at the same cultivation level, there were still differences in strength. On Lin Ling's side, Ancestor Dragon was extremely happy because Lin Ling and Yu Yu had both passed. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were also the same. Out of more than 200,000 people, only 10,000 were left. Lin Ling and Yu Yu were among them. This was extremely difficult. At this moment, they were all proud. They didn't know that the 3 rounds were very difficult for others, but for Lin Ling, it was very simple. Lin Ling also passed? As expected of the most dazzling monstrous genius in the history of Radiant Academy. Next will be the battle between the second generations of the 3 great academies. I wonder how far he can go. Not far from Lin Ling, many second and third generations looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lin Ling had just become a second generation, but he had already reached such heights. They couldn't help but admire him. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes and voices around him. Instead, he was looking for 2 figures. One was Si Xuanmei. The other was Gu Ji. He knew that the warm-up round was over. Next was the main event. And he, Lin Ling, was looking forward to meeting Si Xuanmei. Chapter 2559. Lin Ling entered the arena. Lin Ling, if you meet me, you will definitely regret this. Her voice floated out, causing the eyes of many second-generation juniors to flash. They were well aware of the grudges between Lin Ling and Si Xuanmei. Would Lin Ling be the one to suppress her in the end? Or would Si Xuanmei wash away her previous humiliation? Although Lin Ling was strong, geniuses like to do things that exceeded the norm. It wasn't impossible for Si Xuanmei's strength to rise during this period of time. The remaining 10,000 people immediately began the first round of the preliminaries. Because there were so many people, each person only had 1 chance. If they lost, they would be directly eliminated. And now that the competition had reached this point, the crowd became even more excited. This was because they were about to enter the main theme. Pride of the world, let's see who could reign supreme. The number 1 genius stepped onto the stage and began drawing lots to choose his opponent. It had to be said that to be able to obtain the number 1 number out of 200,000 second-generation juniors, this was a very good stroke of luck. Unfortunately, his luck soon came to an end. This was because he had chosen a second-generation junior that was ranked around 40. Without any suspense, this number 1 genius was directly defeated. Number 1? The first person to be eliminated in the preliminaries, no wonder he is called number 1. The winner disdainfully smiled, causing number 1 to grit his teeth in anger. But there was nothing he could do. Next was number 2's turn to draw lots. His luck was quite good. He had drawn an opponent of similar strength. The 2 of them were both at the 9th level of the World King realm, and their talents were similar. They fought in an abyss of suffering. In the end, number 2's skill was a level higher and he barely won. And although their battle was fierce, the truth was that not many people cared about it. This was because a 9th-level World King cultivation was the weakest in the competition. Thus, there was a limit to how strong they could be. In the preliminaries of 10,000 people, there was definitely a difference between ordinary and intense. This caused Lin Ling to feel a bit drowsy. Up until now, an opponent that could move him had yet to appear. Number 15329. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly sounded out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to brighten. It was his turn to go on stage. This was because someone had drawn his name. The voices of Yu Yu and the others immediately rang out beside him, causing Lin Ling to smile and walk onto the martial stage. He was obviously confident that he would pass the first round of preliminaries. However, when he came to the martial stage, he found a delicate girl standing there. Her entire body seemed to be boneless, and she was extremely charming. And this woman wore the robes of Blue Ning Academy. Her cultivation wasn't weak. She had reached the 10th level of the World King realm. This was his opponent? At the same time, the surroundings were in an uproar. Many people were attracted by the woman's beauty. The woman was charming and pure, and she was able to make it this far. This undoubtedly moved the hearts of many young men. That's Luo Xinxiang, ranked 36th in the Zhongling Academy. She's also one of the 4 great beauties of the academy. She is indeed beautiful. Look at her eyes, they seem to be able to speak. She is so cute. She is cute, but her strength is not weak at all. She is ranked 36th, but that was her ranking in the past. Now, she might even be able to make it into the top 10. That boy on the other side is going to suffer, but losing to a beauty is also not bad. The geniuses of the various academies were all excited. The 3rd generation and last generation youths were all staring at Luo Xinxiang in awe. Of course, there were also many people who were staring at Lin Ling with a strange look in their eyes. For example, the people of the 4 great commanderies, the 2nd generation youths of Bright Academy, and so on. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to fight. In my opinion, he can block at most 5 moves. At this time, a confident voice sounded out, causing many people to look over. The one who spoke was the vice president of Zhongling Academy. Is that so? That is Lin Ling we are talking about. It's not like you haven't seen him in the last battle on the drill ground. However, someone immediately retorted. It was the vice president of Bright Academy, Gong. In the Pride tournament of the 3 great academies, these presidents would definitely oppose each other. How long has it been since the last battle on the drill ground? This Lin Ling is at most in the 2nd generation of the 2nd generation. He doesn't have the qualifications to threaten the top 50. In my opinion, in 3 moves, Lin Ling will be defeated. The vice president of Zhongling Academy immediately said. Wait and see. The vice president of Zhongling Academy sneered again and again. When Lin Ling is defeated, let's see how he will raise his head to face others. In fact, the vice president of Zhongling Academy was still a little apprehensive about whether Lin Ling could win or not. After all, the time between the last battle on the drill ground was indeed very short. On the stage, Lin Ling looked at his opponent and then introduced himself. Lin Ling. Yes. I am not interested in hearing your name. You can leave by yourself. Leave. To Lin Ling's surprise, the pretty girl opposite him didn't even look at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling frown. The reason why he introduced himself was because they had met by chance, so he was being polite. Who knew that she would be so arrogant? One must know that although Lin Ling hadn't dominated the 2nd generation yet, he had a small reputation. Yet she wasn't even interested in knowing his name? I hope your strength is as good as your words. Lin Ling didn't intend to give her any face because he had to fight for it himself. I am only interested in the first 12 generations of the 3 great academies. Maybe you think I am not famous, but I am a dark horse, much more powerful than you. Luo Xinxiang said again. Stupid woman, don't raise your chin so high. Be careful that it doesn't rain and fill your nostrils with rain. Lin Ling's words were even more impolite. Who is this guy, to humiliate Senior Luo Xinxiang like that? He's courting death. That's Lin Ling, number 1 in the drill ground battle, number 1 in the 2nd generation. No wonder he's so arrogant. To put it bluntly, he's a rookie. A rookie dares to be so arrogant? Senior Luo Xinxiang, beat him up. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't even give face to the delicate girl, many young men were eager to protect her and immediately shouted angrily. In the crowd, a handsome man's face was extremely gloomy. His name was Qian Su'a, and he was Luo Xinxiang's boyfriend. Lin Ling, right? After your defeat, you will know the price of humiliating Luo Xinxiang. He muttered to himself, obviously angry. On the martial arts platform, Luo Xinxiang's pretty face was covered with frost. Lin Ling actually mocked her most prideful appearance? She didn't waste any more words and immediately attacked. Plucking Thousand Mountains palm. This was an advanced third-grade martial art, which she had cultivated to perfection. And her talent was a second-grade talent. Although the grade wasn't high, it had a heaven-defying power, which was the ability to comprehend. The sky was filled with palms, and they came at Lin Ling from 8 directions. It was beautiful, but no one dared to underestimate the power behind it. A third-grade martial art. Within the World King realm, Luo Xinxiang is one of those who have cultivated it to perfection. That plucking Thousand Mountains palm is truly strong. It has defeated a 5th-grade martial artist before. That second-generation rookie Lin Ling will be defeated in a single move. The Vice Dean of Zhongling Academy confidently said. He was well aware of Lin Ling's strength. Although Luo Xinxiang's talent was ordinary, her martial arts were fierce, making up for her weakness in talent. Vice Dean Gong, your academy's rookie is about to be defeated. Chapter 2560. Giving him a taste of his own medicine. You can't block it. At the same time, on the stage, a delicate voice rang out. Terrifying plum blossoms swept across the stage like a storm, causing waves of cheers to ring out from afar. This scene was also telling everyone that talent didn't represent everything for the strong. Powerful martial arts could also overturn rivers and seas. Boom! Almost at the same time, the martial stage that was floating in the sky began to vibrate. Voila! A large number of dazzling plum blossoms danced in the air. They looked weak, but they could cut through anything. At this moment, Lin Ling had already disappeared. No one thought that Lin Ling could still stand under the plum blossoms. Even Si Xuanmei squinted her eyes. Although a 3rd-grade martial arts couldn't compare to a 4th-grade martial arts, if a 3rd-grade martial arts reached a terrifying level, it could still defeat a 4th-grade martial artist. This Luo Xinxiang was even stronger than her in the past. As expected of a veteran's 2nd generation. Lin Ling couldn't have been blasted into pieces, right? Suddenly, someone voiced out his doubts. In response, the Zhongling Academy's people cheered. The number 1 2nd-generation rookie, although his reputation wasn't weak, wasn't he still going to be defeated? This time, the Zhongling Academy's face was lifted. Ha ha ha. On the giant lotus, the vice principal of the Zhongling Academy laughed out loud. Although he didn't speak, it was like a silent slap to the vice principal's face, leaving him speechless. As for the resplendent academy, it was silent. The number 1 2nd-generation Genji gloated, what a waste. In the past, Lin Ling embarrassed him, but he didn't think that Lin Ling was his opponent. It was just a fluke. Died without a complete corpse? Then he said another sentence, which caused many geniuses to be puzzled. Lin Ling was blasted into pieces? But there wasn't anything left behind by Lin Ling on the stage. Look at the corner of the stage. At this moment, someone exclaimed. At the corner of the stage, a figure stood there, unmoving like a mountain, unmoved even if the sky collapsed. It was Lin Ling. No one knew how Lin Ling had dodged those plum blossoms. Could it be that his movement technique had deceived everyone's eyes? My 1,000 plum plucking mountain palm, even a fly couldn't dodge it. How did you succeed? Luo Xinxiang exclaimed. Her martial arts had no blind spots, so she didn't know how Lin Ling's doing. You don't. At that moment, Lin Ling spoke faintly and moved his feet. He also moved. Heavens, hands, hands, the plum blossoms. You are courting death. A 9th stage world king is actually fighting against a 10th stage world king. Of those who didn't know. Heaven hands of his strengths. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist collided with Luo Xinxiang's palm. Rumble. To everyone's surprise, Luo Xinxiang's figure retreated as if she had been struck by a hammer. This fist proved everything. Bang bang bang. The more Luo Xinxiang fought, the more shocked she became. She never thought that Lin Ling's realm was lower than hers, but his strength was so terrifying. Could this be Lin Ling's trump card? She thought that Lin Ling had already erupted with his full strength. She didn't know that Lin Ling hadn't even used 50% of his strength. Since you've used your trump card, then it's my turn. As Luo Xinxiang retreated, her pretty face turned icy cold. Voila! Astral winds immediately fluttered out and danced wildly, turning into a vortex that was controlled by Luo Xinxiang. I'll let you see what a 4th grade martial art is. Profound light plum shadow palm. The entire stage was filled with her voice, giving off a domineering and magnificent feeling. Her hands were like the Tai Chi in a painting, finally slamming down heavily. In fact, there were many people in the 2nd generation who knew a 4th grade martial art. Some even knew that Lin Ling also knew such a martial art. But Luo Xinxiang was different from others. The martial art she displayed was twice as strong. Moreover, her perception was monstrous. This was brought about by her talent. And this was her capital for participating in the competition. 3 rounds. Someone shouted in horror. The profound light plum shadow palm was dazzling and powerful, so there were many people who learned it. But it could only release 1 round of plum shadow while Luo Xinxiang could release 3 rounds. This showed the gap between them. That palm seemed slow, but in fact, its speed was extremely fast. It reached the speed of a world. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling was sent flying by the force of that palm. Lin Ling couldn't block it. Many people had this thought. Lin Ling was about to lose. This was the 1st round of preliminaries. This was also his end. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling was the monster with the fastest cultivation speed. Everyone knew that his foundation was unstable. Moreover, the number 1 rookie of the 2nd generation was indeed not qualified to dominate the Pride tournament. Lin Ling. Even Xian Yuanguo was secretly sweating, but Yu Yu and Tang Yue were smiling. Only they were not worried about Lin Ling at all. They were just curious. Would Lin Ling break out the sword principle or the flame principle in the face of that palm? Where do you think you're going? Luo Xinxiang saw Lin Ling retreating. She immediately smiled and chased after him. Xiang, trample this rascal who humiliated you under your feet. Luo Xinxiang's boyfriend, Qian Suo, said in a cold voice. The 2nd generation rookie of the 2nd generation, Lin Ling, must give him a fatal blow. Being trampled on by a woman, this humiliation was enough to make people laugh at Lin Ling for 100 years. It was possible that Lin Ling would leave the martial god realm. At this moment, the thousands of plum palms were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not make any move. Instead, his hands danced in the air. It was extremely strange. But soon, someone's pupils contracted fiercely. It was because both hands were drawing circles. That was the martial art that Luo Xinxiang had used before. It was the mystic light plum shadow palm. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine? Even Luo Xinxiang's eyes lit up. This Lin Ling was really stupid. He actually chose to use the same martial art as her. However, when it came to the mystic light plum shadow palm, who could compare to her? However, when her attack was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, her pupils flickered. That was because the mystic light plum shadow palm that Lin Ling had used had already begun to draw a circle of plum blossom light. Moreover, the 2nd round followed closely behind. Even as the crowd exclaimed, the 3rd round appeared. 3 huge plum blossom light circles appeared. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. However, this was not the end of their astonishment. The 4th round appeared. The 5th round. At this moment, Luo Xinxiang's expression changed drastically. Her mystic light plum shadow palm was actually taught by a certain senior. That was why she had 3 rounds, surpassing all the people who cultivated this martial art. However, Lin Ling had 5 rounds? This was fake. Chapter 2561. Dark Horse Si Xuanmei. Boom. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling also struck out with his palm. The two plum blossom palms collided violently. In the next moment, a figure was blasted flying. Moreover, her clothes were torn, and a dazzling expanse of snow-white skin was revealed. It caused the pupils of many young men to constrict, and they secretly drooled. This was because the person who was sent flying was Luo Xinxiang. Moreover, her clothes were torn. Furthermore, his hair was disheveled, making him look extremely wretched. Most importantly, she had obviously suffered heavy injuries and seemed to have lost the ability to fight. Of course, compared to being eliminated, Luo Xinxiang was still angry at Lin Ling for not giving her any face. Face is not given by others, but by oneself. At this moment, Lin Ling was already walking towards the edge of the martial stage. His figure was indescribably confident and at ease. It fell into Luo Xinxiang's heart and caused her heart to rumble. One had to know that within the three great academies, there were many people who could defeat her. However, Lin Ling was the first person to defeat her using the method she was proficient in. Wait, who taught you the mystic light plum shadow palm? Luo Xinxiang shouted, unwilling to give up. Do you need someone to teach you this kind of martial arts? Of course, if there is one, it might be you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling replied disdainfully, causing Luo Xinxiang's expression to change drastically. Could it be that Lin Ling had learned it after seeing her use it once, and had even surpassed her? One had to know that her innate talent did not have any offensive abilities, but it allowed her to have monstrous perception. In the past, some senior had given her some pointers, and she had learned those martial arts. However, Lin Ling's perception seemed to be higher than hers. At that moment, Qian Sua rushed onto the martial stage and covered Luo Xinxiang with his clothes. This Lin Ling actually made you lose so much face. I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Qian Sua's voice was extremely cold. However, Luo Xinxiang did not respond. Instead, she looked at the back of the arrogant man and said, "He's right. It's not that I don't want to lose face. I'm the one who loses it." Qian Sua looked at Luo Xinxiang in disbelief. He realized that the woman who used to worship him didn't even look at him anymore. After Lin Ling left, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Although Luo Xinxiang wasn't a top second generation, she was at least above average. Even she had been defeated. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had already reached such a level? Even some of the geniuses who didn't know Lin Ling were constantly asking about Lin Ling's name. At this moment, Lin Ling's reputation soared among the second generation. Furthermore, he had successfully passed the first round. Ha ha ha. Vice Headmaster Gong laughed heartily from the giant lotus. He did not say anything, but his laughter was like an invisible slap that ruthlessly landed on the old man's face. Lin Ling had given Resplendent Academy a lot of face. The vice headmaster of Zhongling Academy beside him had a gloomy face. He did not say a word, but he had already secretly sent out an order. Any second generation who met Lin Ling was to beat him to death. Of course, while he was angry, he was also puzzled. How did Lin Ling know the mystic light plum shadow palm? Moreover, he was even more powerful than Luo Xinxiang. According to what he knew, Luo Xinxiang was the most powerful person in Zhongling Academy. He was filled with doubts. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes and ultimate martial path had reached a level beyond his imagination. The first round passed. Very good, I hope you will meet me in the second round. Genji sneered. He was actually excited about this. The following battles were getting more and more exciting. The weaker second generation were most afraid of meeting a strong second generation because it would cause the battle to be one-sided. Of course, the weak would definitely be eliminated in the face of great waves. Finally, it was the turn of a tit-for-tat battle. Moreover, both of them were from Resplendent Academy. Bullshit, Vice Headmaster Gong said in anger. Because the one who appeared in this battle was Si Xuanmei and the other person was Red Enchantress. Si Xuanmei and Lin Ling were both second-generation newcomers. Red Enchantress was a veteran second generation, but she was also the #1 person in the Fire Dao department. When the two women appeared, the entire martial stage fell silent. This was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Moreover, both of them were first-class beauties. Who would be the winner? See, Xuanmei, you're the #1 rookie of the second generation, but if you want to challenge me, you're still a bit lacking. I can tell you that in this year, my strength has greatly increased. Red Enchantress had absolute confidence. If Lin Ling can defeat a veteran second generation, why can't I? A sword appeared in Si Xuanmei's hand as a cold aura spread out. Use your 5th grade 10,000 star unparalleled body. Let's see if your talent is better or mine. Red Enchantress was very familiar with Si Xuanmei's strength. Boom! The two quickly clashed. On one side, terrifying flames soared into the sky. On the other, sword light crisscrossed. This battle was the most intense battle so far. Many people held their breaths as they stared at the battle. Red Enchantress, that is Blue Enchantress's older sister. Can she win? Tang Yue frowned as she looked at the arena. She seemed a bit worried. Lin Ling's expression was calm. After carefully watching for a while, he finally shook his head. Si Xuanmei's talent can absorb other people's talent. It is very heaven-defying. Unfortunately, she only used it crudely in the past. But now, she can already fuse that talent into her own sword path. What does this mean? Tang Yue was even more worried. It means that she has already used the swallowing talent as nourishment to increase her realm. Lin Ling said word by word. The battle on the arena shook the heavens and earth. Red Enchantress's flames dimmed as she cried out in shock. Your strength has definitely reached the half-step true god realm. In the past, Si Xuanmei was at the peak of the World King realm. Now, her strength had doubled. In the past, I didn't know how to use the power of my talent. But now, because of someone I understand, Si Xuanmei quietly put away her sword and turned to leave. She was indescribably confident. The crowd immediately stirred. Talent, every genius had it. But to be able to display the advantages of one's talent and know their weaknesses, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. And Si Xuanmei seemed to be able to display the advantages of her talent. Lin Ling, if you meet me, you will die. Just as she was about to leave the arena, Si Xuanmei drew her sword and pointed it at Lin Ling. Her beautiful face was filled with a sinister look. Lin Ling immediately replied. This was related to an Yuer, so he wouldn't be lenient. Red Enchantress's face was ashen. She thought that her strength had greatly increased, but who knew that Si Xuanmei was even more fierce? She also left the arena and came to Lin Ling's side. She warned, Lin Ling, don't underestimate her. Her strength has reached the half-step true god realm. Moreover, I have a feeling that she still hasn't erupted with her full strength against me. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ling smiled and replied, I will defeat her for you. Indeed, the world was fair. Lin Ling had 2 Danshuns and the evil flame transformation. He could crazily increase his strength, but others could do the same. Moreover, Si Xuanmei had defeated Red Enchantress. This meant that her strength was much greater than Lin Ling's. This also meant that her strength had risen to a terrifying degree. Chapter 2562. The second round of preliminaries. The first round of the preliminaries continued, and the strongest second-generation disciples of the 3 great academies also participated. Unfortunately, their opponents were too weak, causing them to not use their full strength. On the contrary, other than Si Xuanmei, there was another person who was also shining brightly, becoming a dark horse just like Si Xuanmei. That person was shockingly Qian Su. This person's talent was also a 5th awakened divine body. Coupled with the corresponding martial arts, he was actually very powerful. He didn't even need to lift a finger to defeat his opponent. With a twitch of his brows, his opponent was bound by the vines and admitted defeat. His talent was indeed heaven-defying. It was as if he could grow plants anywhere in the world. As for his martial Dao, it was the true realm of the wood Dao. Lin Ling, I'll wait for you in the second round. After he left, he immediately declared war on Lin Ling. The crowd was in an uproar. As of now, There were two dark horses who wanted to challenge Lin Ling, Si Xuanmei and Qian Suo. What made people surprised was that Lin Ling actually made two dark horses challenge him. Lin Ling had defeated Luo Xinxiang. He was not qualified to be a dark horse. In an instant, Lin Ling's reputation soared again with the help of the two's reputation. If you meet me, you will feel very unlucky. Lin Ling had no idea why Qian Suo wanted to fight him, but he was not afraid in the slightest. Boom! The hearts of the cultivators of the three academies and the large number of cultivators rumbled. Lin Ling was still as arrogant as ever. As expected of Lin Ling. Although I feel that he's too insolent, he's still given face to the resplendent academy. This is what a martial artist should be like. In the resplendent academy, all the geniuses admired Lin Ling because Lin Ling represented the resplendent academy to accept the challenge from the Zhongling Academy. As for those people from Tating Commandery who were hiding in the dark, they sneered at this moment. They could not wait to see this scene. Of course, there were only 5,000 geniuses in the second round. Lin Ling would also begin to meet the people they invited. Not long after, the second round of preliminaries began. For Lin Ling, there was still no opponent who could move him at the beginning of the preliminaries. But soon Yu went on stage. Wow, another beauty. TSK, she's comparable to Luo Xinxiang. I heard that she's Lin Ling's woman. No one else has a chance. What's going on? How can such a beautiful woman be taken by Lin Ling? Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Yu. And Yu's opponent was a scholarly youth holding a fan. He smiled as he looked at Yu. Very good. I am Tong Xiushan, a peak world king with a 4th grade awakened divine body and a high 3rd grade martial skill. But I've also touched upon the threshold of 4th grade martial skills. Compared to Lin Ling, how do I fare? Yu frowned. She did not understand why the other party would say that. Tong Xiushan smiled. Lin Ling has already fought 2 dark horses. He's bound to lose. So, why don't you follow me? My strength is much better than that trash Lin Ling. Moreover, I'll treat you well. He was openly tempting Yu, causing Yu's beautiful eyebrows to furrow even more. Wow, Tong Xiushan is so bold. He's actually tempting such a beauty. If he succeeds, Lin Ling will be so angry that he'll smoke from his 7 orifices. The geniuses of Heavenly Saint Academy clamored. How about it? I can tell you one more thing. I'm about to become a 1st-generation genius. That's a height that Lin Ling will never be able to catch up to. Tong Xiushan said. As a 2nd-generation genius, he naturally had absolute confidence in himself. But Yu suddenly smiled and nodded. Tong Xiushan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Even the clamoring around him became louder. But you have to defeat me. However, Yu's next sentence made the surrounding voices disappear in an instant. Was this the only condition? Defeat him, senior brother Tong. It was human nature to watch a show. Many people were looking forward to Lin Ling's woman being snatched away. Isn't that simple? From now on, Goddess Yu will leave that trash Lin Ling. Tong Xiushan was wondering what kind of condition it would be, but it turned out to be so simple. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a colorful light bloomed in front of him. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Moreover, it was accompanied by the melody of the ultimate martial path. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. In the next moment, people saw that Tong Xiushan had been slapped in the face. It was Yu. Tong Xiushan was stunned. What a fast speed. And what were those multicolored lights? Not bad, but I like it. Tong Xiushan didn't feel embarrassed. The rarer the beauty, the more he liked it. He muttered to himself, now it's my turn. Don't worry, I won't destroy you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another crisp sound of a slap was heard. It was so fast that he couldn't even detect it. Slap. Tong Xiushan was still in shock when another slap was heard. He was hit until he was dizzy. What was happening? He had been paying close attention to Yu, but it was still useless. That speed has surpassed the speed of a realm. Only the strong cultivators on the high platform were muttering to themselves. That was why Tong Xiushan was being hit. Slap. The crisp sound of slapping continued to be heard. Yu Yu didn't use any tricks. She just slapped his face. Wait, can you not hit my face? Slap. Enough, I'm a man. I won't do it more than 3 times. Slap. You've gone too far. Slap, slap, slap. I won't do it again. I admit defeat. Then, something that made people not know whether to laugh or cry happened. Tong Xiushan was slapped in the face, and he admitted defeat. When the crowd came to their senses, they saw a pig head standing on the martial arts platform. Was that the polite Tong Xiushan from before? This guy wants to compete with Lin Ling for a woman? Yu Yu's temper is getting worse. Lin Ling, who was below the martial arts platform, wasn't worried about Yu Yu's situation at all. He shook his head helplessly. Beside him, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were stunned. Yu Yu is so powerful? Moreover, her methods were too harsh. She slapped Tong Xiushan's face and made him admit defeat. That was a disgrace to men. Seeing Tong Xiushan leave, many people looked at Lin Ling enviously. Because they could see that Yu Yu was so angry because she stood up for Lin Ling. It was every man's dream to have such a beautiful and powerful woman protect Lin Ling personally. I hope I'll meet him in the second round. I'll defeat him and make that woman leave him. Lin Ling's strength can't be underestimated. To defeat him, one must at least be in the top 10 of the 3 academies. Let's wait and see. Many rich second generations were eager to fight, as if Lin Ling was a soft persimmon. Of course, this was normal. So far, Lin Ling hadn't encountered a tough fight. Even Lin Ling was a little depressed. He hoped that his opponent in the second round would be stronger. Not long after, it was finally his turn to fight in the second round of preliminaries. The geniuses of the 3 academies were all silent at this moment. The deans of the 3 academies also narrowed their eyes. They all hoped that there would be a good opponent this time. Unfortunately, the person who appeared was Lin Ling's acquaintance. After the drawing of lots, the 2 figures on the martial arts platform breathed heavily and then smiled bitterly. Because the opponent was Tang Shu from Square Commandery. He and Lin Ling had traveled together in the 9 Dragons realm and had known each other for a long time. Chapter 2563. A Dark Horse. When Tang Shu's voice came out, the whole world seemed to be silent. Behind Tang Shu, the geniuses roared again and again. What the hell is senior brother Tang Shu doing? He is the 2nd generation genius of the academy. I heard that Lin Ling and Tang Yue are very close. I didn't expect that in order to help his sister, Tang Shu would even throw away his reputation. Lin Ling is really fucking lucky. Angry voices could be heard everywhere. Lin Ling had easily passed the second round, which made many people feel very unsatisfied. On the martial stage, Tang Shu did not care about the dissatisfaction around him. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with a wry smile. Because he and Lin Ling had already fought, he was not Lin Ling's opponent at all. Lin Ling also smiled bitterly. He also wanted to meet a strong opponent to fight, but unfortunately, the heavens did not comply with his wishes. After Tang Shu left the martial stage, more curses floated out. Tang Shu was stunned, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He disdained to explain anything. However, Lin Ling frowned. Tang Shu was already his friend. How could he be humiliated by these short-sighted people? Shut up, if you are not convinced, come and fight. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked around indifferently. His words undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. The geniuses did not expect that Lin Ling would be so arrogant after getting a bargain. Just you wait, the third round will be your end. Some powerful geniuses reprimanded loudly. Did Lin Ling not know that he relied on luck to pass? In this regard, Lin Ling only sneered. What will come will come. He was looking forward to an opponent that could move him. The second round was still intense. The strongest second-generation geniuses also fought, but unfortunately, their opponents were too weak. They still could not display their ability. It would be very difficult to encounter a strong opponent in an elimination battle with 5,000 people. However, the spectators were still in high spirits. Even many first-generation geniuses were watching from afar, their faces very solemn. It was because they saw a resplendent new star. It wouldn't be long before he would definitely step into the ranks of this generation, threatening their positions. The difference between the first generation and the second generation was the amount of cultivation time. The first generation had a longer time to cultivate. The number 1 dark horse, Si Xuanmei, is fighting. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Even the vice deans of the 3 great academies were filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, Si Xuanmei's opponent was not strong. He was only ranked 33rd among the second generation, so she won easily. Seeing this, some people felt regretful, while others were shocked by Si Xuanmei's power. Si Xuanmei had been defeated in the past, but she had made a comeback today. Looking at Lin Ling again, he seemed to be stuck in the same spot. He was bound to be washed away by Si Xuanmei. However, the next battle caused everyone's mood to soar once again. That's Luo Wanjie, the 7th generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. He's fighting. That was in the past. It is said that his strength has increased greatly and he is going to fight for the first place. Overall, his battle prowess is probably in the top 3 of Heavenly Saint Institute. This guy who doesn't show his strength is really powerful. Is he from the only commandery? Curious voices were heard. Until now, there were no powerful geniuses in the only commandery, except for the top 10 geniuses in Qingzhou. Therefore, Luo Wanjie attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes also lit up in the distance. Brother Ling, is Luo Wanjie very powerful? Yu noticed Lin Ling's gaze and could not help but ask. Up until now, there were not many second-generation geniuses who could move Lin Ling, so Yu was curious. It's not him, it's his opponent. Interesting, this battle will be very interesting. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was more curious about Luo Wanjie's opponent. At this moment, Luo Wanjie's opponent appeared. It was a short and strong young man with slightly dark skin. He looked extremely ordinary. I, Luo Wanjie, am the son of a concubine in the only commandery. I was bullied since I was young. The prince's mansion threw me into the 10,000 demon realm, wanting me to be doomed forever. However, I was tough. I drank the demon king's milk and killed countless people. In the end, I returned to the only commandery and killed all the young princes who bullied me, regaining my mother's dignity. Luo Wanjie was the first to speak on the martial arts platform. He grew up in the 10,000 demon realm? Was he brought there by the demon king? Hearing his words, many people's faces changed slightly. No wonder Luo Wanjie always gave people a tyrannical feeling. It was because of this. No wonder no one had heard of his name. It turned out that the only commandery did not recognize his existence from the beginning. However, after his strength increased, the only commandery started to pay attention to him. Brother Luo is really powerful. On the opposite side, the short and strong young man bowed and said, he looked very honest. I won't let you go. Luo Wanjie said lightly. He took a step forward and a powerful attack burst out. Peak of the World King Realm, 5th grade talent. His first attack was a high-grade 3rd grade martial art. At present, the World King Realm could only cultivate 3rd grade boundary origin martial arts. However, some monstrous people with strong perception could cultivate 4th grade martial arts. Of course, having a 4th grade martial art might not be as powerful as a 3rd grade martial art. In the end, it was affected by the level of cultivation. Therefore, it was just right to use a 3rd grade martial art. Brother Luo, I won't admit defeat so easily. The short and strong young man on the opposite side also moved. He threw out an ordinary punch. It was also a high-grade 3rd grade martial art. As for cultivation and talent, he was also at the peak of the World King Realm. However, his talent was only at the 3rd grade and he had no advantage. As the preliminaries went on, every genius had their own advantages. The short and strong young man seemed to have no advantage at all. Demon-resistant divine body. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then, he saw the doubts of the people around him and explained, this talent is very ordinary. The only advantage is that it has a strong defense. It can pour boundary origin energy into the body and its demon resistance is very good. It looks very ordinary. Falling Flowers and Flowing Water said. Sometimes, the more ordinary something is, the more powerful it is. Lin Ling shook his head. Boom, boom, boom. On the martial stage, deafening sounds continued to resound. No one was optimistic about the short and strong young man. However, what was surprising was that he was extremely difficult to deal with. What's your name? Luo Wanjie couldn't help but ask. His opponent was unknown but had blocked many of his moves. It was impossible for him not to be surprised. In all fairness, his opponent's strength could enter the top 10 of the academy. Black Stone. Black Stone. The short and strong young man gasped for breath. Okay, I'll remember your name. However, you should have reached your limit. Lose for me. Defeat. Luo Wanjie attacked again. He turned into a sand fog and pressed down from all angles. Bang, bang. The battle became more and more intense. Everyone thought that this time, Black Stone would be defeated. Chapter 2564. The third round had arrived. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Could it be another dark horse? 100 miles profound sky drum. Luo Wanjie's face became more serious. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, he could not win. A war drum appeared in his hand, and he beat it fiercely. The sandstorm swept over Black Stone like a gust of wind, turning the martial stage into a desert. 100 miles profound sky drum, a first-grade immortal treasure. An ancient expert exclaimed. That treasure, combined with Luo Wanjie's talent, could make the attack unstoppable. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes also lit up. Was it another unstoppable attack? In the past, when he was fighting a half-step true immortal realm expert in the Nine Dragons realm, there was one who had such a heaven-defying attack. It could be said that unless the gap in strength was very big, Luo Wanjie would definitely win. In fact, people also felt that Luo Wanjie would definitely win. Only Lin Ling shook his head lightly. It's over. Sir, what do you mean? Beside him, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword exclaimed. Wasn't Luo Wanjie going to win? Unstoppable attacks can definitely suppress opponents of the same strength. However, if the opponent suddenly explodes with a stronger strength, those unstoppable attacks will become useless. Lin Ling said lightly, Black Stone, the situation is set. Ultimate Stone Path, Stone Heart, descend. Stone Heart. Stone Heart was the same as Sword Heart. Only those who had the true realm of Tao could comprehend it. At this moment, Black Stone maintained his punching posture. The terrifying thing was that his surroundings were quiet, as if the chaos in the universe was affected by him. He punched out, and there was nothing he couldn't destroy. The sandstorm was blown away. A fist was like a meteor, piercing through 10,000 worlds and arriving in front of Luo Wanjie. Senior Luo, you lost. Stone Heart. When the voice sounded, Luo Wanjie's face froze. He finally left helplessly. Without any suspense, exclamations sounded from all around. This unknown short and strong youth was actually so strong. He could be called a dark horse. In this way, 3 dark horses were born. Ultimate Stone Path? Powerful indeed. Worthy of being a monster. Above the gigantic lotus, the Imperial Censor exclaimed in admiration. A genius who possessed the true realm of Tao was obviously stronger. Most importantly, the black stone gave him a good feeling. He was as steady as a mountain, and he took one step at a time. He clearly didn't have a powerful talent or weapon, but he relied on his willpower to create a world. This also showed that talent was sometimes not everything. Lord Linling, you're amazing. You actually knew that he would win. At this moment, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others were looking at Lin Ling with admiration. His martial arts experience is truly terrifying. I'm afraid he has already cultivated tens of thousands of Grade 3 martial arts, and Grade 2 martial arts are definitely over 100 million. Sometimes, cultivating more martial arts is also an advantage. Lin Ling solemnly said, He sure was a good opponent. Moreover, He had relied on perseverance and diligence to rise up. Such a martial artist deserved even more admiration. In the second round, other than He's battle, everything else was ordinary. However, apart from the 3 strongest second-generation heirs, there were 3 more dark horses that attracted the most attention at the moment. Who would be able to dominate the world in the end? Undoubtedly, this made people very curious. Next, the Pride tournament began to have a short break because night had fallen. Everyone was resting in place. As martial artists, they had long been accustomed to sitting cross-legged to recover. You're Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and the others were resting, an uninvited guest came. It was He. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others immediately panicked. He was a dark horse. His status and strength were far beyond them. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Brother He." Seeing this, He panicked and said, "I can't bear it, I can't bear it. I'm here to see Brother Lin Ling." It could be seen that in the past, he was a small character. Even if his strength had greatly increased, he still didn't look down on everyone. "I'm Lin Ling." Lin Ling had a good impression of He and immediately smiled. "I saw your battle on the martial field. You are the only one who dared to practice a 5th-grade martial art." He immediately bowed to Lin Ling. He had practiced many martial arts, so he knew how fierce Lin Ling was. After all, a world king who could practice a 4th-grade martial art was a monstrous talent. But Lin Ling had a 5th-grade martial art. Many people believed that Lin Ling's 5th-grade martial art was only scratching the surface, and its power couldn't even compare to a high 3rd-grade martial art. However, He didn't think so. He believed that Lin Ling's Ashura sword array was absolutely extraordinary. "I hope to fight with you. I don't know if I will have the chance." He said, "If there is a lucky chance, then there will be a chance." Lin Ling nodded. He was also looking forward to fighting with this martial arts maniac. "Good, I will wait for you in the 3rd round." He was very excited. Although there were many geniuses in the Pride tournament, he didn't know why, but he felt that Lin Ling was the fiercest. This was because Lin Ling was also a rising 2nd-generation talent. His cultivation time was the same as his. You might not meet him in the 3rd round. By the time the 4th round arrives, he might have already been eliminated. Because the next 2,000 people are all true monstrous geniuses. You can't rely on luck to pass. At this time, a voice came from the distance. The speaker was one of the dark horses, Qian Su, and beside him was a woman, Luo Xinxiang. At this time, she was looking at Lin Ling with a strange look in her eyes. "Get lost. This is the territory of Resplendent Academy. Do you want to be chased away by us?" In response, Lin Ling lightly smiled. His words caused Qian Su to coldly snort and turn around to leave. As for Luo Xinxiang, she looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally left. "Lin Ling, why do I feel like she is interested in you?" Seeing this, Yu frowned and said, "She believed in a woman's intuition. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything." Lin Ling was speechless. "You didn't do anything? You defeated her with Luo Xinxiang's proudest move and tore her clothes. You have already left a deep shadow in her heart," Yu said with jealousy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. What was this? The night passed silently. The next day, the highly anticipated 3rd round arrived. Currently, there were still 2,500 2nd-generation talents. And there was no doubt about the intensity of the following battles. Especially the geniuses who had experienced tough battles, they were even more eye-catching. Even the experts of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were looking forward to it. And the drawing of lots continued. After an unknown period of time, it was finally Lin Ling's turn. And this time, he was the one to draw lots. Many people immediately looked at Lin Ling. So far, Lin Ling had not fought a tough battle. Regarding his strength, some people were curious, while others were disdainful. Number 87,572. After the voice resounded, many people looked around. However, when a figure leaped onto the martial platform, the surroundings immediately quieted down. The disciple of Qingzhou's top 10 sword celestials, Mu Yang. Chapter 2565. A tough battle. It's actually him. Falling flower flowing water immediately cried out in alarm, his face turning ugly. Isn't Si Xuanmei the strongest of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure State? He shouldn't be that strong. Xian Yuang also frowned. In terms of talent, Si Xuanmei is indeed the strongest. But in terms of strength, Mu Yuyang is stronger. This is because Mu Yuyang has cultivated for almost 2,000 years. It is said that if he doesn't break through to the World King realm, he will be stripped of his title as the second generation of Heavenly Saint Academy and become the second generation of the past. Falling flower flowing water solemnly said. He was no longer a genius, but a genius that was about to age. Although he was old, his strength could not be underestimated. The surrounding crowd also knew of Mu Yuyang's strength. They all cheered. Lin Ling was about to be eliminated. Crush him. The vice president of Heavenly Saint Academy coldly sneered. There was no suspense in this battle. Unless Lin Ling's strength greatly increased after the battle on the martial field, he would lose without a doubt. You are the one who bullied my junior sister? On the martial stage, Mu Yang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling, his words mixed with anger. Bully? When she harmed others, why didn't you say she bullied others? Also, what does this have to do with you? Mu Yang's attitude made Lin Ling extremely unhappy. It was as if he had already eaten him. Si Xuanmei and I are both disciples of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure State. You bullying her is the same as slapping my face. Do you understand? Mu Yuyang slowly drew his sword. His sword was black and a wisp of Azura energy filled the air. I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my junior sister. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I will spare your life. If you refuse, I have 100 ways to torture you. Of course, I won't kill you. In this moment where everyone is watching, I will only torture you properly. Clang. As his sword came out, an indifferent aura filled the martial stage. Kneel down and apologize to Si Xuanmei? And then be killed by Si Xuanmei? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This person was so arrogant that he had lost his mind. Then speak with your sword. Lin Ling was also too lazy to talk nonsense. The aura around his body rose steadily, like the Akalanatha. Are you still not going to draw your sword? Seeing this, Mu Yang frowned. He seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling was an expert with the sword. I don't need it for you. Lin Ling shouted mockingly, and also began to attack. He took a step forward, causing the martial platform to shake. Without using any martial arts, he simply threw out a punch. Sometimes, when dealing with someone weaker than you, the simpler the trick, the more effective it was. Arrogant! Mu Yuyang roared. He was ranked 7th among the second generation of the academy. Since when was it Lin Ling's turn to be arrogant? If Lin Ling doesn't use his sword, then let him never use it. He immediately unsheathed his sword, and his Omega Sword Dao roared. His cultivation level was incredibly high. However, Lin Ling's fist didn't change. It was as if he was going straight for the enemy. Mu Yuyang was at the peak of the World King realm, and his talent was 4th grade. As for his martial arts, he was currently using high 3rd grade. Against such an opponent, he didn't need to use his Sword Dao or Fire Dao. Clang. However, Mu Yuyang's sword was indeed amazing. It was as fast as lightning and it was sharp. In his eyes, his sword was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling's chest. One move is enough to defeat you. He seemed to see the light of victory. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling's waist twisted like a top, and he actually dodged the fast sword. His fist smashed into the sword from the side. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out, causing Mu Yang's expression to change drastically. The crowd's pupils constricted. Up until now, Lin Ling hadn't used any powerful trump cards. It seemed that he only relied on his fists to deal with his opponent. It was extremely simple. That's all. Only. Mu Yang was slightly shocked, and then he slashed out with his sword. Fast. Incomparably fast. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than Lin Ling's myriad demon eyes. His entire body leaned back, narrowly avoiding the slash. Then, like a carp jumping up, he stood up straight and his fist chased after the sword. What a powerful reaction! Clang! At this moment, even the three vice dean's pupils constricted. It was very dangerous to engage in close combat with a swordsman, but Lin Ling had succeeded, dodging the fatal sword strikes one after another. One had to know that the speed of those swords was the speed of a world. Ordinary people couldn't avoid them at all. Clang! Lin Ling's fist smashed into the sword again, causing Mu Yuyang to fly into a rage. However, in his rage, he didn't realize that Lin Ling's fist had struck out again. Bang! Before the three ferocious punches, under countless gazes, the sword was actually broken by Lin Ling. Although the sword wasn't an immortal treasure, it was still a top-grade treasure. You! Mu Yuyang held the broken sword, and his expression changed drastically. Then he roared, and a black sword suddenly floated behind him. The black sword split into 2, then 4, and gradually, there were 49 swords. Azura chi permeated the air at this moment. Are you surprised, Lin Ling? You didn't expect me to know this sword formation, right? After the swords floated out, Mu Yuyang's face was filled with pride. Because this was the Azura sword formation. This was a 5th-grade Emperor-grade sword technique, and he had actually learned it. One had to know that until now, he was the only one who had revealed a 5th-grade boundary origin martial art. Of course, if you counted the battle on the drill ground, Lin Ling was also one. No wonder he was so confident. The 7th generation of Heavenly Saint Academy, he really lived up to his reputation. Good, senior brother Mu, defeat him. On the Heavenly Saint Academy's side, many of the 2nd generation were proud. Even their vice deans nodded in satisfaction, as if they had already expected this result. He also knows the Azura sword formation? On the Radiant Academy's side, everyone exclaimed. The Azura sword formation was practically Lin Ling's name, and now there was another name. This was the battle of the kings of the Azura sword formation. Draw your sword. The moment the sword formation appeared, Mu Yang's aura became even sharper. I still say the same thing, you're not qualified. At the same time, flames spread out from Lin Ling's body, and those were multicolored flames. Flame Dao Descent. Demonic Flame Transformation. This cultivation technique came from the ancient era, so no one knew its grade. However, many people knew that Lin Ling possessed this mysterious martial art, and its power seemed to be pretty good. Not drawing your sword? You're going to lose. Mu Yuyang never expected that Lin Ling would still not draw his sword. He immediately pointed forward. Shio. Ding. However, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling used his fists to block the Azura sword formation. This guy was crazy. That kind of momentum left many geniuses speechless. They had to admit that the current Lin Ling was indeed very impressive. Of course, facing the fierce Azura sword formation, Lin Ling's fists were obviously not strong enough. Although he could smash the sword, it was obvious that he could not change the trajectory of the sword. Chapter 2566. The battle between the 1st and 2nd place. It seems like your reputation is undeserved. You only know this move. Mu Yang let out an arrogant voice. Lin Ling was on the verge of defeat, but he still did not use his other trump cards. This meant that Lin Ling had no more trump cards left. His strongest trump card was his current move. Of course, many people had the same thought. Victory and defeat were about to be decided. If it was anyone else, they would have used a stronger move. If they didn't, then they had nothing left. Playing the Ashura sword formation in front of me. At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. Compared to the Ashura sword formation, who could compare to him? Mu Yuyang thought that he had reached his limit. He didn't know that Lin Ling could block 49 swords with his fist. This was a very difficult thing to do. It's time to use 30% of my strength. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Of course, while he was thinking, he was still entangled by the 49 swords. His body kept retreating, and it was obvious that he couldn't block them. Some soft-hearted martial artists even broke out in cold sweat for Lin Ling. Is that all? This is giving him a taste of his own medicine. In the distance, Qian Suo revealed a disdainful smile. Using the Ashura sword formation to defeat Lin Ling was a good idea. It seems like the third round is his limit. Compared to me, he's strong in the early stages, but lacking in the later stages. On the other side, Si Xuanmei nodded secretly. At this moment, everyone had their own thoughts, but no one thought that Lin Ling could win. Boom 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 boom. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The Ashura swords that were chasing after Lin Ling were all blasted away. How can this be? He obviously couldn't block my swords before. The sudden explosion caused Mu Yuyang to cry out in alarm, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. After the Ashura swords were blasted away, they once again shot towards Lin Ling, but the result was the same. They were blasted away again. After 3 consecutive times. Bang bang bang. The sound of glass shattering resounded. Under countless gazes, all 49 Ashura swords shattered. His sword was broken again. Moreover, Lin Ling only relied on his fists. Could it be that this guy's strongest point is his fists? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, and their breaths were like bellows. Obviously, they were all frightened. In fact, Mu Yang was the one who was scared the most. His body trembled as he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Why were you unable to do anything to the Ashura sword formation before, but now you can destroy it? Bang. Lin Ling was like a giant with flames burning all over his body. Step by step, he walked towards Mu Yang. His long hair danced in the wind like an evil god. In truth, I've improved my Fire Dao martial technique to the second transformation. His voice was faintly discernible, but it was like thunder. He was currently at the 9th stage of the World King realm. After using the first transformation of the Evil Flame transformation, he could reach the 10th stage of the World King realm. And before this, when he used the second transformation, the Heaven-Shaking transformation, his strength had instantly surpassed the World King realm. In addition, he was far too familiar with the Ashura sword formation. Thus he was able to use his fists to strike the swords and destroy them. You think you can stand up for Si Xuanmei? After a moment, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Mu Yuyang, overlooking him. You think you have the qualifications to play with the Ashura sword formation? You think you have 100 ways to make me helpless? These 3 questions were overbearing and overbearing, all directed towards Mu Yuyang. Mu Yuyang looked up, unable to refute. Lin Ling's words were like a silent slap that ruthlessly fell on his face. Do you see this fist? You only have the qualifications to make me use my fist. Lin Ling lifted his fist, flames burning in his palm. He ruthlessly punched out, "Get out of my way." That fist caused Mu Yuyang to bend over like a shrimp. He was sent flying backwards, smashing off the martial stage. He had thoroughly lost. In the 3rd round, Lin Ling smoothly passed. As for the crowd, they were shocked as they watched Lin Ling leave. Now, Lin Ling had finally experienced a tough battle. It had to be known that Mu Yuyang possessed the Ashura sword formation and his strength could not be underestimated. This was just like how Lin Ling had defeated many opponents in the past with the Ashura sword formation. But even such a powerful second generation had been defeated. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was truly terrifying. It looks like he is also a dark horse. It was unknown who shouted this out, but the crowd fell silent. Another dark horse had been born. Not really. He should have erupted with his full strength before and only barely managed to defeat senior apprentice brother Mu Yuyang. That's right. Compared to Si Xuanmei, Thousand Lock, and Blackstone, he is still a bit weaker. Even so, he was able to defeat the powerful second generation. His strength is not bad. He is indeed a dark horse. Although many people did not want to admit Lin Ling's position, they could not deny that Lin Ling was indeed a dark horse. In this way, apart from the 3 strongest second generation and 3 dark horses, there was also Lin Ling who had hopes of competing for the position of Pride's #1 seed. As for the giant lotus, Vice Principal Gong nodded his head in satisfaction. Lin Ling did not disappoint him. Their resplendent academy finally had another dark horse. As for the other 2 vice principals, their faces turned ugly. This was because there were 2 dark horses in the resplendent academy. What an interesting kid. That must have been the demonic flame transformation. No wonder he was so strong. The Imperial Censor, who had been silent all this while, laughed. Beside him, the Grand Secretary nodded his head. In the previous battle on the drill ground, that kid used the space-time divine steel. Although it was said that it was controlled by another person, he still has a lot of secrets. This kid has the qualifications to enter the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, the other geniuses also have their own secrets. They cannot be underestimated. The Imperial Censor said. Every genius had a powerful trump card. Lin Ling was not the only one who had such a trump card. Therefore, he only slightly valued Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling was not very famous before. Now that he had gained the attention of the Imperial Censor, it could be said that he had shocked the world. But what makes me curious is, did he use his full strength before? The Grand Secretary suddenly said, causing the Imperial Censor to be stunned. He was also looking forward to it. The demonic flame transformation was very difficult to cultivate. Currently, Lin Ling was able to use the second transformation, which was amazing. He should not be able to comprehend the third transformation. The following third round was much more ordinary. What was surprising was that the most dazzling battle was still Lin Ling's battle. 2,000 people were reduced to 1,000 in an instant. The fourth round was about to begin. This round was an intense battle. Resplendent Academy's number 1 second generation, Genji, against Song Ling Academy's number 2 second generation, Sima Bubi. Number 1 against number 2, this was no doubt the most eye-catching battle of the fourth round. Genji's strength was not to be doubted. Sima Bubi's strength was not weak either. But could he challenge number 1? I can defeat a half-step true god. Sima Bubi said confidently the moment he entered the arena. Genji was not a weakling. Therefore, he did not need to use any tricks. He could just use his full strength. Is that so? Then have a taste of my darkness. Chapter 2567. Dark Horse against Dark Horse. Genji's talent was a 5th grade, but he was able to display his talent to the limit. He was even more powerful than Si Xuanmei. A mighty black fog filled the air, so dark that it seemed like it could absorb any light. Seeing this, Sima Bubi's face turned solemn. He waved his right hand and an ice coffin appeared. He slapped the ice coffin and countless icicles shot out. His martial arts weren't too strong, but his talent wasn't weak either. Most importantly, he had displayed his talent to the limit. It had to be known that a true monstrous genius would either have powerful martial arts or a talent that specialized in bitter cultivation. They could each display their own abilities. So powerful! Countless people stared at the stage, their blood boiling. This battle could be considered the most powerful battle since the Pride Tournament began, because both of them had the strength to defeat a half-step true immortal. And they were only at the peak of the World King realm. From this, one could see how terrifying they were. Peng ping peng. Terrifying icicles pierced through the sky, freezing the skies of Three Ring City and causing the black fog to slow down. Profound ice rain body. Lin Ling also stared at the ice coffin, his eyes flashing. This talent was a bit heaven-defying. Brother Ling, is this talent very powerful? Yu Yu immediately asked curiously. And Yuer's talent was also of the ice attribute. She didn't know how she compared to Sima Bubi, specialized in breaking true realm of Dao martial arts. Lin Ling only said a few words, but it caused everyone's faces to freeze. Specialized in breaking true realm of Dao martial arts? This meant that against Sima Bubi, martial arts were useless. This talent was heaven-defying. No wonder he's called Sima Bubi. He really is undefeated. It seems that at their level, they still have to compete with their talents. Is Sima Bubi's talent that ice coffin? The chess boy exclaimed. These were all geniuses he had to look up to. He didn't know when he would be able to reach such heights. Yes, that's an ice coffin left behind by an ancient. He was lucky enough to obtain it. Lin Ling nodded. Speaking of which, he had fought an opponent in the past. His talent was also obtained from an ancient's corpse. It was also obtained from the chaos of the universe. Will Sima Bubi win? Yu Yu asked curiously. Hard to say. Lin Ling shook his head. Genji is obviously familiar with Sima Bubi, That's why he didn't use any martial arts, but used his innate talent. Those icicles couldn't stop the black fog from spreading. Indeed, not long after he spoke, the black fog still spread to Sima Bubai. Seeing that, the crowd clenched their fists and became even more nervous. It was rumored that no one had ever been able to escape from Genji's black fog. Would Sima Bubai be able to create a miracle? Of course, there was an exception, and that was Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling was also drowned by Genji's talent, but he walked out unscathed, and even embarrassed Genji. However, only the people of Resplendent Academy knew about this. In the darkness, Sima Bubai's face turned solemn. His body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the ice coffin in the next moment, like a corpse in deep slumber. He knew that the darkness wanted to absorb his realm essence, but he would not let the darkness succeed. What a powerful innate gift! He actually fell into a deep sleep. He must have cultivated the ice slumber technique. No one could see the battle in the darkness, but the three vice presidents could. Someone laughed. Ice slumber technique? Could it be that undying and indestructible cultivation technique? After awakening, one's strength will increase by 30%? Someone exclaimed. Obviously, they had heard of this cultivation technique before. It was said to be a 5th-grade realm essence martial art. This was the third genius to possess a 5th-grade realm essence martial art since the start of the Pride Tournament. Of course, a 5th-grade realm essence martial art was too difficult to cultivate. Sima Bubai had only scratched the surface. However, this was enough. With the words 5th grade, the power brought about by scratching the surface was extremely terrifying. It seems like he will be the first to walk out of the darkness. Someone else said, looking forward to it. At this moment, Genji's eyes flashed. At this moment, the ice coffin opened and a transparent giant walked out. His strength was extremely terrifying, surpassing the World King realm. My strength surpasses the World King realm by 3 realms. An ancient voice floated out from the crystal giant's mouth. Moreover, it floated out of the darkness, shocking the entire audience. Could it be that Sima Bubai was going to turn defeat into victory? Huh, you think you can surpass it? However, Genji sneered, I forgot to tell you. My darkness is actually nourishment. It can store realm essence and can be used by me for a short period of time. After speaking, the darkness around Genji's body surged even more violently. It was like a hand of darkness, spreading out in all directions. As for his cultivation realm, it was even more unfathomable. It actually surpasses the World King realm by 4 realms. I'm afraid he can defeat 70% of the half-step True God realm powerhouses. On top of the giant lotus, Vice President Gong let out an excited laugh. His voice caused everyone to go silent. There was always a higher mountain. One had increased by 3 realms, but the other had increased by 4 realms. No one expected Genji to be so powerful. Surpasses 4 realms? Heavens, is he still human? The World King realm and the half-step True God realm is a huge divide. But he can defeat 70% of the half-step True God realm powerhouses? What a terrifying talent. The increase in strength is too great. The crowd discussed animatedly. As for Sima Bubai, he stood there stunned. Finally, the ice on his body disappeared, revealing his true body. I admit defeat. There was no need for him to continue fighting. In the battle between the first and second place, the first place Genji still reigned supreme. This caused Resplendent Academy's side to erupt into cheers. Genji also enjoyed the limitless glory, and as he left the stage, he said indifferently, in truth, I didn't use my full strength before. When I wanted to use my trump card, that was when the 3 strongest second generations were competing. Surpasses 4 realms and he still didn't use his full strength? If he used his full strength, he would surpass 5 realms? What a monster! I'm looking forward to the battle between the 3 strongest second generations. Everyone's mood was even higher, and even some of the ancient martial artists' faces were solemn. These rising stars were indeed scary. Even if a half-step True God realm senior met Genji, he would have to lower his voice and lower his head. On the other side, The eyes of Heaven Saint and Song Ling Academy's two strongest second-generation disciples were twinkling and smiling. Geng Ji wasn't weak, but this was what made it more interesting. They were looking forward to the battle between the strongest second-generation disciples. Pervert. Beside Lin Ling, falling flowers and flowing water swords' faces were pale. Especially when they thought of Genji challenging Lin Ling, they were secretly worried for Lin Ling. That's all. However, Lin Ling's face was as calm as an ancient well. No matter how many realms Genji could raise, he had 2 dantians in addition to the evil flame transformation. In terms of raising realms, he wasn't afraid of anyone. After experiencing the battle between the strongest second generations, the following battles were obviously much dimmer. Just when the crowd thought that there wouldn't be any more exciting battles in the 4th round, an extremely anticipated battle had arrived. Chapter 2568. The King of Plants, Slender Light Rui Vine. Thousand Locks against Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people's breathing quickened. Thousand Locks, his talent was heaven-defying. He was the king of plants and could slaughter enemies from 1,000 miles away. He was a true dark horse, equally famous as Si Xuanmei and Blackstone. Lin Ling, his fists had broken through the world. He was later recognized as a dark horse. Now, these two people had collided. Most importantly, many people could see that Thousand Locks hated Lin Ling. And this was indeed the case. At this time, Thousand Locks' eyes looked towards the martial stage and fell on Luo Xinxiang. Xiang, I promised you that I would teach him a lesson for you. Now, the heavens have received my request. At the edge of the martial stage, Luo Xinxiang had a complex expression. She didn't respond. I will let you see just how much trash he is. Thousand Locks said again. He knew that after Luo Xinxiang was defeated by Lin Ling, a knot had been left in her heart. And only he could untie this knot. As long as he beat Lin Ling into a dog, Luo Xinxiang would know just who was more worthy of her attention. At the same time, atop the giant lotus flower, the 3 vice deans were also looking at the martial stage. 2 dark horses. I wonder who will be darker. Old Gong, how about we make a bet? Let's play for 5 million divine crystals. Let's see if you, Lin Ling, or my Blue Soaring Academy's Thousand Locks are stronger. The Blue Soaring Academy Vice Dean laughed. Lin Ling had humiliated Luo Xinxiang in the first battle and given their academy a ruthless slap to the face. Now, he would take back what he had lost with interest. Interesting. I will also participate in this bet. The Vice Dean of Sky Saint Academy laughed. He stared at Lin Ling and Thousand Locks. One is at the 9th level of the World King Realm and the other is at the peak of the World King Realm. As for Thousand Locks, his talent is 5th grade. Lin Ling's talent shouldn't have reached 5th grade yet. It's 2nd grade. He already displayed it in the last battle on the martial field. The Blue Soaring Academy Vice Dean immediately replied. Since that's the case, I will bet 5 million divine crystals on Thousand Locks winning. I believe that he is the dark horse. You have a good eye. Would the other lords like to play as well? Hee, the 3 vice presidents are in a good mood. Then I, the Imperial Censor, will also play. Grand Secretary, you won't miss this bet, right? For a moment, the interest of the ancient experts on the giant lotus was piqued. At this moment, Vice Dean Gong smiled and said, if you want to play, then play. 10 million deity crystals is too little. I'm too lazy to play. Are you sure? The others looked at Vice Principal Gong in disbelief. I can afford to gamble with this small amount of divine crystals. Vice Principal Gong said with a faint smile. This matter concerned the reputation of the resplendent academy. How could he lose face? All right, straightforward. 10 million it is. Several experts had placed their bets. What was surprising was that other than Vice Principal Gong, the only other person who had placed their bets on Lin Ling was the Grand Council Minister. When experts like them started to gamble, the others naturally followed suit. For example, there were also people from the 6 divisions who started gambling. The Martial God Battalion's Red Jade Tiger also placed a bet in support of Lin Ling. Lord 8th had a good relationship with Red Jade Tiger, so he naturally placed his bet on Lin Ling. As for the experts like the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, they all placed their bets on Chen Sua. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The geniuses of the 3 academies also started placing their bets. Yu Yu and the others looked at this scene in shock. Then, their faces turned ugly. This was because these people had treated Lin Ling as a bargaining chip to win money. Many of them were even analyzing the strength of Lin Ling and Chen Sua. 2 dark horses. I wonder how many moves it will take to decide the victor. In my opinion, they will be evenly matched within 300 moves. After 500 moves, the victor will be decided. This evaluation is not bad. Although Lin Ling doesn't seem to be as good as Chen Sua, he is still quite strong. Many people analyzed seriously. Even the ancient martial artists of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were doing the same. They were extremely excited. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 2 dark horses stood a few hundred meters apart on the battle stage. Smoke floated around them, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Did you see that? Did you hear that? Because of us, everyone has placed bets. We are the biggest dark horses in the Pride tournament. Of course, it's a dark horse against a dark horse. You can only be outshined by me. Chen Sua didn't immediately make a move. Because the bet started because of him, it made him feel extremely heroic. Therefore, he opened his arms and said, "Everyone, let's party to our heart's content." His aura was extremely arrogant. However, he was a dark horse, so he had the right to be arrogant. After he finished speaking, Chen Sua immediately made his move. He stretched out his left hand, and a mysterious plant grew and curled around his body. This was his 5th grade talent, the slender light Rui vine. With this talent, he didn't even need to use martial arts to defeat many second generations. One had to know that even if awakened divine bodies were of the same grade, there were differences in strength. Some awakened divine bodies were extremely heaven-defying, while others, although reaching the 5th grade, looked very ordinary. This Rui vine is the same as Genji's talent. It's also an awakened divine body that can't be underestimated. On the lotus, the vice president of the Zhongling Academy said lightly, "If it weren't for Chen Su's short cultivation time and late rise to fame, he would already be the 2nd strongest of the 2nd generation in the Zhongling Academy." The chess path unhindered defense of Heaven's Prime, first move of Heaven's Prime. Chen Sua muttered to himself, his words mixed with holiness and power. According to legend, the slender light Rui vine was the vine that connected the realms. It was like a broken lotus root that connected the realms together. There was once a year when the eastern border's demonic vines moved unhindered, growing in the chaos of the universe. They actually entangled the 3,000 realms, making it impossible for any martial artist to leave. For a time, it alarmed the 9 states. Later, experts were dispatched, and the demonic vines were cut off. Those demonic vines were the main body of the slender light Rui vine. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Chen Sua indifferently. He had to admit that this guy's strength wasn't much, but his talent was very strange. However, the universe was fair. There was no difference in strength between 5th grade talents. It depended on who used it and how it was used. For example, Chen Su's talent seemed powerful, but he lacked the most basic aura of a 5th grade awakened godly body. That's right, he didn't have any aura. If a 5th grade talent fought against a 2nd grade talent, the aura alone could suppress the opponent's strength by 50%. Moreover, some 5th grade awakened godly bodies seemed ordinary, but once they grew up, they would be even more powerful. Of course, although the slender light Rui vine didn't have the aura of an awakened godly body, and its future potential was very ordinary, it had its own uniqueness. It was a plant that could grow anywhere. All around Lin Ling, a large number of vines suddenly sprouted out without warning. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast. Most importantly, the moment the vines appeared, they emitted a blinding light that could cause a martial artist to momentarily lose focus. Think about it. If these vines suddenly grew in a fight between martial artists, it would definitely affect the opponent's strength. After all, these weren't ordinary vines. The vines immediately entangled Lin Ling, binding Lin Ling tightly. In one move, Lin Ling seemed to have been defeated. Just this bit of strength? Although Qian Suo wasn't surprised by the situation, he still laughed disdainfully. Both dark horses? Shouldn't they have exchanged 500 moves? In one move, Lin Ling lost the upper hand? Sigh. Chapter 2569. The Ashura sword formation attacked. Boom. However, at this moment, flames burst into the sky, as if countless bombs had been ignited. It was magnificent and colorful. The space-time fire. Moreover, the pressure was extremely strong. It was obviously not a second-grade awakened godly body. Fourth grade. On the Lotus, the three vice deans exclaimed in unison. If they remembered correctly, during the battle on the drill ground, Lin Ling only had a second-grade awakened godly body. In such a short period of time, this guy actually broke through 2 grades. Break for me! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. At this moment, he had already erupted with the path of fire. His talent was not inferior to his opponent's. In addition, he had also activated the evil flame change, the second transformation, shocking change. In this way, his cultivation realm was not inferior to his opponent's. Therefore, the vines were all broken by Lin Ling. Damn it! Damn it! Qian Suo did not expect such a scene. He originally wanted to defeat Lin Ling in one move, but unfortunately, it had become a dream. However, he immediately sneered, "You have some skills, but that's good too. If you lose too quickly, there will be no value in this battle." Chain chess pieces, 1,000 eyes kill, mysterious one-color chess. A terrifying thing happened. Around Lin Ling, a large number of vines suddenly burst out, like countless tentacles reaching for Lin Ling. Qian Suo had obviously used a martial art, and it was not weak. An elementary grade 4 martial art complemented his innate talent, allowing his attack power to increase by 1-fold. Such fast speed, when did those vines appear there? Those vines are not formed by realm essence, they are real vines. They are very difficult to cut, and there are so many of them. How is Lin Ling going to block them? Qian Suo's talent is too heaven-defying. Many people were shaking their heads because Qian Suo's people were far away, controlling the demonic vines to attack Lin Ling from a distance. Lin Ling was helpless. How will he deal with it? Even the 3 vice deans revealed looks of curiosity. They guessed that even if Lin Ling could block it, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. However, as they spoke, they discovered that Lin Ling actually stood there unmoving. Is this guy crazy? Perhaps he has no other choice. The vice presidents all let out cries of surprise, unable to understand Lin Ling's actions. One had to know that those vines covered the sky and blocked the sun. If Lin Ling didn't move, the space he could dodge would become smaller and smaller. As for Lin Ling, he indifferently looked at the incoming vines as if he were looking at countless hands. However, he knew that when facing the dark horse Thousand Locks, he had to erupt with an even greater strength. Otherwise, he would definitely lose. Whoosh! Just as the vines were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, the sword flew out. The ancient sword soared into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black shadow of the sword danced in the air. 49 swords, showing off their sharpness. Compared to Mu Yang's Ashura sword formation, Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation's aura was even more terrifying. Get lost! Still standing on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling waved a single hand. The dazzling 49 swords were sent out, either stabbing, slashing, or lifting, as if 49 swordsmen were using their swords. Looking from afar, Lin Ling was like a sword sage. His every move was pleasing to the eye. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. What was terrifying was that those vines were actually slashed away by the 49 swords. The 49 swords actually formed an airtight sword formation. This was the true Ashura sword formation. So powerful! Far away from the martial arts platform, Mu Yang let out a solemn voice. He finally knew why Lin Ling didn't use his sword against him. It was because he really wasn't qualified. One had to know that the Ashura sword formation that he controlled only used brute force to break through the enemy. Of course, the Ashura sword formation also had this kind of power. Once the sword formation passed by, it would be as easy as crushing dry weeds. However, the Ashura sword formation that Lin Ling controlled was like his left and right hands, agile and flexible. It was as if every sword was a sword in his hand. Impossible! Come again! Qian Sua's pupils constricted. He controlled countless vines to attack Lin Ling from afar. However, it was useless. The sword formation sealed everything. This is Lin Ling's trump card? This sword formation simply came to life. The crowd looked at the shocking scene on the martial arts platform. Only now did they know how strong Lin Ling's strength was. It seemed like the battle between the two dark horses would only be decided after 500 moves. You should be exhausting a lot of your soul to activate that kind of sword formation. I'll see how long you can block it. Qian Sua also didn't expect that Lin Ling's sword formation was even stronger than the rumors. A flower immediately appeared in his hand. He looked at the flower tenderly and muttered to himself, 12 jade palaces emptiness, an inch of yearning, an inch of ash. That flower looked rather stunning. It was completely white. After hearing Qian Sua's flower, it actually turned to look at Qian Sua, giving people a strange feeling that made them tremble with fear. Yearning flower. Seeing this, the vice deans on the martial arts platform exclaimed in surprise. One had to know that although the slender light rui vine looked like a plant, it was actually a monster with a male and a female. Once the yearning flower was activated, the slender light rui vine would become even more frenzied. Because the yearning flower was female, the male who could activate the slender light rui vine would be much more powerful. Sure enough, when the flower appeared, the ground on the martial arts platform was covered with terrifying vines. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were dominating everything. What's the point of this battle if you use such a treasure? Vice Dean's Gong said coldly. If Qian Sua used his strength to crush Lin Ling, he would have nothing to say. He had to accept his loss. However, Qian Sua seemed to be unable to break through after a long time. He actually used a treasure, and it wasn't an ordinary treasure. That was too despicable. Hee, there's no rule against using treasures. Although the vice deans of Zhongling Academy felt that face was irrelevant, they couldn't care less at this moment. Vice Dean's Gong immediately snorted and looked at Lin Ling. He couldn't help but worry. What's the use of your Ashura sword formation? It's only 49 swords. Let's see how long you can block it. After taking out the god's flower, Qian Su's aura surged as he snorted coldly. He didn't think that using treasures was unfair at all. In his opinion, he was the dark horse. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, he could make Luo Xinxiang change her mind. Then what's the use of using a foreign object? What was surprising was that Lin Ling was still calm as he looked ahead indifferently. It's enough to defeat you. Qian Sua urged the acacia flower. It was like an aphrodisiac, causing the surrounding vines to soar into the sky and grow crazily. However, at the moment of urging, the vines had a momentary pause. It was as if the process of transporting nutrients had to go out of control for a short period of time. Of course, this was normal. After all, relying on a foreign object wasn't one's own strength. It was naturally difficult to control it. This short period of time was useless to other martial artists, but Lin Ling caught it. With his 10,000 demonic eyes, a moment was as long as a century. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. He took the initiative to attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 49 swords shot forward like lightning. They actually shot through the crisscrossing vines. Moreover, they didn't touch a single vine. This showed how terrifying Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation was. What's that? Chapter 2570. The strongest six were born. One had to know that Qian Sua's innate talent was heaven-defying. The fine light rui vine could both attack and defend, and could kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. But now Lin Ling's sword had actually arrived in front of him. The advantage of killing enemies from 1,000 miles away no longer existed. Strangle! At this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. The 49 swords fiercely rushed towards Thousand Locks. Sensing this terrifying sword array, Qian Sua's complexion changed. He never imagined that a sword would appear in front of him. In an instant, he activated his vines to protect his entire body, as if he were protecting an entire world. However, he'd underestimated a 5th-grade Emperor-rank sword Dao. Rumble! The Ashura sword formation swept out like lightning. It didn't look like a sword at all. Instead, it looked more like a thunderbolt. The vines were immediately sent flying, their branches and leaves fluttering down. Clearly, the vines that had been hurriedly activated were not very strong. Most importantly, if Qian Suo used the yearning flower, the vines would definitely go crazy and defeat Lin Ling. However, he didn't have the time. The Ashura sword formation was like a crazy sword that chased after him relentlessly. He didn't even have time to breathe. Damn it! Thousand Locks roared furiously. Unfortunately, what he got in return was a frenzied sword formation. He had no choice but to continuously use the boundless sky to block. And around the martial platform, when the crowd saw this terrifying scene, they all opened their mouths wide. They thought that Lin Ling wasn't weak, but he would be defeated within 500 moves. However, the result before their eyes told them that the one being suppressed was Thousand Locks. Lin Ling, it was fine if he did not draw his sword, but once he did, the wind and clouds surged. Is this the real Ashura sword formation? Mu Yang's face paled. If Lin Ling had attacked him earlier, his Ashura sword formation would have been crushed like paper. Bang bang bang. The crazy sword was like a fly, staring at the cracked egg and biting it madly. It was even to the extent that the vines around Thousand Lock had been chopped into pieces. Leaves fluttered in all directions, and it was in an extremely sorry state. Moreover, they saw that Qian Suo had no chance to use the yearning flower in his hand. Even they could clearly sense the depression in Qian Su's heart. Wait! Qian Suo was indeed very depressed. He had a powerful love flower, and as long as it was stimulated, his talent would double. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate it. Wait! Lin Ling had a mocking smile on his face. Not only did the Ashura sword formation not stop, it became even crazier. He wanted to see how long this Thousand Locks could last. Stop for a moment. Thousand Locks roared as if he had been suppressed to the point of losing all reason. The martial stage was completely silent. A moment later, loud laughter rang out. Can the battle of pride be suspended? This was too ironic. As for Luo Xinxiang, she looked at Lin Ling in surprise. When Lin Ling defeated her, she had a feeling that Lin Ling was very, very strong. He was so strong that she could only look up to him. Even Qian Suo was not as good as him. And the facts before her eyes had proven everything. Looking at the one-sided battle, the vice-deans of the 3 great academies all had different expressions. The faces of the people who had started the bet were also ugly. Qian Suo, just admit defeat. Otherwise, this battle will never end. Finally, the vice-dean of the Zhongling Academy spoke. As he said this, his heart was filled with a bitter smile. He was the one who proposed the bet, and the one who admitted defeat was him. But what could he do? If he did not admit defeat, Lin Ling would continue to fight until Qian Suo vomited blood. Qian Suo would not be able to escape defeat sooner or later, and it was even possible that he would be seriously injured in the end. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, it was better for him to admit defeat. How could Qian Suo not know the final result? After blocking Lin Ling's attack again, he shouted unwillingly, "I admit defeat." As soon as his voice fell, the entire arena was silent. A dark horse against a dark horse, and this was the ending? This was too inconceivable. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the Ashura sword formation flew back and landed behind him. Then he strode away, not saying a word throughout the entire process. At this point, he did not need to say anything. Victory and defeat had proven everything. Qian Suo must have been very humiliated. After all, Qian Suo's loss could be said to be the first in the battle of pride. Qian Suo looked at the departing Lin Ling. His eyes were red. He was not reconciled. His hand was still holding the acacia flower, but the flower was very ironic at this moment. He looked at Luo Xinxiang, but unfortunately, the latter was looking at Lin Ling. He stood there stupidly. Finally, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted, becoming the most disappointing dark horse. Damn dark horse trash, you made me lose so many divine crystals. Who proposed the bet? I really want to chop him to death. Without any suspense, what followed was a wave of resentment. On the Lotus, the vice president of the Zhongling Academy was unusually silent. His face was very gloomy. He was the one who proposed the bet, and now he had no face to see others. Unfortunately, he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much that his talent had reached the 5th grade. He was also a victim. He could even see the resentful gaze of the vice president of the Heavenly Saint Academy. Obviously, the vice president was angry at him for proposing the bet. I am indebted to you all for your divine crystals. 10 million divine crystals was actually a small amount to the vice president, but it was a big deal to gain face. Lin Ling had once again won glory for the resplendent academy. Of course, he did not expect Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation to be so strong compared to the last time. He could control it as he wished, and his sword could move as he wished. If this continued, Lin Ling would have a chance to compete for first place. The crowd who were angry because of the loss also reacted at this moment. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already reached such a height. One must know that the 3 strongest second generations were the most eye-catching, and the 3 dark horses were also the most promising. However, Lin Ling was one of the dark horses. It could be said that in this Pride tournament, the first place would be given to one of them. Therefore, this was a record to be proud of. Could Lin Ling really compete with the strongest second generation of the half-step True God realm? Lin Ling, good job. Now, our resplendent academy has 2 dark horses who have won glory for us. However, Lin Ling and Si Xuanmei will have a battle sooner or later. I wonder who will be left behind. In the past, the geniuses of the resplendent academy felt that Lin Ling's ability was not enough and did not have the qualifications to stand above their heads. But now, they felt that it was enough. The way they looked at Lin Ling had turned into worship. Of course, Si Xuanmei and Genji also stared deeply at Lin Ling, feeling that Lin Ling was becoming more and more mysterious. From the start of the battle until now, Lin Ling seemed to be very calm, so calm that it made them feel a little pressure. After 2 intense battles, the 4th round had finally come to an end. The 4th round was obviously the Resplendent Academy's martial stage, where Genji and Lin Ling rose. The 5th round was called the semifinals, and the remaining geniuses were getting fewer and fewer. The elimination round was also getting more and more intense. Of course, many people felt that these 6 people were the ones who should not be provoked. They were Heavenly Saint Academy's number 1 second generation, Meng Lu, Zhongling Academy's Tian Kuang, Resplendent Academy's Genji, and the 3 dark horses, Si Xuanmei, He Shi, and Lin Ling. Chapter 2571. This was a clash of ultimate martial das. In the 5th round, Lin Ling quickly drew his opponent. As soon as he walked up, the second generation from the Heavenly Saint Institute smiled bitterly. He vaguely remembered that Lin Ling had once said, "If you're not convinced, come fight me." At that time, there were many voices of opposition, and he was one of them. Now, the heavens had given him a chance. But how could they fight? I admit defeat. Under Lin Ling's astonishment, his opponent gloomily admitted defeat. How unlucky. I wanted to make it to the 6th round, but I fucking met the dark horse Lin Ling. That opponent lowered his head and left unwillingly. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and left the stage. As they looked at the blue-robed youth, countless people felt complicated emotions. They also remembered Lin Ling's words. If they were not convinced, then come and fight. However, apart from those 5 people, who else could fight Lin Ling? The 5th round was obviously not Lin Ling's martial dais. Instead, it was the martial dais of the Zhongling Academy's Tian Kuang because his opponent was the 2nd-ranked genius of the Resplendent Academy. Unfortunately, the 2nd-ranked genius was also defeated. However, the battle between the 2 of them was also extremely intense. Many cultivators nodded in satisfaction as if they were witnessing the rise of a new star in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The 6th round followed closely behind. Yu Yu also quickly went up on stage, causing many people to start paying attention to her. This beauty did not reveal anything, but she actually made it to the 6th round. As expected of Lin Ling's woman. Of course, she also successfully passed. When Lin Ling stepped onto the stage, his expression was very calm, but his heart was filled with boredom. This time, he wouldn't admit defeat again, right? Sure enough, he hadn't even ascended the martial platform when a voice admitting defeat drifted down. Lin Ling didn't even need to ascend the martial platform and directly entered the 7th round. However, the number of people started to dwindle, and the chances of clashing with those powerful second generations were also increasing. See Xuanmei against He Shi. When this voice resounded through the sky, everyone's emotions reached a peak. Lin Ling's drowsy expression immediately vanished, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Finally, a good battle. Dark horse against dark horse, who would be the king? This was also the second time a dark horse was pitted against a dark horse after Lin Ling. On the martial stage, 2 dark horses appeared and faced each other from a distance. As for the geniuses of their respective academies, each and every one of them supported the dark horses of their respective academies. Even the 3 vice deans were the same. Their faces were solemn. Junior brother He Shi greets senior sister C. He Shi was a sincere person. First he bowed. There's no need to speak nonsense. Let's see who's the real deal. You and I are at the same boundary, and my talent is greater than yours. But you have the ultimate stone Dao, stone heart. So, just erupt with your full strength. Si Xuanmei was like a fairy with a sword on her back. Her words were extremely cold. All right, I won't look down on Xuanmei's senior sister. He Shi stood up straight, and a calm aura emanated from his body. I won't underestimate you either. To be able to become a dark horse, his strength should not be underestimated, so Si Xuanmei did not underestimate him. The 2 people's auras were on the verge of exploding, colliding like meteors. Black Rock made the first move. His figure moved like a gust of wind. Between his punches and kicks, the martial stage shook continuously. Countless leg shadows shot towards Si Xuanmei like meteors. What a powerful martial art. In just one breath, He Shi was able to unleash 3,000 types of leg techniques. On the high platform, Vice Principal Gong exclaimed in shock. Blackstone's talent was very ordinary, but his foundation was the strongest among all of them. It was impossible not to admire him. This was a battle between an ordinary genius and a prodigy. Was the talent of the heavens chosen more powerful, or was the accumulation of ordinary geniuses more powerful? Myriad star matchless body. Seeing this, Si Xuanmei unleashed her rank 5 awakened godly body. As a peerless genius, she would not waste her time on weak martial arts. Hence, her foundation in martial arts was not as solid as Blackstone's. However, her strength lay in her innate talent. There were no more than 5 people in the 2nd generation of the Resplendent Academy who possessed a 5th grade talent. Terrifying starlight shot towards He Shi, colliding with He Shi's leg shadows, causing terrifying shockwaves to surge into the sky. The 10,000 Mammoth's unrivaled physique is a divine physique that can absorb the talent of an opponent. Far away from the martial stage, someone exclaimed, "What a heaven-defying awakened godly body." However, He Shi's talent was very ordinary. Even if Si Xuanmei absorbed it, it would be useless. Instead, powerful martial arts became He Shi's trump card to challenge Si Xuanmei. Her talent is even more powerful than the last time. Whoosh! In the distance, Lin Ling frowned and said. Hearing this, Yu Yu and the others started to worry, for Lin Ling Si Xuanmei had become so powerful. If Lin Ling fought with her, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Rumble! At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The leg shadows and the meteors were evenly matched. However, Si Xuanmei immediately used another powerful trump card. It was the power of ice and soul power. Seeing that, Yu Yu and the others gritted their teeth in anger. That was Yuer's talent. The combination of soul power and ice was formless and colorless. It gave people a terrifying pressure. He Shi had already sensed the terrifying soul power. His innate talent, anti-demon godly body, was also activated. He raised his palms to the sky and stood in a horse stance on the martial stage. There was a calm wind. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. He Shi had actually blocked the soul power attack. However, after being hit by the formless energy, his head flew back and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He Shi is indeed a dark horse. He just collided with Si Xuanmei's 10,000 mammoth peerless body, and then he immediately blocked the soul power attack. Both of them are terrifying dark horses. Many people from the 3 great academies were shocked. At least 99% of the second generation did not dare to fight with these two people. Even the second and third generation of the second generation in the past had a serious expression on their faces. It was undeniable that these two people's strength was not weaker than theirs. After being injured, He Shi's aura did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger. He leaped up with his right hand behind his back. Looking at Si Xuanmei on the martial stage, he punched out. The fist energy exploded and could break a world. That punch was like a cannonball smashing down. It created a circular shockwave in the air. Unstoppable. That punch also represented the fist intent. It was unstoppable. At that moment, the geniuses around the martial stage were shocked by that punch. They felt as if they saw a huge palm forcing them to kneel. In fact, Si Xuanmei felt it even more. Her expression was serious. She finally drew her sword. Clang. She unsheathed her sword. The sword's body was like a crystal. A second-grade immortal treasure. That's the sword of Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Qingzhou. Magnificent Sky Divine Sword. This sword has the second-grade chaotic force. Although Si Xuanmei can't control it, she can still use almost 10% of her sword heart. The 3 vice deans could not help but stand up. That sword was very famous. It was the symbol of the top 10 sword immortals in Qingzhou. Now that it was in Si Xuanmei's possession, it seemed like Si Xuanmei had prepared a lot for first place. Sword heart. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but gasp. Chapter 2572. 3/4 of the Immortal Sword. At this moment, the sword was sparkling and translucent, but a quarter of it had turned white. Si Xuanmei raised the sword and pointed it forward. In the sky, the huge shadow fist paused for a moment before exploding. Strong winds swept out like a tornado. Broken. She broke that fist with one sword. That sword strike was so breathtaking that many people were incomparably shocked. As expected of senior sister Xuanmei. She's stronger than I imagined. However, I won't lose so easily. More blood flowed out from the corner of He Shi's mouth, but his fighting spirit surged as he threw out a second punch. Nothing can't be destroyed. This punch was even more domineering, as if it could break mountains and rivers. You're still going to lose. Unfortunately, after Si Xuanmei threw out her sword, she became even more arrogant. She was like a sword that was isolated from the world and wanted to sweep through the 9 provinces. 2/4 of the sword in her hand had turned white. She swung her sword horizontally. Clang. At this moment, all the martial artists around the martial arts platform had their swords broken. Obviously, all the swords in the surroundings had been broken. Boom, boom, boom. The huge shadow fist was broken again, causing He Shi's expression to change drastically. On the other hand, Lin Ling shook his head instead. He knew that He Shi had lost because he was utterly unable to resist Si Xuanmei's sword. If the battle continued, then He Shi would definitely be injured. It was even to the extent that if Si Xuanmei was a little more ruthless, then He Shi would probably be crippled. However, Lin Ling's worries were useless because He Shi wasn't someone who would admit defeat easily. He attacked again. Third move, nothing can't break. The entire sky was filled with He Shi's roar. He turned into a fist, wanting to destroy everything. A gigantic black fist smashed into the ground, destroying everything in its path. That punch had actually caused the face of the second-ranked genius of the second generation to turn ashen. They couldn't take that punch because it was He Shi Exen. This meant that He Shi was definitely the second generation of the third generation in the 3 great academies. Stubborn. Sensing He Shi's resolute will, Si Xuanmei snorted and raised her sword. The surroundings quieted down, as if the wind and clouds were frozen. Suddenly, sword intent shot up from the ground. It was Jin Xin. Si Xuanmei's sword had already turned 3/4 white, and she ruthlessly slashed out. A streak of sword light slashed through the sky with the speed of 2 realms. At this moment, countless people were nervous. Stone heart against sword heart. This was a clash of ultimate martial das. Was it the rock that was stable? Or was the sword sharper? This seemed to be a battle between a spear and a shield. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and a strong light burst forth. Then the world fell silent. At the same time, a figure sheathed his sword and slowly left the martial stage. It was a figure in a snow-white robe, like a fairy. It was Si Xuanmei. Drip. At the same time, the sound of blood dripping could be heard. On the martial stage, He Shi stood there with a pale face. His left hand was touching his right arm. His right arm had been cut off and was bleeding. How ruthless! Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their eyes flickered continuously. Blackstone's arm had been severed by a single strike of the sword, and as a result, Blackstone's ultimate path of stone would definitely be reduced greatly. So, it would be impossible for him to utilize the stone heart technique again. This meant that he was also destroyed. In this clash of dark horses, Blackstone had been defeated. What a pity! This was originally a very good inspirational story. Unfortunately, a diligent genius can't compare to a genius with great natural talent. Yeah, Si Xuanmei even has an immortal treasure. Her sword heart must have surpassed the first level of chaotic energy. Some ancient experts sighed and shook their heads, feeling pity for Blackstone. Blackstone held his severed arm and left the martial stage step by step. At this moment, he had fallen from the divine stage and become an ordinary person again. Blackstone, trash, you actually embarrassed our academy. I thought highly of you, but you've disappointed me in the end. After being defeated, a large number of angry curses drifted out. Blackstone had stood above many geniuses, making them look up to him and worship him. Now that he had fallen, they naturally hit him while he was down. Stepping on a dark horse felt pretty good. Blackstone gritted his teeth when he heard this, and he didn't say a word. It was as if the curses around him were more painful than losing his right arm. Moreover, his will to fight had obviously withered, and it was likely that this would be the end of his life. However, when he came to a corner and was about to silently lick his wound, a cold laugh sounded out. You're so weak? How dare trash like you challenge me? This made him raise his head, and he was shocked to find that it was Lin Ling who had spoken. Lin Ling was looking down on him. I'm already a cripple. If you want to laugh, laugh all you want. Blackstone smiled bitterly and shook his head. You're indeed trash. I've been waiting for you to challenge me, but after you lost your will to fight and your martial heart. It seems that you've thought too highly of yourself. You seem to have forgotten that you originally had nothing, and now you have nothing. What's the big deal? Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded again. Boom. However, this sentence made Blackstone's heart roar. Then he stared at Lin Ling in the distance. He was not a genius, but he had accumulated a lot of experience. He had cultivated diligently and painstakingly, so from the beginning, he had nothing. If the Pride Tournament had not made him a dark horse, he would still be a passerby. Since he had nothing, then he had nothing to lose now, so what was the big deal? Since he could go from nothing to a dark horse, then he could make a comeback in the future. His eyes instantly lit up. The lost will and fighting spirit gradually boiled over. What? Look at Blackstone. Some people noticed Blackstone's high fighting spirit and they exclaimed. He had just fallen off the altar, but he stood up again. This was not something that anyone could do. I will fight you, Senior Lin Ling. Blackstone looked at Lin Ling and said respectfully. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not say anything. He seemed to be mocking Blackstone, but in fact he was also giving Blackstone pointers. He wanted Blackstone to accept his defeat. What an interesting guy. With just a few words, he restored Blackstone's fighting spirit. This Lin Ling is not simple. He can see through people's nature. No one knew about Lin Ling's previous actions, but the Imperial censor saw it and could not help but smile deeply. There were no more exciting battles in this round, and the 8th round followed closely. As the number of people decreased, the number of exciting battles increased. Number 1, without a doubt, only 5 people were born. But the top 10 rewards were not bad, so the others fought hard for it. The 8th round was very ordinary, so the 9th round came quickly. There were only a few dozen people left. This meant that the chances of meeting the strongest second generation were much higher. Of course, meeting Si Xuanmei and Lin Ling was something that the second generation did not want. Especially Si Xuanmei, and Lin Ling was ranked after her. Who would have thought that this guy would make it to the end? Genji looked coldly at Lin Ling, a sinister smile on his face. He hoped that Lin Ling would not meet him too early. Otherwise, Lin Ling would definitely regret it. Not long after the 9th round began, it was Lin Ling's turn to draw lots.